much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watches, perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. like that. Head out of the
you think is wrong with you. It's just a doorway to the discovery of your strength.
Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watches, perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself, I think it's...
Hola, it's time, everybody. It's PEC Fall. It's enough waiting. Now, there might be a little bit more waiting because I am still waiting for a clean feed to appear. But more importantly, let's welcome up high. If you didn't catch us last night, we were covering the PAS round of 16, day number 1, and that was a cracking show. We're coming to that a little bit later. I'm sure you guys are going to be eager, though, to have a look at the EU side of things. But first off, hi, how you been, mate? Have you managed to get much sleep from last night?
Yeah, pretty much as soon as the stream was over, I went straight to bed because after you asked if I wanted to join you for this, I was like, all right, well, gotta go get some sleep because now we're gonna be doing double casting events back to back to back. So gonna be a banger of a time.
It is back to back. It's a bit of a PUBG marathon, so I can't complain. Good news is, guys, we're live. As I said, we are waiting for a feed. There's no dodgy observing from me in any way, shape, or forms today. We do have a cast out, obviously, for the Mia, which is in Vinicast. I can get you a link for that as well if you watch the Mia side of this. I'm covering the EU side. And we've got best of 8. Best of 8, yes, it is a best of 8, which is a bit of a mad one. And we'll go into some of the teams. Look at the leaderboard. I set everything to 0. So we can go have a look at the teams in a second. But with an extra 2 games, it does mean there's more risks because you've only got the opportunity to get through today. Unlike PAS, where we do it over 2 days, it's actually only going to be a 1-day opportunity. And worth noting for those that don't know the format, the first, what we're taking is our top 8, right? But our first to third, so placing first, second, or third, you'll find yourself in the upper bracket. And obviously, if you go down towards that 4th to 8th, find yourself into that lower bracket side of things. So again, there's a lot to play up for. You've got an opportunity, if you get yourself in that higher bracket, to get straight through to the grand finals after that one. Plus, we're going to have other leagues sort of be important. PGC points up, money up for grabs. It is a bit of a whirl of time. But let's have a quick look at that leaderboard because that has all of our teams in. No special graphics here. I like EU. EU is like, let's go. We're just going in. Let's just get some PUBG live and get it rolling. But look, the teams as they are in no particular order because everyone's got 0. I just want to have a chat about teams. And look, more importantly, Twitch, I want to know your thoughts and feelings about these teams as well because they are teams, I suppose, well-known brands coming through. And let's go through some of the bigger hitters here, right? Question mark. The Woo, Zoktinam, Win or Die, Polish Power back on the... I've seen already you guys talking about Exalt. Exalt obviously picking up Uber. He left Na'Vi. He now transitions them. They kind of then swapped as they went furthest, went back to Na'Vi themselves. So I think Exalt are going to be a hitter. We've got a couple of sleeper teams, what I call sleeper teams, which can have great cracking events. Look at teams like Pod, Fairy Tale. After all, the same. If After All have a good day, it can be insane. And Polish Power. Obviously, they were there hitting the main stage. They then obviously took the opportunity just to take a bit of a break and they come back. Obviously Marslek now leaving the team. They've been in a couple of scrims. They've done okay. They're still Polish Power. They still play aggressive. But I think there's a lot of capabilities. Oh, look, For those that don't know, High is an NA guy, so I'm going to ask him a very upfront question of that. What teams are you looking for, mate? Because this is one of the first opportunities you're going to get to be casting EU. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not big into the EU scene. It's going to be very interesting. Definitely a lot of information coming into me watching. Because the most experience I've gotten from watching EUT plays is from the major events. So to see how they do on the lower side of the events, the events that build up to it's going to be very interesting. But there is one team that I know that I see quite a bit of as I was watching PGS2, and that was a question mark. I'm hoping to see a lot from them. That's the team I'm gonna be going for. That's what I'm gonna think is gonna be doing good. But as you said, the trade on Exalt for Uba going to them, that's going to be pretty massive for them as they swapped 1-for-1 from Navi.
Yeah, it is that 1-for-1 though. Uba, I think I was quite vocal last year, especially when they pulled out the global championship at the end of last year. And I was like, Uba was the gel that put Navi together. My personal opinion, everyone take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, but I think he was a big player. Obviously, for whatever reason, it didn't work out for them. And obviously, they've parted ways. But he's an insane player, and I've already seen him play with Exalt. I've actually been on the casting opportunity where we've seen Exalt go against Navi, and there's definitely no blood loss there. They pushed each other once they knew exactly who it was. So interesting to see. Expectations for me, look, question mark, definitely going to be up there as well. The Wu, Win or Die, Dr. Nam, Exalt got to be there as well. I think when I started breaking it down, because again, in every team here, there's someone that I know, there's someone that I recognize, there's someone that I love and support. And you then got to break it down even further. You're looking at who's going to make upper and who's going to make lower tier, and then that becomes much of a difficult. You'd expect the question marks to make it, you expect the Wu to make it as well. Hey, the Wu are insane. And I've not mentioned them as of yet. I just want to keep them because they need their own special segment. But the Wu team, just like, they're going to go out, they're going to be hitting hard. I definitely feel like it's going to be about game number one. I feel these teams, EU does play differently to NA Hive, right? I think we get termed with ratting it. We hide out. We play, I like to call it more of a strategic game. We don't sometimes go as blindsided as you guys do. So we see a lot more disengagement. We see a lot more careful rotation into a zone than what we would expect to see from an NA. So especially from last night, we saw a direct send in towards that. But again, guys, don't forget we are live as well, so let us know what your thoughts are of the teams. Let us know. I tell you what, let me know who you think are going to be in the upper tier, who's going to be claiming first, second and third after our maps. Let's have a quick look though at the maps, but it's going to try and put the music on, but I am turn that music off quickly. There we go. So the map rotation, because there are no special overlays here. The map rotations, and we are going to be kicking things off with Miramar. We'll go back to Miramar as well for game 1 and 2. Then we get a double bubble at Tego. One of my favourite maps at the moment. Vikendi, it's only going to bless us with 1. And then we are going to then obviously work our way to that Erangel to close things up. 3 Erangels is a lot to ask, especially if you've not had a good start. But I'm interested to see how these teams, I suppose, deal with the start in the Miramar, starting like remastered map. And people, I look at the teams like the Wu, and I'm like, look, the Wu've they've got to put something on strong. Look, getting some stuff here. Question mark the Wu Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail's a good call. Brightside, strong player for them as well. So again, let us know going. But the map selection for me, I'm excited. I kind of like the split. I like double Tego personally. Bit disappointed we've only got the 1 Vikendi. We could have gone 2 apiece. We could have gone 2-2-2-2. But obviously with 3 Erangel at the end, it will be interesting. I can see the lobby those getting started. What's your thoughts though? High on the maps, mate. Kicking off with Miramar. Anything to be worried about coming into this one?
I definitely think it's going to be a bit of a worry for the start on the Miramar. You know, the remastered map definitely going to show the team's knowledge of the. Now the remaster has been out for a while, so it's definitely going to show that they have the information, you know, as it's been out for a good bit. So they're going to have to play off of that information that they got for the new dips, the new towns, the new rotates, all that good stuff. I'm not going to lie. I do think a nice little 2-2-2 split would have been good for the maps all the way across, you know, 2 Miramar, 2 Tiago, 2 Vikendi, 2 Erangel. But 3 Erangels at the end, that has me a little excited because Erangel is the OG map. You know, you love to see more of it, especially when you're playing in pubs and you're trying to get that map and you're just constantly getting shoved Vikendi and Tego down your throat all day. So definitely going to be very interesting to watch 3 Erangels versus how they do it in NA with just 2-2-2-1-2.
Mr. Beast, is that you? Yes, hi, is Mr. Beast. 100% you're getting called out. And it's us. I love it. I love the EU chat, bro. They will not hold back on you. Be cool. Hello, Senpai. Big shout, mate. Anyway, I would have liked to a 222 there. And obviously, Vikendi's garbage. Mr. Bong 420. I don't mind Vikendi. Do you know what I like Vikendi, guys? Because it's organised chaos. So we know when we get to that latter part, we're going to get the outside edge splits. We're going to get that plane off the blue. That just makes for good content. So we're going to see people obviously having to play their way, and they've got to be a little bit more creative when it comes down to that later game itself. So interested to see what we do there. Well, obviously, we're going to wait for the lobby. There's worth noting it as well. We are not in control of anything apart from this bit and this bit here. We are just in the driver's seat like all of you guys. What we are going to do though, we will throw to a quick break because we are going to wait for these guys to come up and get a notification. It's about 5 minutes away for round number 1, so I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock though. Stay tuned, we'll be back. More importantly, let us know in chat. I want to know who your top 3 are. Who are going to be the teams that you think are going to get through in the top 3 on that upper bracket, and obviously if you want to spread it out to a top 8, again, let us know. But for now, we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes in round number 1.
things you think is wrong with you is just a doorway to the discovery of your strength.
Catch me, I'm falling. Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm alright, just look at my life, I'm living alright, I'm nice, you know I'm alright, cuz looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers, no need for the telephone vipers, no need for the liars, I don't watch your moves or priors, I got much to do, I'm biased, big bosses move in silence, watch it, no need for the liars, I don't watch your moves or priors, I got much to do, I'm biased, big bosses move in silence, yeah me, I'm moving quiet, ask me, I need me an island, new watch is perfect timing, no need for the surface shining, ask me, I need me a few, I need me an island, I'm keeping it true, the man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool, no need for the telephone hype from you, yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to say
100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. And don't forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can
Yay, little bit of a cheeky delay. But what is PEC without a cheeky delay? We had one last year, but more importantly, I am getting the feed come through now more, and we can see the cameraman shaking things around and shaking things up. Yes, to answer some quick questions through chat. We are not in control of the observing that has been provided us by the PUBG guys. Thank you very much. Obviously being in there. The teams are doing a best of 8. Yes, it is a couple of extra games. We are going to go 2 Miramars first, 2 Tagos, 1 Vikendi, and then we're going to close off with 3 Orangles as well. So yes, a best of 8. Exclamation mark PEC, that will take you to the website. You can have a look through. What we're looking for though today is a top 8. The top 8 obviously is going to be kicking it off, and we'll go for obviously top 3. We'll go upper bracket. 4th to 8th will be going through to lower bracket. But look, I've got some intro video. I can see a countdown. It seems like we're going, mate. I think I'm going to hit the magic button. I'll see you guys in round number 1. Right, it's time. Here we go. Match number 1, best of 8. Yes, it is best of 8. And we are already kicking things down. And this playing path, though, looking quite good. It's from this sort of west-hand side up towards, give or take, a northeast. That's really favour a little bit of that top side, though, High.
Definitely favoring up towards the top. Southern side of the map going to be pretty hard to play off of, which makes me lead to believe that the playing path might separate away from the first zone. I feel like might shift hard down to the southeast side. That's where I'm feeling it might go towards, maybe towards Cantera and Paula, closer towards that side. But then again, I have been proven wrong by very hard shifted zones on PAS. So I guess we will see where it decides to take us for this first match on Miramar.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. Playing is done and dusted. And there we go. Our players are out. They will descend themselves down. Again, yeah, let us know what your predictions are. I'm always interested to hear what you guys think. Yes, we are no delay. Yes, no delay. You get me raw and live. There's no magic editing. Like, I can actually do that if I would ever have time or the capability to do that. It'd be shocking. Zone is about to pop. And it's quite early again. We saw this last night, actually, with the PAS round of 16, which we're covering. And just obviously worth noting, the round of 16 for NA, the Open Quals last stage, is actually split over 2 days. So we're doing 2 best of 6. With this one is only over 1 day with a best of 8. So interesting to see. Let me make sure there is some game sound coming through. I can't quite hear it in my ear just yet. I don't know if you can you hear any game sound?
Yeah, I hear the group as Woo is driving through, so.
Perfect. As long as you got game sound, that's all good. I don't mind. Cool. So no early, very much Death Valley, right? So that's going to be a difficult one, I feel, for some of these teams. They are going to get caught, I feel, with some of the later jumpers. So they're going to rotate their way back. With that rotation, we might see them get caught a little bit on the entry. Because you know, some people get condensed in, especially when it comes down to Death Valley.
Yeah, definitely going to see how these teams decide to play this out. First time casting for EU, so it's going to be very interesting to see how. Because you said the teams have a bit of a more strategic play style, a little slower, a little more reserved. They definitely like to feed into a lot of the information, from what I've heard. They like to get all that info before they make heavy pushes. Not quite like NA, where they get information and they will just absolutely full send into a compound, taking a fight as fast as possible. So it's going to be interesting to see how the EU side of the esports plays out these 8 matches for today.
Nice cinematic views, definitely better camera work than me. El Pozo is on the tinkering edge though of the zone, as we do see obviously the HPNS team, happiness, trying to work. Good team, mad, strong player, seen him a lot. Affects the same. Interesting to see. I was looking back through some of the stats. Obviously they grinded their way through to this top spot anyway. They look quite good, but I was wondering why the observers came over here. Let's talk Sandstorm, people. We're live, raw, uncut version of Mark Powercast. I don't like it. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't like it.
It's I'm definitely a lot more grateful that it comes and goes as fast as it does. Not like on Vikendi, where the Blizzard will feel like it just sits there for literal hours as you're just sitting there, and the fact that it does move by pretty quickly. I feel like it doesn't really add much to a fight unless, like, you know, you're just sitting in a building and then someone's pushing up on you and that allows them to get some cover. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but PUBG trying to make things a little more dynamic, shake things up a bit. So can't get them too hard for that.
Nope. That's you can't. After all, big team. Actually, quite a few fans for After All in chat. I think this is a strong contender. Obviously, top 3, I do struggle. If I'm being honest, as I said, I do know a lot of these teams and stuff, and do get to cast and blessed to cast a lot of the scrims. And After All are a team who are super stacked, right? They are super stacked, but they're also a team that can have bad days. And if they have a bad day, they're not going to be able to get qualified because they only get one shot at it. Yes, admittedly, as I said, it is a best of 8. There are 8 opportunities in this one day, but generally I see if After All have a good day or they have a bad day. And it's whether it's across a best of 6 anyway. So I want to see what they do. I think it's going to be key about how they rotate. We know they're good at rotation. We know that sometimes they like to take not an early fight. They will opt to just tinker around the outside edge before coming in a bit later. But they definitely want to get in high on the late games. They'll be one of the teams that will want to fight mid to late game, really.
Definitely, and I feel like that is where the definite difference between NA and EU is going to come into play. Is those late games, I feel like, are going to be a lot more hectic, since a lot of these, from what you say from the EU teams, not taking early on fights. They'd rather wait to get the information. So it's going to be very interesting to see how hectic these late game circles are going to be. And I will just, a little disclaimer, I apologize if I absolutely butcher these names.
Hey,
this is like the first time I'm seeing them.
So. I got you covered. How many qualify today? So top 3. So first, second, and third will go to our upper bracket, and 4th to 8th will go for the lower bracket. So overall, I think it's going to be 8 that we're looking for. But yeah, top 3. Unless you ask the question, Rafa, it's down to you to let us know who you think is going to be your top 3 that's going to be getting through to the upper bracket. And if you need to know, have a look at the format, anyone, !PEC in chat. That will get you through to the link to the website, and that will explain a little bit more, better than me. Anyway, that obviously what to expect when it comes down to the upper bracket, what we're looking at for the next stages. Because I said, this is round of 16. Upper bracket, though, it consists over 2 days, but obviously there'll be, sorry, not 2 days. Yeah, we'll go over 2 days, but we have the upper and lower bracket. And obviously, if you qualify set ways, depends on who you fight, etc. And it depends on who's in that bracket with you. But !PEC, and that should get you a link to that chat.
Looks like we're having a bit of an early contest from Team Woo and FT as they're trying to collapse up on top of each other. So they're going to start early fight going on. And Biz going for the spray. Fuzzface going to get the knock onto Snapbacks, and now Fuzzface is going to try to see if he can't get the 2-piece. And they both trade about even damages now. Ibiza is going to get the nade knock onto Gleb and the flush onto Snapbacks, as now they are going to be turning the tides of this fight onto FT. Woo, one of the strong teams in chat, everyone is saying is going to definitely be the ones to advance top 3. Flush comes out onto Gleb, as now they are taking the fight straight to them, as it seems like FT was collapsing up on top of Nixie. Looks like now FT down to 2.
Right sides, good player. And Zubla, a very strong duo. But yeah, one of the teams I definitely want to come across is the Woo. Definitely one of my favourites. I can say that. I don't very rarely say that. I think Fuzzface being a pick for them is going to be huge for this team. They're great. Nixie, though, does wrap his way around. It'd be obviously also looking to try and close things down. And we find the final player, though, for our Fairy Tale. Again, a team which actually historically has done really, really well when it comes to Miramar. So I think they'd be disappointed if they've come across a little bit of a powerhouse early. They're a bit late game. Nixie, though, trying to bait through, and they do go for the sprays, and no spray. They are going to go down and out. Unfortunately, though, we do see our Fairy Tale out in 16th place. Early death for such a strong team. And I can't even keep saying that, guys. It's so strong, this lobby. This is what I've been a little bit excited inside, waiting for this one as well. Because as I said, we got the NA last night, we got the NA again tonight, and I got this wonderful EU mix in the middle. And wow, Woo showing us already what they got. A fan favourites though out there. So looks like they've already got 4 kills on the board.
Oh, absolutely massive for them. And as you said, this seems like a very stacked, very strong lobby. And more so towards like the NA side, it's a little more, you have the unknown teams, teams that, first time making it this far, best of 16, that are mixed in with the very strong teams. You got Third Eye, you got Sakura Zinzen, you got Mercy Gaming, who is a newer team, or just not newer team, but picked up by an org rather, versus all the the little teams, the guys that no one really hears about. Meanwhile, in EU, you have like very strong stacked lobby with a lot of very well battle tested teams.
Yeah. Again, it's a different play styles. One thing I really like when I cast across regions is actually the different play styles that we see, because there is, when you look at how teams compete, when you look at how they actually get involved and work across, it is really different. I've not done as much APAC as I'd love to. I want to try and do a bit more APAC because, again, they bring another dynamic towards PUBG. And for one game, 3 different regions, 3 different ways of playing, it's always good. Uber left Na'Vi. Yes, Uber did leave Na'Vi after the last event. And now he sits himself with Exalt. And then, obviously, Exalt lost Ferris. And now they went for Na'Vi. So, again, you can type !Exalt in chat. That will give you the names of the players, etc. But, yeah, Uber, I think, is a strong pickup. We're not quite seeing him just yet. We're not having a look at after all here, as they are positioning themselves quite long over this stretch, and I'm just trying to scout for information here, and information will be gained. First face though, kind of a hit and run as they take the compound a little bit further down towards those crossroads. As we will have the church in sight. We are seeing on Zen, he's coming down around, so Skew's already there. So they do position themselves nicely. I'll be surprised for them not to take the high ground, but they are pushing themselves a little bit further down. Let's wait for the zone to go. It's phase number 1, game number 1. And there is only one day. But hey, it is going to be a good day. Zone's about to pop. Where will it go? It's going to donut that, give or take. It's nice and up. No surprise really for most of these teams. So they already position themselves here, expecting the zone to fall down. That it can play a few different ways from this one high. So we're going to see a little bit of a change. I think we might see a couple of collapses from the 2-2 split. And this next one's a little bit of a roll of the dice because, yeah, it could pull down towards this sort of south side, but it has the capability of going north as well.
Definitely. As we saw yesterday, the zones were absolutely brutal. People setting up and preparing it, expecting a zone to go one way, and then just hard shifts the complete opposite side of the zone. So it'll be very interesting to see how these teams decide to play this out. But as you said, it is very good that these teams do have these little splits going into the earlier zones as we watch to see how they decide to handle the zone centering up and deciding if they're going to, collapse on those splits or if they're going to continue to try to hold them, because as we saw yesterday with PAS, those heavy splits, high risk, high reward, but for a lot of the teams that managed to hold them properly, it was very rewarding for them indeed.
It's going to be very rewarding. So I'll see in a doozy. Don't worry, because he's in chat at the moment, so I do worry. Hopefully he's not giving anything away. Maybe he's taking a cup of tea. He's taking a Rosie Lee. But they're looking on WLA. WLA is a strong team, a new team. We live again. For me, guys, one to watch. Keep an eye on this team. Definitely keep an eye on this stream. We need a map stream. So do I. 100%. Do see, mate. You're kidding me off, bro. And then tell in chat now. And even if it's lies, mate, you're going to have everyone rioting when it comes down to one of the map stream. Question mark, though, definitely fan favourite, as you mentioned. Big scene on the main stage, and they're grinding their way back up here. But a very solid team. Where we get some teams sort of change rosters, change dynamics. It is a team we don't see really change that much. Super solid. They would like to play high ground. They're happy to rotate, and again, a team which you're consistently going to see them getting towards that late game, and yeah, they're going to get there with some kills as well.
Absolutely, they're definitely the team that I'm watching out for. As it is, besides the Woo, I think question mark is the team that I've seen a lot more of inside of the major events. And that's only the really team that I noticed out of this lobby, with this being my first time in EU. So looking forward to see how they decide to play these late games, as a bit of a fight's going to break out between Against All Odds and Win, as they're going to try to take this compound away from them. Marcus pushed up very aggressively. He is away from his team as they're holding a bit of an anchor position, but he is
Oh
going to
my
find the knock onto
days.
Layosh, and he's going to get the second onto Extinct. And
Oh,
he is
first.
going to find that
Done.
flush, and he goes for a third onto Haruzen. Now it is just one up for Win as Kiwizi is going to try to get the nade. Nice damage onto him, causing him to have to back off just a little bit. But the fact that he was able to find 3 right off the rip there, very massive for them. Oh, third party
days.
from Pod. Marcus having to fall off and reset. Massive play for him. Absolutely beautiful for against all odds.
Huge play. Huge play. Fun fact, I designed Win or Dice logo. It's not keeping them alive at the moment, though, because they are getting picked apart. Marcy Jones destroys them. One-man army. And look at this. Marbo, huge player. Marcy's huge player. Kino, Silence really backing his way. He does a bit of casting. I love that guy. This whole team is a fun favourite. Now making a play in, though. You'd expect Win or Die to be on the defence here. Extends, though. He's getting knocked again, so he's now putting another one down. Uber, as you can see in the kill feed, does get confirmed. So Uber, yes, is not with Navi anymore. He is sitting with Exalt. Exalt, again, a good team that gets himself here. Zone's going to shift. It does go towards that sort of top side, in towards the Sandstorm itself. And a lot of these teams, and I think we're going to see a full commitment as yet. Marbo and the guys that get in the car, they're going to push themselves over. They're going to play in towards this bottom side.
No, but they got to be careful though. It looks like they have a team rotating right behind them. It's going to be a very difficult push and a difficult hold for a lot of these teams, especially the teams sitting inside the Sandstorm. If they get pushed up on top of one another, it's going to be very interesting to see how they decide to play that. But it looks like against all odds, looking to try to clear out this warehouse, find the last member of Win, as Exalt is in the corner, in the smoke, just trying to hold on for dear life. Headshot comes into play. He goes down to very low HP as the rest of All In is pushing in. And a beautiful nade from Silers is going to find the last member of Win or Die, and they are going to be eliminated in 15th.
It is going early. Question mark making a push. They might be trying to get on the back side of this compound, though. All the hard work done from the buy side. So spins around. Obviously, him and Marvo came late. They pushed out from Picardo a little bit later into this one. They're going to need to try and get the res here. They are holding the anchor player higher up as a doozy. Is trying to gain as much information as possible. He's in a good position here. He can potentially stop any kind of push back from all, trying to close them out of the compound, because we know this team has already been aggressive on one team. There's nothing to say they'll potentially go aggressive back the other way, as they'll be looking to farm some kills and get some early points on.
Very interesting. As we say here, now we're going to switch the fight on over to Wu versus as they're going to be trying to take this fight on top of them. Wu, after getting a nice little squad wipe and picking off a flush from a different team, it looks like they're going to try to see if they can't stack up their kills even further, as they're going to try to take Church. And never mind, they're going to opt to relocate back off of that fight, as it was not looking like it was going to change to go into their favor there. They're going to fall off and rotate on out away from that, get into a better position inside of zone.
I think some of this is based upon zone, right? The ridge, now sometimes we see this sort of compound being played, we see that ridge getting played, and teams can really capitalize up by pushing on them and playing it over towards that church. With that zone going away, that's the right call for Wu for me. It's disengaged, move further afield. Diffic's already got himself an AWM. That kid's mechanically insane. So give that guy a bolty is going to be a one to watch. And that's why I think they're disengaging. They're going to be looking to try and take the kill here. Question mark though. Let's get the reses though, and we are seeing against all odds. All are trying to hunker themselves down. Marbo, the cheeky player, as he always is now going to climb his way up and in towards that higher side. I suppose the new warehouse is not quite new anymore, are they, guys? They've been here for a while, but I do like some of the creative angles we see. Question mark though. They are sitting on the firm outside now. For me, high. Got to focus our attention back on the solo player, because they can't really get a doozy down here without getting caught, and he's already picking up kills on the other side though, so it might be the call now to play across to them, play around, maybe come on the back of that knock and then take that ridgeline on that east hand side of zone.
Absolutely. Very, very beautiful play. Very beautiful call for them to fall off that fight versus All In and try to go take this positioning away from AA, as now they're going to get that opening knock and rotate on back. And that ridge line is going to have perfect LOS into the entirety of the zone, as it has high ground and it is holding the eastern side. So they won't really have to worry about anyone coming in behind them as blue is closing. But now they just got to take this hill, this little dip, this nice little ridge line away from AA, and QM will be sitting in a very, very beautiful position.
This is hard though. This is hard because they've just lost the zone here, high. So yes, they might be trying to push themselves in, but into what cost? How long are they going to hold this one out until they get caught from the zone? Looks like After Orcs want nothing to do with it. As I mentioned before, these guys want to take later fights, and they're getting caught here. Goosery goes down though after the spay from Brest. Brest puts down the Orc. They are really down some numbers. I think they're going to try and hide out, try and figure somewhere to survive, but there isn't be too much left, as After All go for a full send. It might be looking for the shack, and we all know where the gunshots go though. It'd be straight to the doors. The rest line themselves up. Pod pick up one, and Hakatori though lays down the other. GG's Pods. They pick up After All. They're going to take themselves down. 13th place for them. And we now get the Overwatch here on Exalt with that 2-2 split. Very strong compound, but now it's on the outside edge.
Definitely. And the Exalt being the team that everyone seemed to look at, as Uba did get the trade from Na'Vi onto Exalt, and it was a 1-for-1 switch off of Exalt. I forget the name of the person that was it I can't pronounce this name. Yakuri? Oh my gosh.
Who are we going for?
Yagatori. Yeah, is that the ones who? Yeah, and it definitely good to see that it was a nice clean trade. You know, no hard feelings, no bitterness towards either of the teams as they got the trade. Because as you look towards the NA side of things with the trade of with Mime, you definitely notice inside of the AWS within all of the tournaments that they play, it seems like there's maybe just a bit of trolling between the two teams when they run into each other, between LG and Sonics. But it's definitely good to see that team trades over here in EU are definitely a lot more more open-hearted.
I don't know about that, mate. I don't know. We've seen him in the scrims. But you talk about Veristo for Exalt to Na'Vi, and Na'Vi obviously taking Uber. I think Uber's a big pick for them. I think Uber's a big pick. So definitely for me, if you don't know Exalt, definitely want to watch for this one. I think the expectations are looking good though. We're getting a knockout the sky though. As Phil Firsto won't be able to put boots on the ground though. But Best and Dante are here. Now rocking though. New G. They're going to be able to unfortunately lose one. So on the other side, looks like Levy's trying to take a fight though against the Woo. Ibby is on the other side, but Best says no, I need another kill on the board. And he'll deny that one. Quick kill, quick confirm, and question mark, racking up some kill points already.
Yeah, very good. As they did lose 2 inside of that E pickup, they lost some numbers, and then they immediately turned the fight onto the team that took out their numbers. So very good on them. As massive damage coming in from Ibiza, but it is going to be. I can't even begin to try to pronounce that. Prodvini?
Right, we just go Prods. Ibby though, strong player, mate. Strong player. But look at the split here on the map, right? We've got Ibby down on this sort of west-hand side. But Nixie and the boys, are they further afield? They're holding the south, though. In between them is a huge dippy. Very, very hard to play. I don't think we're going to see Ibby maybe collapse himself back. On the other side of the zone, no, as the zone has left, though. WLA. We live again. They are sending some big shots. Vorpal Sword, though. I know is PWD putting some hits on himself, though, against Scav. And then he's going to be able to lay up here. But this is a very difficult area. No matter what happens for both of these teams, they need to push in from this. And there's open terrain down towards, I suppose, the Exalt compound hold. They've not had to move just yet. And surely they'll be the ones capitalizing up on anyone who comes out this one alive.
Absolutely. So whoever wins this fight, they're going to have to take this as fast as they can, take the win and absolutely run, try to get into better positioning for the next zone, as a bit of damage is going to come out from that Molly. They're going to be able to get a couple of knocks for the trades. And WLA is now going to have to try to hold off and Exalt. It looks like they're going to try to capitalize on this. And third party, as the teams are going to have to make their way out of the blue.
Oh, he wraps his way around nearly. But we are Sosto does get down and out, and we're going to see those boys eventually fall. Again, major match smokes, not much left in this compound. Again, bit of ensured destruction on the inside. Vorpal Sword, though, have lost 2, though. As Neighbor and WPD are down. Laser himself and Pod has got Hakatori, though, but the extension over. Oh, look, as much as I like the update to these shacks, right, they are a bit OP if you can get in them. You're very limited how you can get into them, and these teams just will wait until you get close enough to the window or close enough to the door, and they will unleash. Diffix, though, mentioned before, this kid mechanically is insane. Watch this name when it comes down to the main stage. Let alone he's got an A-dub in his hands. I have to wait and see how he unleashes that one, though. But huge split from the Woo. They are looking good. They're looking the conquerors from the south at the moment.
And looks like it was funny because they recently did just leave that fight versus VS, and now it looks like they're collapsing on top of that fight, trying to capitalize on it, see if they can't manage to get a nice little cheeky peek to take some points and take that side of the zone away from them, as it is going to be Zen that is going to be eliminated as well in 10th place.
Oh,
As I say that, there goes We Live Again or We Live Again.
We live again. I keep saying we live again. That team is stacked. WLA are a stacked team. I think they've got the zone just didn't really help them out there. They had to push their way in. It was a bit of a result of that one though. Exalt, Uber has again been a very much conversation in chat. Fate, they're pushing themselves forward. Marbo is down, and I think that molly will be enough to confirm. The rest of them though a little bit further afield. Have a little peekaboo over the top. No smokes will be a little bit of a sore spot. As here comes a nade. Kino, one player for them. As they have to try and hold out. And Uber taking the long distance shot. But this side of the zone is horrible. Want to get a bit of space. We're losing these numbers because we have just hit the point pot now. With 8 teams remain, 23 left on the board. There's a bit of freedom of movement. Some people can get their head above the bunker. Look at that VIS on the far side. You can see there was a mortar being settled. I wonder where that one's going to lay up if it does get launched.
Oh man, it's nothing but open terrain here, and that it would be very interesting to see some knocks coming out from the mortar. Definitely going to turn the tide of fights for a lot of teams. It could be like the make or break for a team. You know, if all in is gets pushed here, and if they manage to get a couple of knocks onto them.
Uber's insane players. We've got 2 kills on the board. Pod looking. They're wrapping their way around, but Kino, as a solo, is playing ball, though. I love this from the EU. We see a lot more of the SD nade stacked up with blue zone straight after. Get a bit of splashdown with that nade and hammer it home with a blue zone, though. Kino refusing to go down pod. Now, as I said, they want to go at this. Having a little sneaky peek around the outside edge, so Kino unable to really get as more than he'd want. But another nade comes in, and how did he survive out on that one? He's running out of util. Kino does get one on the molly. Now he's making the push, going to use the smokes to his advantage. He's going to whip through, though, put another kill on the board, and the smoke is dissipating. He needs to pick up these final couple of players, though. He's going to use the smoke again, wrap around the outside. There's a re-knock, though, as it does get hard on the outside. Look at the drop it. He goes down. Unfortunately, his Exalt bleeding. But unfortunately, AOL, they're unable to, I suppose, clutch up in the very end there.
Very, very good push from him as he was trying to maybe collect a couple more points. Just unfortunate he did not see them at the edge of smoke before it was too late. Nice little clutch up for them to be able to pick up the knock and then rotate on in. As now it is going to be Newgate pushing in onto Viz. Massive damage from Lito onto Wabuki, last member up, and now Newgate is going to get eliminated in 7th place, and they will be able to reset and get their knocked members up.
Zone getting smaller. Teams dropping them down. Diffix, though. AWM keeps aiming that top side. Let's get those kills. On the outside, though. Happiness. They're now trying to hold out Exalt. I feel this is so hard now for Exalt to get in. There's hard cover, and there's Pod obviously sneaking their way around on that east-hand side of the zone. Nice deployable shield. See a lot more on the EU side of things, though, but I feel like he's going to bleed out. Has Happiness dropped the ball? They'll even know someone's there. No need, though, is Exalt will take 6th place. A hard fought on the east, but it's going to be the end of their journey for game number 1.
And just as Happiness is going to try to rotate on out, he will get picked up by VS as he was just trying to make his way out of that chat, get into better positioning with the rest of his team. I think VS and Woo, they have very strong positions here. They have the uphill advantage on a lot of these teams trying to make their way into this next phase of the zone. And like you said, Diffix with that is going to be absolutely massive as he's just picking up knock after flush, giving the Woo even more pill. Oh, nice headshot from Temet, but it's going to be a nice little trade from Keeter as well, keeping him from being able to finish off that person.
Good knock. I like the whip, though. Ibby, Diffix, though, they're kind of teaming up now as they are on the other side, though. Nixie looks like he's covering that sort of south side. Diffix might be out of ammo. He does get a wonderful spray on the first, nearly going for the second, though. But Ibby's there to send Keta home after that little rotation in. That compound, it looks like the corner of it's in, so a bit of a hard rotation for them. But, geez, I wouldn't want this team holding me out on the outside. You know they're going to be target acquired here.
Absolutely, as Woo seems like they're just absolutely dominating the lobby, picking up 10 kills already. They did lose Fuzzface pretty early on, but that has not stopped them from absolutely destroying the lobby. And it's going to be a very difficult push for Happiness and Viz as Woo is looking down on them, and they're just not letting any teams get any breathing room here as they're just sending shots at absolutely everybody that they have LOS on.
Yep, it is 10 kills on the board. And definitely worth mentioning the zone. As you can see on the bottom side of your map there, it's not really anything to play, in the sense the teams will now work their way on the outside edge. It's phase number 7, so there is expectation that everyone will just try and send it last minute. Vorpal Sword trying to make their play towards that ridge just in front of him, as the Wu have the high side. They are the king of the castles when it comes down to this zone. It's going to be about picking the targets and picking them off one at a time. Also want to know, Pod though got a huge play over the roads here. They've got to make a decision which way they go. My logic will go play towards Happiness. We can already see that in the backside though. Pod are taking the shots, so puts him down for a 1. And Zibby is just having an overlook here. And Nixie, he looks like he's trying to play in and try and capitalize on that Vorpal Sword push in.
Absolutely. That would be a very massive capitalization on top of them, as now Pod is going to turn their sights onto Happiness, and Happiness will get eliminated in 5th place, as now it looks like the Wu is splitting their forces. They're just absolutely trying to take the fights to absolutely everyone, keeping everybody out on the outskirts of the zone, making sure that they let nobody pushing in, as Defix and Nixie are going to just be staring at Viz as they're just trying to make their way out of the God compound.
This is all about, this is what I love about Miramar. You got to play on your feet. I like the open terrain. I like that you got to be creative when it comes down to the play. 10 kills on the board though. They know that sort of targets they go, but we are top 4 now, people. Vorpal Sword with a 3, Pod with a 2. The Wu have got a 3, and they lost Fuzzface a little bit earlier on. And then VIS are now with a 2 themselves. Strong could be anyone's game. You know, a lot of the chat might be leaning towards the Wu. I really don't want to count out Pod though. They had worked hard to get to their position. I think if they time it right, Pod could be a huge issue for any of these teams coming in. You can really see him laying shots though. Pin lays down that mini, followed by that nade to be looking to try and get that confirm up. And the Wu again just chipping away at the zone, working their way down towards what they think is going to be their chicken dinner.
I want to say I'm going to give this to the Wu here, as they have very strong positioning here. But like you said, they could be almost taking Defix down to about a little underneath half HP. But it is going to be Pod that's going to be the thorn in the sides of all of these teams, as pretty much have the perfect sightline. But Ibiza getting a beautiful knock. No, he didn't get the knock. It was Pin that actually got it and steals the flush right out. Or not steal, but he took the point right away from
He stole
Wu.
it. He stole it.
Wow, just absolutely last second. But now Pod putting some shots onto Wu. Nixie's going to go down to Pin. Pin absolutely owning with that mini, as he's just going to keep taking shots, going to try to secure the flush, as Nixie was trying to play for that information to see where on Earth Pod was shooting from. Now Wu down to 2, as they look like they were the strongest team into this fight. Now they're going to try to turn their tides onto Pod, as they are going to try to knock them out of the bottom of the zone.
This is going to go down towards the zone. He'd be there. I think he peeked over, and I think he thought he got the knock, and it was like, hold on, that wasn't me. And hold on, Pod then stole it. Pin being a cheeky devil and bursting that bubble slightly. Now the Wu find themselves a little bit in a tough spot, as eventually the end of the road comes down. The Wu will take 4th place, but a huge game for them. Wu down and out. I think there's a lot of modes coming out, but we are seeing, I said, Pod are the undersides here. They were the ones chipping away on the other side. They got a wonderful ridge, so Vorpal Sword they're going to have a look. The Nabat lays down some heavy fire, puts Pin down with an instant flush. He's going for him. He should be able to pick up the extra point, and our Pod from a strong 2 find themselves now a Vorpal Sword 3-man potentially rolling in on them.
Absolutely. Unfortunate for Pod. It seems like the maybe taking out Wu hurt them more than it helped them here, as they did get the kill points, but now they don't have a team that's holding these other two sitting from pushing up on top of them. So now the VS and Viz are now free to move as they want, as they no longer have to worry about that team sitting on the northern side of zone.
Sneaky around the corner we go, and Pod says goodbye. As VIS though, it's a 3v1. Surely it's a Vorpal Sword. For all those that slapping those Vorpal Sword emotes in chat. Let's see if they can hold out as a 1-man. We've seen some crazy things happen though. What an outstanding spray. Down to a 1. The continued push is going to come here. They can't allow him to get a med. It should be a deny. And it is. Winner chicken dinner. Vorpal Sword open up PEC. Round of 16s. GG's. Only 8 kills though, high. But actually, generally speaking, a good start towards this one. But there is no shocks there. Look at that match stats, though. The Wu. 10 kills. Damage, though, 18 with 5 assists on the board as well.
What an absolutely massive game for both Pod and the Woo, as they seemed like they were the teams definitely to beat there, as they were holding very strong positions just inside the zone. But Pod taking out the Woo on the northern side of the zone definitely seemed like it opened it up for the other teams that were kind of stuck on the outskirts to activate and absolutely punish Pod as they were holding the southern edge.
Yeah, it was a bit of a punishment. Obviously, I was hoping they're going to go to the next screen, but they're not. But yeah, the Woo, obviously, their road kind of run out, didn't it? They kind of got caught slightly as they were working their way down off that higher ground. And as they chipped away, I think they chipped away a little bit too much. But winner, chicken dinner, though, Vorpal Sword, though, will pick game number 1. And it's a good game. Look, 18 points is nothing to be shied away from. Now, worth noting, obviously, yes, we are live here, but we are being told the leaderboard, though, is not quite working correctly. They are trying to work to fix it as best they can, as quickly as they can. If I can get the information, I'll get it plugged in towards my API and get stats back out to you guys as quickly as possible. The Woo, big play for them. 4th place, though, with 10 kills. Obviously, in Pod, 2, Hackatorian Pin, insane play. So, good game number 1. What we are going to do, though, I'm being told to get them ready for game number 2, and we are going to go. Jeez, look at that hair. Wheelix, I cut my hair off, mate. It's gone, mate. It's all gone. I'm just trying to figure it out. But yeah, much love. Not seen you in a while. Let's take a quick break, though, as I go sort my hair out thanks to Wheelix. And I'll see you guys in a match number 2. Welcome back, everyone. It is PEC Fall. My name is Mark. This is High. We are trying to cover the round of 16. Don't forget, though, we are looking for a top 8 here. But the first, second, and third that qualify after our best of 8 will go through to the upper bracket, and then a 4th to 8 are going to go through towards our lower bracket. Now, lucky enough in the production, thank you very much for all the guys and girls out there that are working behind the scenes. They have actually updated our leaderboard for us, so we do have some scores on the doors. Let's chat leaderboard, because after that game, I felt like we saw a lot of the woo, right? There was a lot of the woo going on. They were farming their kills, they were getting some things. Look, surprisingly, obviously, they're hitting on that second place, unable to get that chicken dinner. They're only 4 points away, as they are on 14 points at the moment. 10 of those came from kills. A statement that was laid out there from the Woo. Vorpal Sword sitting in the top spot. Good game for them. Well disciplined and I suppose underestimated team. PWD, he's cracked that player. And like I think, unfortunately, they went out a little bit earlier, but the team was still able to deliver the chicken dinner.
Absolutely, very massive play for Vorpal Swords here. They, they kind of played their cards. Waited to activate there, as it was Pod that really helped them to get that win and to pick up the last of those kills to try to take the dub away from the Woo. As Pod eliminated the Woo sitting on the northern side of the zone. So very interesting to see how they're going to try to come back, maybe hold off on another W, or see if they're going to actually come back into a later state.
Well,
But.
I was talk about later state, mate. We're later state. We're late for the plane, mate. We're rushing. We're being called to the gate. Oh, he's big, mate. I'm too busy doing my hair. Thanks to Weedix. Let's go in. It's going to be game number 2. Let's roll, people. No in-flight meal for me this time. I need to update the number because it is actually game number 2, not game number 1. But it is our final Miramar for our PEC Fall 2023 for our round of 16. This is the final one to place. That plane path, though, is a southwest, all out towards the north central. And again, thank you very much, everyone, obviously working behind the scenes. There's always technical blips anyway, and this is why they get the community cast in, because we're able to try and figure a few bits and pieces out. Touch wood, we don't get any more. I think I've just jinxed myself there, High. But we'll wait and see. Plane's done and dusted. Players are out. Expectations. Come on, people. Get your predictions in chat. Who is going to take game number 2?
Game number 2. Let's see here. I'm feeling top 4 teams. I'm going to say question mark is going to be in the top 4. All is going to be in there, as well as the Woo. And I'm going to give the last spot to Win. I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give it to Win.
Let's go. Win or
I'm
die.
going to say that's going to be our top 4. Absolutely.
Well, Zone has popped. It's gone for the middle. I do like it. Same old, same old. We are actually getting a little bit of an EYG versus our Zen. A bit of a 2v3. Jacob, though, sits right in the middle. Could cause some issues. I actually really like this area. Oasis, though, you don't always see too much action. I've had a couple of wonderful end zones here, and they're always good because people are thinking their feet. We don't have a lot of data around end zones here as well. So if you loot, great. If you find yourself crashed on this one, you're going to be careful. Scav, though, went out a little bit early for the team. Again, this is a huge team. Squeaky, I think, went out also early for them, or earlier, should I say, than normal. And Squeaky, I jinx him and he goes straight up. I'm so sorry, bro, because you are a crap player. Oh my days! Just missing. It's like he shot the RPG out of the air. As Scav says, no, I can't believe he put Squeaky down. He is saved from that one.
Oh, absolutely. That could have been a very deadly Panzerfaust. Can you shoot Panzerfaust out of the air? I didn't know that was a feature.
Don't ruin my moment. Yes, you can. No, I don't think you can.
Oh, okay.
I think you hit the tree.
I had no idea. That's actually amazing. Okay, well, a bit of a cast is cursed there for poor Squee, as he just got eliminated very early on inside of this fight. Jacob, in a very aggressive position here, as he is surrounded by all members of Zen. Seeing how he's going to try to play this one out is going to be very interesting. At the least, is Looks like they're going to try to back off a little bit. Maybe they got the information that one is flanking behind them, going for a bit of a wraparound. So they're trying to hold off and play it a little slow. See how they decide to act inside of the situation. Oh, but the spray comes through as Zav is going to try to push in. Panzerfaust in hand, and it's going to be a knock onto Jacob with another Panzerfaust. Didn't waste the second one. He said, you shoot one at me, I'm shooting one right back at you. And they are going to get an even trade, 1-for-1.
Yeah, and they actually got a knockback as well. Now taking the long distance. Small talk will get tapped out this one. Like, oh, there's more Panzer. This is a Panzer City. Jeez Louise. But yeah, 100% shoot a Panzerfaust at me. I'm sending one straight into the bar. GG's on that one, though. And EYG, I think they're going to cut loose and go, that's it. I'm done. I've had enough of this one. I'm going to sit myself on the outside and pray we see you guys later on in the field. But with 2 remaining, I think they're going to be playing solos now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to try to play solos as they're just way too spread apart to try to see if they can't make something happen against them. But it looks like a little crash from Pod onto Viz. 2 of the teams ending in the top 4 last game, getting into a bit of an early fight. It's going to be... Gonna see what's gonna happen, and it looks like it's gonna be Pod. They're gonna opt to rotate out and away from Viz. They said that we're not gonna take that 2v4. We're gonna go reconvene with our teammates and try to see if we can't push into zone S. Oh, good thing they got out when they did. Sandstorm coming overhead.
That's the only advantage with that Sandstorm, though. You can use it to evacuate, right? You can use it to get out of there.
That's it. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a good piece of good addition for nice little rotates out of very sticky situations, as it is going to be a crash from Win onto We Live again. Massive damage coming out onto Extends. Layoff's going to get knocked out by Qwizzy, as Hoba going to get a 2-piece onto Haruzen, as now they are, it's a what, 3v2? As, oh, beautiful knock from iZoom. It looks like We Live again are turning the tide of this battle onto Win. Going to be very interesting to see how the last member of Win is going to try to take this fight. Qwizzy in a bit of an anchor position, a little bit of a ways away from his team.
Yeah, Quizzy not really up here on this one. Win or Die not having the best start though towards this Miramar. Again, I would be seeing that I'll be sending out quite early though. Sosto going for a send at the moment. Trying to do the drive by Drakenov. We know it hits hard, mate. This close. It will clean that lid off within this distance range. We'll have to wait and see. They're still having a look round though. Quizzy's backing his way around as the ump though does hit. Will hit firm, but the final player though kind of feel like he's in one situation, or it's going to be very hard for him to get out of here. He's going to have to fight his way out, I feel.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Quizzy, as he's going to send a flashbang at them, and it's going to be the spray from
beeps as well.
Soast. And he's just going to start honking his horn at him, and that is going to be Win or Die getting eliminated. Well, there goes one of my 4 predictions. Here's hoping the other 3 can hold out.
That'd be a gambling, man, all right? I'll have to wait and see. Exalt, we are looking with Art at the moment. We'll see what does the squad again. They picked some really good spots, though. I don't know if they know catchers in the compound as well, because Art is just having a little scout further afield here. So he's laying low. I think he's in one of these positions that you don't expect someone to be in, right? So if you run around here, yeah, Fate might though roll up onto that hillside as they are trying to scout for information. Exalt are a team that will go farm information. They won't just sit tight in a compound. They won't hide out. They will try and continue to gain as much as they can. BIS though, they're down to a 2, so I guess it has to be cautious, but it is a movement versus risk and rewards, I suppose, to speak, is just sit tight maybe and pray that someone doesn't pick you out.
It's going to be very awkward if Exalt decide to wrap around that building and they just... You're absolutely right. I would not be expecting a team or anybody to be sitting just outside my building just waiting, especially out in the open. You definitely could get punished if any team decides to peek over a ridge and sees them holding outside that building. So they're going to have to be very careful, as Keta is just kind of sitting there waiting to see what happens.
It's going to be a bit of a sit and wait watch. This is the EU. Welcome, hi to EU. We sit, watch, we wait, we listen. We take as much information in, and then it goes mad during that mid to late game. After all, though, taking a few stab shots himself. And Fairy Tail, fortunately, took a seat early on the game number 1. So I think they'd be a little bit more cautious, should I say, game number 2, because you can't have really back-to-back throwaway games. Every one of these teams fought their way here so far, so they don't want to throw it away on that round of 16, because this is the last open qualifier section. Start moving into the upper and lower brackets, so wait and see. Question mark though, they put up on the outside edge of zone. They'll be looking to farm some information and all. Now, one of your predictions though, they're moving their way in, and just above this sort of graveyard area, I think they're hoping for this zone to pull back this way.
And that's a very good pull. Very good chance that pull might happen over to them. So good on them for getting that early rotation in and trying to take, positioning into where they think the next zone is going to be. Oh, but it looks like Exalt did spot out Keta as he got the knock and flush onto Uba. And now they are well aware of where he's sitting, and they're just going to start slowly collapsing on top of him. Keta sitting in a very, very precarious situation indeed, as now he's going to have to try to fight off 2 more members. But I don't think they have the information that he's hiding behind one of those hay bales. It's probably a safe bet, very, very common spot for teams to see. But Molo going for the jump, doesn't notice it, but Keta takes the shots a little too soon as they go for the push across. Flashbang comes into play as they're going to try to wrap around. There's going to full blind one of them. He's going to get the first opening knock. He goes for the reload, and he has 12 bullets left to try to make something happen onto Art, as now it is a 1v1, and Art is going to find Keter, and now he is going to secure his point and get Exalt back up to a 3-man.
It was all about the ammo in the chamber. I think you saw it. Then he had that kind of like whiff spray and put him down to like 10 shots, and it was just a matter of time. Keter, being the snake in the grass, or snake in the sand, should I say, he did pick up Uber, and Exalt find themselves now down to a 3. They should be able to get that res themselves, so should be all okay. Seeing happiness though, on a little bit further is split though. 45 seconds before we see our phase number 2. I think this is going to be the telltale sign of where this zone's going, where we're going to expect our final Miramar to lay. So wait and see this one. But yeah, nice little, nice bit of scout of information. I'll just try to farm as much as they can.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the EU side of things definitely have a lot of very smart, very, very talented players when it comes to like just gathering information. They like to gather as much as they can before they try making a move onto a different team, which definitely makes them a very deadly combination for them when they come into the greater scheme of things inside of the events. A bit of a rotate out from Exalt, or sorry, All, as they look like they're trying to take some little peek onto After Alt. Zone though, hard shift over to the far west side of zone, as the bet onto Graveyard seems to just barely miss out.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have them out to the east. There's a bit of divide there. If I look at the map, you can see a divide between the teams. There's a set of teams that are going, like, it's going back to where we sort of was before. The others, though, playing towards that sort of east-hand side. I will say recently, especially in this last patch, as a caster, I've seen a lot more trending zones, the same styles, so not on the same spot on the end so much high, but same style ending, same kind of area, give or take. And I'm starting to see teams also pick up these trends and also find themselves finding themselves in and around the area though. Talk about in the area though, and that is Fairy Tail, as they will use the card just to slam, and they don't even go up, they just shoot their way through. That is painful, but the bus is a heavy hitter.
Absolutely, and there's not much that he could have done there, as he was in a very slow-moving vehicle. He was not going to be able to outrun AA as they were driving him down, so getting out was his only option, but just was a little too close to that bus as they used it to just to knock him and flush him, and they just kept smooth running on through to the next portion of the zone.
Yeah, that's the best sum of a hit and run as I can find, if I'm honest with you. Because he literally hit the run, got out of the car, run into him, and destroyed and delete. Happiness though, still get the look back at those guys. They are now overlooking. Just again trying to gather information. Pod though is a neighbouring fan, and we know they aren't always the nicest of neighbours, because they will chip away, and if you're in an area which Pod wants, they will come and conquer it. So just need to be cautious. How much room do you give that team? Question mark. They moved into that Exalt building from that last game. Petrogorage is clear though against All. Phase number 2 though, I think again Marbo is just scouting for information. We know he's going to be making the call actually where do they want to position themselves for the late game. Looks like they might have a target acquired, and we'll be surprised for All now to rotate down and round and pick up that compound on the other side of the road.
Yeah, I'm definitely noticing there are definitely more so teams that are, you don't want to give them any wiggle room. You don't want to let them be able to act upon you. I'm noticing that from All. I'm noticing that from Woo. I'm also noticing that from Pod. You don't want to give those teams the opportunity to rotate on top of you, to get that information, and then to act upon it as fast as they like to.
WLA, go for a send. Used to reach really nicely, that little sand dune on the other side of the road. That's enough really to provide a doozy, the denial of the ability to shoot. So able to get himself in. I feel first there has a good amount of height. He will become a centre of attention for these teams around, and with all the noise being made, he's going to have to jump his way back down into the compound. So question mark. They are going to now just try and hold out. They do pick a good compound. Expectations are for me that they will play this way. But again, that just comes back to that. Recently, we've had a lot of the same style PUBG engines. I'm hoping I'm proven wrong, though.
Yeah, I mean, if anything proves it, it's definitely these two matches, and then the two Aaron Go matches yesterday for a PAS, as they literally ended in the exact same compound. Now, the question is, how many of these EU teams will realize that the zones are starting to shift in the same way and same manner as the previous match, and who's going to try to act upon that knowledge and that information first as we get ready to go into Phase 3?
Phase 3 will give us a telltale sign, and yeah, it's give or take, but it does hold on more towards that north side. Polish Power, though, with that power grid hold, they'd be all right. I'm quite surprised Kino, for all his still rotating his way down around. I thought he might have gone back to that high ground, hold that sort of northwest and gain the information over, but looks like all have fully committed now to that west-hand side of Wu. They're going to rotate their way out towards that Los Leones. That's the normal drop spot for them. They'll be hitting the crossroads. Looks like Ibi, we're on the right-hand side. I'll be looking at the compound, and again, this is the area we saw a lot of teams, we saw after all eventually to get deleted out from, as they got caught on the outside edge.
And as we're sitting here, we're watching Viz. It's going to be Tuho that's going to spot out Ibiza as they're rotating on out there. At least he hears the vehicles. Now, I do think that Polish Power has the strongest.
Nixie's crashed on him. Well, he hasn't crashed him because no, he's here.
Boy.
That's the wrong terminology. Nixie's parked up. I don't think he knows he's a sleeper here. VIS already been a punisher for a sleeper, so keep an eye on the kill feed there. Zen, see with New G, he's obviously taking the shots though over the top. New G trying to ensure that he doesn't get over, trying to ensure he doesn't use the sand dune to his advantage. He's down to 1 HP and somehow gets a blessing over towards the other side. He needs to make sure he hits that handbrake and those brakes on the other side. Doesn't knock himself over.
That was very close for them as they just rotated on through. He got down to 1L, but it's going to be Happiness that finds him regardless, and they are going to knock and thirst him immediately on the rotate on through, picking up their first kill. That'd be very interesting to see how they decide to act on this. But as I was saying earlier, I do think Polish Power has the strongest positioning inside of this zone, as now it looks like against all odds going to find out Scav, knocking and immediately thirsting him as he was just trying to make his rotate on into that bit of a dip. Very difficult situation for them on that rotate into the next zone.
Kind of like that all. It's like a Shack 2.0, the Shack plus the card or fortification on the outside. So let's see what they can do with it. They've already popped the tire, so that is a full commit over towards that side. Happiness, on the other hand, again, trying to farm, trying to get as much information. They've got the 1 kill on the boards. They've got a lot of smoke. They've got a lot of gunfights happening around them, but they've not been able to capitalize. They've not been able to get any points just of yet. So have to wait and see. Quad dose in a very strong compound. We saw an early fight there. No need for them to push. And then on the other side of the zone, we are seeing EYG. As I said, those guys were split. I'll be interested to see. I don't know if I see the key kill feed the other one went. But there is one remaining there. So I suppose Nicky is going to go down. He is the last one. So yeah, after all, though, do clear that one out. 15th place for them. That's unfortunate downfall of an early fight. That's a dropping on someone hot, going down to a 2 and eventually getting chipped away out.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But now, after all, gonna have to be very careful as now they're pushing up onto Polish Power as they're holding the other side of that mountain range. As looks like Viz managed to not get into a fight with Wu as they took his compound. He just managed to stay very quiet, very safe. But now he is lurking up right behind them, and I don't think they're aware that he is there. So he could be an absolute destroying factor to Wu as they are a heavy 2-1-1 split into this next zone.
Oh, here he comes, though. Sneaky VIS. We know they can be punishers, though, from the depths, and they try. But Diffix says, hell no. The Wu deny VIS. Getting a little bit of a freebie there. Fuzzface will live to fight.
Oh my gosh, absolutely insane reaction time from Diffix as he was only able to take 2 shots onto Fuzzface, and Diffix just immediately 180 snapped right on top of him and just immediately put him down before he could do any real damage to the Wu. So they will be able to keep their heavy split up and alive.
Diffix is so mechanically strong. So mechanically strong. If you don't know who he is as a player, you need to note down because look, I'm going to back Wu to get through on this one. High lobby or qualify for a top 8, but it's a name you just want to keep an eye on, though. Football Sword, though, I'll get number 1 winners. Just double checking off that compound. New Judo says nope. I'm going to go a little bit further afield. Not the only one there, though. They do have 3 remain, but it's a bit of a 2-1 split. They aren't taking Shaq versus Shaq. So PWD, though, he's got a little peekaboo over the top. But you can't quite spot him out. And I was about to say, it won't be long before we get Exalt shooting back towards him. So I won't be able to punish for too much longer.
Yeah, and you know, you're sitting there thinking like you clear out that shack. After you clear out that shack, you know, you molly it, you nade it, you do absolutely can to util anyone that might be lurking around it. You think, oh, it's a clear take, but it is going to be, oh my gosh, as I'm talking about that pod, getting an absolutely nasty knock onto Zoob as they are rotating on through. They're going to immediately find that flush as now Fairy Tail goes down to 2 as they're just trying to find a new place to call home inside of this next zone.
Yeah, Uber is dead. I thought they are trying to play it down. I like the little fortification. Looks like they've made an extension down the backside. There's all now put a car around the backside of it. Fairy Tail losing one bright side. Have to try and hold out big shots coming out of the car. Bounces up and down, but it isn't going to hand out. Happy to start put another kill on the board for them. I do like this new little area. For those that obviously know Miramar, with these new updates, with this like new road section, there's a couple of trucks. It's a new area to hold, shall I say. And after all, understanding the terrain well, took a bit of a risk. They rolled the dice. It really worked out for them. I feel for them if a nade comes rolling in, though. I'm not sure what I'm going to say.
Just thinking that. Oh man, I was just thinking like, man, one nade could end their day. A bit
ding,
of a
ding, 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 and then bam.
He's like bing, bing, and boom, and it's gonna absolutely take them all out. So I think for now though, they are safe from any util because any other team that's gonna push into them, they're just gonna have the same fate as Fairy Tail as they try to crash center zone. They're just gonna have everyone looking at them, sending full shots at them. So I think they're safe for the meantime until zone decides to shift, and we see where it goes if they still stay inside of their crate inside of zone, or if they're gonna have to try to rotate out, which will be a very hard push for them. Indeed.
It's a hard push, but yeah, look, again, zone, it's give or take, go in the same area. I wonder if this trend continues through, and more importantly, if the trend does continue through, these are high IQ players. When we get down to the next stages, is it the same that's going to happen? Anyway, I have to wait and see. Apologies, guys. Yeah, obviously, we're not observing. We're just in control, like you guys as well. We'll obviously thank the production team, the camera crew here as well. And they are obviously testing out the tech before the later team as well. Polish Power, they've been working their way down that north side for the first time. They give or take lose zone. So they're going to have to now shift their way in. It is match 2 though. Don't forget it's best of 8. So there are a few more games after this one. But this is our final Miramar. So it's like Polish Power do come off that top side. WLA also losing zone high. So they need to think about rotating. But it's a time now for WLA. Hold up Polish Power or make the rotate. I think it's going to be a case of try and hold them out as Polish Power. They're going to make the crash.
Oh, Polish Power going for a bit of an NA move, just absolutely full sending onto We Live again, as it's going to be Sosa to get the beautiful knock onto Nord as they are going to try to take the compound away from them. Massive damage as they are going to find the knock onto Chrono and get the flush onto Thord. Massive return fire from Keppa as Hoba is going to have to flush himself from that nade.
Oh my!
Sitting at a 2v3. Beautiful nade from iZoom, going to find the flush onto Chrono and get the knock onto Cappy. Now flushing that one out. Now is just Nor? Oh gosh, Norkis as the, oh my gosh, how did he not get squished there? Oh my gosh, I thought he just got absolutely smushed as he's gonna go for the wide swing onto WLA. Is a lot of blue zone nades, a lot of utility coming in as now the zone is gonna start closing in behind them. They're gonna have to activate fast. In the middle of all of this, Sosa's gonna go for some mortar shots onto the town, onto the compound in front of them, trying to see if they can't find a knock onto AA. What a beautiful hold from We Live again. They only managed to lose 1 there. I think that's a very good trade. 1 for 4. Very, very good for them.
That's a good, heavy hit, really. WLA, that's a hard push from Polish Power. Cappy, insane. Little wrap around the outside. Disgusting shots, putting some down. But the guys were able to hold under pressure. WLA, Live again. Now still live. And they're able to push their way in. 10 teams now remain, 34. The Wu making the push across Exalt. This is a bit of a powerhouse battle for this south side of zone, though. Exalt has got one down, Art down. He'll be chucking those nades over. He's going to look for another one, though, but he's taking punishment, though, from Happiness. There's no happiness from there, not allowing our team Wu to try and really press the attack. They are sitting back and getting some little cheeky difficts, getting those little pop shots underneath the top. And look at that on the map feed. Vorpal Sword, they're also playing it, and they want a fair party action. They back pulls up here. They're going to roll straight into this one. I don't know how much information they got. I think they're looking at the smoke going, this must be the action we've seen in the kill feed, though. A little bit of spray, and a big nade comes in from Neighbor. Picks up 2. Nixie gets the other one.
Wow, absolutely beautiful third party from VS as they just came in and stole 2 knocks away from them, and now they're going to turn their eyes to New G as they are sitting on top of them inside of that shack. Sword's a beautiful activation on that third party as now they're going to try to rotate in to take that shack away from New G as it is just 1 member up for the team. New bat going for the push in, goes for the spray, gets the thirst onto Senpaku, but the nade from Protvini is going to get the knock trade onto Nabat, and now it is just one up for New G, as now VS is going to try to push in to take that position away from him, as he is holding edge of zone.
I don't know what's got into football, sort of chicken dinner under their belt, and they're just rolling around like they're playing ranked at the moment. But they do lose the push. I'm going down some numbers. Maybe that'd be a rethink now. But Happiness, though, are now going from 1 to 7 kills quite early on. They've now been able to be in the centre of attention. Nixie, he unfortunately goes down. Diffix Snippy underneath, though. They are just having a little peekaboo down. Looks like shotgun in hand. And to be fair, I'd go shotgun if I want to try and push the woo. They are slightly split. They can hear the information, though. Both the doors are denied. Let's play peekaboo on the outside edge. Does get one as well. He goes down. Looks like a one trade. Is it a 1v1 now? This compound is not quite, though. Woo trying to play themselves in again. They're refusing to go down. Refusing to get denied. But eventually find themselves in 6th place. Unable to get into that chicken dinner spot again.
Very good hold from Happiness here, as they managed to get the reses off, and they're going to be able to reset before anyone else seems like they're going to be able to activate on top of them. They're able to hold out the woo from that aggressive push. Unfortunate that Fuzzface, as he was trying to hold the anchor position on the push, he got picked off by, I believe, question mark. So that just really hampered the woo's chances of trying to take that compound away from Happiness.
It's a tough compound to hold. Happiness, a little bit of happiness in there. They also holding up, and I was a bit surprised actually starting to rack the kills. You see teams in compounds like that only get 1 or 2 kills, and yeah, they get the chicken dinner and they look at a 12-point game. Happiness have been trying to farm information, have been trying to farm damage and knocks, and it's starting to come to fruition there. They're phase number 6. They were like 7 or 8 kills now. They are looking quite good. Let's see if they can continue to hold this one out. 5 teams remain though. We're out to go for our top 4 as WLA. Trying to play peekaboo out the other side, and question mark though with some height advantage though. They are able to get quite good shots though. Dante putting one down. I think he's going to try and go for maybe a long one, but he hasn't got the nades in situ. Hakatori though. Oh my days! Boom!
Whoa!
Someone clip that and send that to my YouTube feed.
Oh my gosh!
Disgusting.
Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful, just absolutely wiping the entire WLA team. And as we go into the final 4, it looks like I was about half right for my prediction. Question mark and Pod both within the top 4. Didn't predict that Happiness and VS would be here, but it is going to be a very hard fight for VS, as they are down to 2 in a 4v4v4. It'll be very interesting to see how they try to take this, as Zone is just going to hard shift down to the southern side, feeding it into Happiness, as these 3 teams are going to crash up on top of each other. Pod and question mark pushing on top of one another. Doozy going in for the information. He spots out one. He goes for the spray. Going to get the knock on the pin, as now he's going to find the second onto Leventi. 2 members for Pod going to go down very fast. Spray from Dante going to get the knock onto Rocks. Just 1 member up. Hakatori, last one up for Pod. Is he going to be able to hold out for his team and try to play for his life, or is he going to absolutely get destroyed here as QM keeps wrapping on top of him?
Question mark, question mark, question mark. It won't be long though before we start seeing them the emojis hitting that chat though, as they are making the push. Pod in such a strong position. They came into this sort of final 4. Here's a 4. They laid low. They destroyed with that mortar fire. Now Hakatori's on his back foot. Happiness playing out on the other side as well. You can see him getting close, and I feel like the end of Hakatori is coming, as question mark will claim another one. 9 kills here for QM. And we are go down for our top 3. Happiness though with a 4. Question mark technically with a 4, but 1 is knocked. And Vorpal Sword though yet again find themselves in the top spot, but they've only got 2 to contend with.
And just as you say that, Happiness holding them out from the push. They're going to find the knock onto Kareem, as Tenet goes for a beautiful nade. Double nade is going to find the last member of VS, as they're going to be limited in 4th place, as now QM going to take this opportunity to push up on top of Happiness at the absolute right time for a nice little third party, not giving them a chance to reset after that fight. Now we are sitting in a 4v4 for the top spot to see who will win this final Miramar.
It's a tough call. I think based upon position, I've got to go with question mark here. Not to the section, but because they've got that little top, that northwest side, if they can wrap down, they could potentially stop any movement here from Happiness after this next ridge we look at. But it's going to be down to sort of question mark to figure it out. I wouldn't be surprised for both these teams to sort of settle down, potentially just try and get a knock and maybe make a play, and also more importantly, wait for that next zone to give away its position. We are going to see that phase 8. See if it does go in. We'll be ready to go for that dot in the middle.
Absolutely, and I do think that is. I also agree. I think question mark is going to be the team to take this, as they have a lot more of a lay of the land to play off of. As Happiness decided to hold that compound as long as possible, they did manage to pick up 11. As now it is going to be Motic with a suppressed mutant of all guns, trying to take some pop shots onto the member of question mark Bestolik. Trying to wrap around on them, but he's just absolutely denying them from taking even more possession of this final zone, as it's going to shift away from the building. It's going to be very interesting to see how Happiness decides to play out of this compound.
So, I suppose I have to play out the compound, not quite. I keep thinking I can press the buttons and look at the map. I'm not in control of the camera. So, I'm just sitting back watching like everyone else. They do have to layer the lands. Maybe that's gone a little bit better for Happiness. I think question mark will try and wrap this northeast corner, try and apply some pressure and line Happiness up. Happiness look like they want to go around the other way. They're going for more of a southeast approach, wrapping their way around. Dot 8, I don't think will really favour either team. I think it might come back to the kind of that old school PUBG. Who's got the most util in their back pocket? Who's going to be able to smoke their way towards a position, or at least take out some of these end zones with some hard util.
Definitely going to see. Util is definitely going to be the name of the game here as we get ready to come into this next zone. And I do think if a doozy could take that dip right in front of him, it would be very, very detrimental to Happiness trying to take positioning on them. But as I say that, there is a member of Happiness, Motic, wrapped up right underneath a doozy. I don't think they're aware that he is sitting just on the other side of this little dip.
Dangerous.
As now it looks like, oh, it's a very, very high risk, high reward play. If he's able to find one, maybe two knocks, it'll be the perfect moment for Happiness to activate. But if he gets knocked immediately, the tides would immediately turn on to Happiness.
I like that play. Some real sleeper. He crawled his way there. Really down, mate. Crawled his way towards, give or take, a dangerous position, though, because question mark, I don't think they'll come over. I think they're going to go around. Look at Doozy going for the run, mate. He's gone for the 100-meter sprint forward. He's doing the same. He's counteracting a sleeper play with one himself. Here come the blue zone nades, though. He does pop up, though. They're going to take some shots, though, out towards the car. Here come the blue zone nades as well. They're going to cause some issues, though, for question mark. Massive stack up for them. But Happiness look like they're in a bit more of control situation. Question mark going to dig their way out, though, as the Doozy does get one down himself, but one is answered back, and it is going to be a heavyweight swing, though. And it looks like it is going to be a question mark, though. They can hit harder. They held the numbers up for longer, and question mark take 13 kills, a 23 point. And as slow as it was going into that one, that was a very, very quick ending.
That was a very quick ending. I expected it to just kind of linger on for a little bit as the zone continued to close and close. But what are the odds that both teams would have a bit of a sleeper agent try to push up and, gain ground on the other team? Just absolutely massive plays. But a doozy was able to get the knock and then get the trade. And then it was question mark that was able to capitalize on those knocks and just absolutely turn the tide of the battle onto Happiness, who took the fight to them.
They did literally take the fight to him. I kind of like it because a doozy literally dropped the hammer, mate. He just ran 100 meters straight forward to the attack, and I think he was a big one with that first knock. There's no fear in a doozy when it comes closing out a winner chicken dinner. Quite slow building up to that one. I definitely feel like question mark had the better zone coming into it. But I do like what Happiness did. They came out, they played, they had that sleeper agent, though, crawling their way forward. I felt at that point it could have gone either way. But yeah, a doozy just went, nope. I'm having this one. Smoke ahead, full sends, and I want to close this one and get ourselves over towards game number 4. Let's take a quick break, though. When we do come back, though, we are going to be moving into Tego. We've done our first segment. We've had Miramar done. We now go ready for 2 Tego. Sit back, relax. 5 minutes on the clock. I'll see you guys in round number 3.
Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
A very, very quick bodge fix though of the overlay. Good spot, oh. Thank you very much, mate. We don't get obviously overlay packages. Obviously, had to get grassmen together before it went live. Good games. Miramar never disappoints. There's some really good highlights of some of the new terrain, some of those new roads we saw after all playing towards those sort of truck areas. I kind of like that. I liked obviously people being creative as well, able to try and make something out of nothing. But there's a big thing for me recently. It seems to be back to back, same style of our end zone, same area, give or take. But let's have a look at, has there been any big changes towards our leaderboard? Well, hi, take us through where we are when it comes down to leaderboard.
Well, it is going to be Vopal Swords. They're going to be able to hold on to that #1 spot, bringing themselves up to about 29 total points from that last match. Question Mark with a massive win is trailing very close behind them. Just a 2-point difference for them as they picked up a massive 13-kill win on top of the 10 placement points. So it's going to be a very hard shift between the leaderboards, as I believe it was the Woo that was sitting in 4th just before this match, and they're going to drop down to 5th, and Happiness is going to skyrocket up that leaderboard as well, taking that 3rd place position right out from underneath Pod going into this next
worth
match.
Noting, Happiness, massive shout for them. Right? They put themselves up high. Question mark the same. That one game can change it. It is a best of 8 though, right? We have a best of 8, so we need to be cautious when it comes down to what we are looking. Every game counts, but you can potentially have one bad game. Now a couple of teams have had a couple of bad games. Now we'll be working on a few things, but question mark, they're coming back and proving a big kill. Big chicken dinners can actually put yourself higher up on that leaderboard. And obviously to let you guys know, we are looking to take It is our top 8 that are going to be going through to the next stage. So first to third will be going through to the upper bracket, whereas 4th to 8th will be making their way towards that lower bracket. You can type !PEC in chat. That will send you a link to the website. Obviously, follow it through. There's all the rules. It does break it down nice and easy. But it is the wonderful Tego. I do like this map. It is one of my favourites at the moment. Let's sit back, relax, though. And it's going to be Tego.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as we come into the first of 2 Teagos, new thing for me, as I am not used to having back-to-back Teagos inside of the map rotation, but there is 8 games, so 2 Teagos is better than 1, as I get to see this back-to-back to see how teams will take the information from game 1 and use it into game 2. Flight path going to be coming from a little bit closer to the southeast, as it's going to be coming up to the northwest. And now, as we see, a lot of these teams are going to be able to hit their primary drop spots. It's going to be very interesting to see where they land and how they will hold based off of the zone rotations. And if that zone will follow the same pattern as the Miramars, if it goes same location, back-to-back games.
It is back-to-back Tego. I do like it. It feels like at the OG when it first came out. It's all exciting because all our scrims at the moment, for those that watch, we know we do back-to-back for Kendies. But Tego, it is one of my favourite maps at the moment. I feel like it's settled down, where at the beginning it was a bit mad. There's a lot of people getting killed, and it was all around timing. People didn't have the timings right. They didn't know when to rotate in, and more importantly, so that means they didn't have their timing right. But more importantly, they didn't know the other team's rotation, so a lot of teams were clashing heads. They were getting caught out where they shouldn't be. And that's settled down a bit to green. Now we see more of a late game, and we are seeing, give or take, same style of ending, same areas conquered. We see teams go for compounds. We see teams go for open field. This is the one map that I feel like has started to produce back a little bit more strength towards the compound, I'd say. I see more mortar fire on this map than I do on any other.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be playing into because of how there's a lot of very open areas of the map, especially the zone. Seems like every time I watch a game or watch a cast on it, it's definitely favoring into the open fields and the rolling hills more so than ending in a major city or compounds. So those mortars definitely coming into play. Just as we saw last match on that Miramar, that was a massive mortar play, absolutely eliminating that team from taking another fight. Going to be very interesting to see how they decide to play off of this. This zone is going to pretty much center up in the middle of the map. Going to be very interesting to see if it does the same thing as Miramar, if it's going to take the exact same route as last, or is it going to hard shift away from the position that it's taking in the first game.
Definitely worth good observing. Perfect timing. I want to talk about the Woo. The Woo had a great first game, a great second game. Okay, this is best of 8, Pixel. So it's only over 1 day, mate. So 2 Miramars just done. We've got 2 Tegos. We've got 1 Vikendi, and then we're going to end up randomly three Orangos. I would have liked to have done a 2-2-2-2, but yeah, it's a 1 Vikendi, unfortunately. With the best of 8, obviously we are looking for that top 1 to 3 for upper bracket. 4th to 8th though, we'll be going through towards that lower bracket segment. And back to the Woo, I felt they've done well. I think they'd be disappointed they didn't get that chicken dinner, but it's nothing to be shied away from at the moment because generally speaking, they are up there. They're in 5th place at the moment. They've got 12 kills. They've only got 6 placement points, but Pod obviously are a little bit ahead of them, but that's only because Pod have got themselves pretty much in that top 4 back to back.
Yeah, absolutely massive placement and playstyle for Pod. They're definitely capitalizing on the information that they all like to use, and it's going to be very interesting to see who takes that 1st through 3rd. It's definitely a much much different bracket style than it is for NA. Is as we come into this next one, it's going to be interesting to see who takes that first through third, because they will go to the winners bracket, and everyone that plays in the winners bracket has that second chance, that second life, because they will get kicked to the losing bracket once that one kicks off after winners bracket decides their winners from those matches.
It's all about deciding, and some of that decision comes down towards your rotation. After all, they have been rotating quite well. Exol actually finding themselves rotating really well, because they find themselves in very, very strong compounds. Now they do neighbour the Wu, as we do see Art destroy the real estate, the cover from the outside edge as he scammers past his tractor. But the conquer has been done. 58 seconds to go though. 16 teams, 64 players, no early action, as I said. It does warrant this map has settled down, especially in the early game. Who is Diffix? Diffix is a new player for Wu. He is crack. GOAT player. Watch out for that name in the kill feed 100%.
Yeah, that name is definitely going to be part of my fantasy team once we get into these events coming up. I'm definitely going to be putting him onto my fantasy team, because he is just absolutely putting down massive points, massive damage, massive kills. He is putting down numbers for Wu, as he is just being a force to reckon with. So it looks like AA is going to be trying to take the fight onto Wu, but now Fuzzface and Defix, they're all going to collapse on top of them. They're going to be pinched in between all sides by Team Wu. They only have one exit point on the south, where Wades is holding them out, but they're going to have to activate very quick if they're going to try to do something. Nice knock from Goosey onto Nixie, as now it is going to be Ibby. Oh, Ibby going to get knocked by Hibako, as Defix is going to get the trade onto Danamon. It is now a 3v2 for Team Wu into the favor of After All, as Fuzzface going to get the trade, knock onto Wades. Now going down to an easy 2v2 for Team Wu, as now they're going to try to wrap around and collapse on top of AA.
It's a tough compound. I'm not a fan of this compound. I really like how the Wu reacted, though. They instantly collapsed. They knew they were there. Vorpal Sword, though, causing huge problems. So we'll confirm out Ibby there. Neighbor has no reason to push down. He can just really punish both of these teams from the outside edge. And if though he is down, he'll be providing an element of information. As Fuzzface, though, if though are split. Let's see if they can close out. After all, though, Big Nate, though, goes over the top. Won't be quite the confirm that's needed. They are now working down. Looks like Fuzzface going to get another confirm, and it's definitely firm out. It's technically a 2v3. One of the blue players, Nixie, he is bleeding out, and he's bleeding out a little bit too quick now.
It's going to be very interesting to see who decides to take this fight now, as now it seems like After All it's going to try to rotate inside of the compound, and it's going to be Hibako getting the knock onto Defix and immediately going to flush him out, leaving just Fuzzface for Team Wu to try to clutch this back up for his team. And if I were him and I'm a betting man, he's going to he's going to rotate on out and get out of this situation while he can, but he needs to be very careful. Uba sitting in the field right next to him as he tries to rotate away to try to get away from this team and try to play for his life going into the next couple of phases.
I do like this map for the fields, right? And people will know this. When you get to the field play, the trench warfare is just outstanding. You got to time up when you get to the front of the trench, when you get to that dip, because if you time it wrong, you're gonna have a team backfield behind you, then you're going to be completely exposed. If you time it right, you can kind of make a team push over. I love to see it. You see the flash, you see the smoke go over, and I like when we force players to fight in open terrain. I like it when we get maps, we bring information like this over, because it really puts mechanical skill versus mechanical skill. Fuzzface, though, he's a man with a lot of mechanical skill. Now he backs away, but here's Uber, ex-Navi, working his way in. And I think he's having a little look over the top here. He was farming some of the drops that were blessing them out in the field. Fuzzface, I think, will just lay low. Hopefully not tempted to try and take the drops, but Uber is going to cut loose. He's had a little look. He doesn't have anything else. No reason for him to overcommit to this one. So yeah, back out, Exalt. And live to fight as a 4. And not overcommit though with Uber.
Very good play for Uba. It didn't seem like he was able to get too much information off of AA, as they were just sitting and holding inside the compound. He's able to collect himself some nice level 3 gear. I didn't notice if he got the crate weapon or not, but very good on him to back off of that fight before he managed to lose himself into a 1v3 fight.
Yeah, it's a 1v3 fight. Well, there you don't really want to have to take a 1v3 fight. This is VIS and Pod. Terminal, as much as it's good fun on ranked, that's a place you don't really want to get stuck in. Now, these teams are in zone, okay? But if the zone does pull back down towards the south, what we see is a rush towards this sort of south side where VIS are holding. And then it becomes, what time do you rotate up? Because between there and the next area, which is the mountain cover, you can get caught. And I would be expected. We've already seen Vorpal Sword playing at high ground. It's going to be other teams now playing that sort of northeast corner. When they hear the gunshots raining from terminal, I think they're going to close the gate and stop anyone trying to rotate out.
Yeah, absolutely. As we come into this next one, it's going to be very interesting to see how the terminal teams are playing, because any team, like you said, could collapse on top of that compound, on top of the hill right above them, keeping them from being able to push in or out of terminal. So you definitely don't want to get that tunnel vision as you're trying to take fights within the compound. Going to be very interesting to see what they decide to do. If they decide to back off that fight, maybe fall back to the hillside themselves and let them just take terminal, or if they're just going to get pushed in by another team.
Be cautious though. So they're going to chip away. And obviously, as I said before, Tego, when it first came out in the esports scene, we started seeing people screaming in the event. It was mad. Like, don't get me wrong, right? Like, we've got 2 games. It's going to be normal games for us, right? Vikendi, on the other hand, is going to be insane at the beginning. It's outside edge play. I dare to say it is like Sandhawk, where you get forced to play the outside edge. And I feel like IU had the tease of it yesterday, casting with me, and we got to see only that when it was going to come down to outside play though. Entropy, they're obviously working their way down, and obviously New G a little bit further, but a big split. Look at the decision making here from the IGLs. Huge split from everyone. It does recall back, and it's one thing I will say about this map, that river on the main feed going from one side to the other is always critical. That also river on that right hand side, that east side there, we see with question mark, we will see it either play either way. It would always seem to retract back to water. So if you're a team, you're looking to get into this type of PUBG play esports, always just keep your eye on that river and then maybe expect to shift back that way.
100%. As we go into watch that massive dip on the western side of the river is definitely going to be a spot that you want to hold, you want to take control of early on, especially if zone is just going to keep feeding towards that way. But win or die, looking like they're going to be trying to chase down they're not chasing down anybody, they're getting chased. Yeah, they're taking a lot of shots as they're trying to rotate on through. Looks like they will be able to make it through without taking any casualties as they make their way into the next zone.
Nice thread of the needle from them as they navigate their way through the teams. And we do have Vorpal Sword. They are also rotating their way down the other side. Exalt, on the other hand, they're going to hold their compound. They are still firm in towards the zone because it has shifted back that way. As I said, not a fan of this compound though high. Teams will roll above them. It's quite easy to crash from that high ground down to him. Plus, if it does shift again back to that river, we'll find our Exalt team will be outside the zone, and it's going to be a very hard push for them to work in from that point. So it's going to be a bit of a balance. Just keep an eye on Exalt to see what time they commit to a rotation away from that one. Question mark though, talk about rotations. They are rotating their way in, and they are PWD for Vorpal Sword, always on the farm, always trying to get as much information where possible.
It does seem like that this is going to be, in comparison to the Miramar so far, it's going to be a lot calmer gameplay, a lot calmer. We haven't lost any teams yet. We did lose the 3 members from Woo, so it's going to be very interesting to see where these teams decide to go, how they decide to take the fights, how they decide to hold people out from taking the zone from underneath them, on top of them, because as you said, this map is a lot like Sandhawk, as you can easily get pushed up from behind or flanked or third-partied from afar from all these different rolling hills that can offer many advantages and many cover onto different teams.
Some of this is about knowing this map as well. You've got to know these dips. You've got to know the crevices, where you can hide out, what you can get away with. How far can you move, especially around these trees? These trees that you feel safe hiding in the forest, but it's not like Garango. It's not like some of the other maps that we have. When you obviously take a step too far, you eventually results, and obviously knowing the dips, Quizzy, he puts WLA down and out, so that'd be a point on the board for them. They're going to be rotating themselves back across the open field, back across the plains. And I think one of the biggest feedback has been it does feel open here, and that is very apparent when it comes down to some of these end zones in these open fields.
Definitely a very strong dip for them to be trying to hold, but it just seems like, I guess, Win just made an absolutely massive crash after getting a knock. Most likely they got a nice knock from afar, and then they just capitalized on it because they knew that no one from Win was close enough to try to keep them from securing it. So good push on them, good knock and good flush on them. Definitely going to be definitely a difference between the powerhouses of the IGLs. You're definitely going to see which IGLs have a lot more experience and a lot more knowledge in the map than others, as they decide to take certain dips and hills away from different teams to either hold them out or to get aggressive to push up on top of another team.
Talking about the thread and the needle, another team going through. Looks like question mark though put happiness down. Looks like they haven't finished their fight though from round number 2, and they are working their way down. And obviously those that have just joined, yes, it is a best of 8. Okay, so you have our Miramar segment is done. Now we're going to edge passes, win or die. Some of this is all about making enough noise. Like, make sure you hit the shots. Don't allow the cars to crash. Don't even give them the temptation to put up near you or in a dip close to you as well. Just send them on their way. Hold down and lock down your terrain. Definitely
a very good call there. You don't want to let teams just for free rotate and crash up on top of you. You want them to know that you're there, especially if you're doing an aggressive split. You want to show your possession of a compound, so that way a team doesn't think that they can just take it from you for free. And it's definitely going to be a very, very difficult push for a lot of these teams if they don't have the information, if they just crash up on top of another team without knowing that they are sitting there, which I don't see really happening. But a lot of teams threading the needle through a lot of different other teams, as it looks. And it's going to be Polish Power that manages to take that northern side of the river. Oh, speaking of threading the needle, the needle, it's going to be EVG. They are going, or EYG, taking some shots, and they're going to get the knock and flush onto Skew. He was just trying to rotate in. Zen going to take a nice strong little dip here, actually, and nice protection all the way around, as they're looking to reset to try to take the fight to EYG.
What's been happening though, the zone shift again goes back to the water, but we're seeing teams high just kind of go in front of the next team, and it's kind of okay, well, I'll go one more step further, and they're kind of just like moving their way forward like on a chessboard at the moment. Most of these teams are stacked on the east hand side. We're seeing more of a phase shift now towards the south as these teams are wrapping south to southwest, so we're going to see a little bit of congestion on that other side. But everyone looking for the compound. One of those teams that has moved towards that west hand side is New Jido, and Polish Power under fire as well. They get knocked out on VIS, but Ketzer is there to answer the call yet again. Such a strong player for them. Is he on top of the car? He's laying down. That a toe shot? Get them toes, mate.
That was a weird angle. It looked like he could have got the flush easily onto him, but maybe he was trying to bait out the res. Is nice nade from Cappies. He's going to get the flush and the knock, flush onto Stratos and the knock onto Keter, as Polish Power now turns the fight into a 3v2, but it is going to be Lito that gets the wide swing over top of Kepi, now trading it out, making it a 2v2. Nord gonna see if he can't try to make something happen, as now Norkis is trying to push up from behind, see if he can't make something happen and turn the tides of the battle, making it a unfair advantage for Polish Power.
Polish Power is such a strong team. I think there's always a question about Marselect. Obviously, his departure of the team, how did that fit the dynamic? They had a big break for a while. They are back. They are scrimming. We are going to lose the water. I think they still need to work on that mid to late game, personally. They've got the capabilities, they've got the strength, they've got definitely the resources to do it. They just need to try and work their way out. Oh, they're on the defense now. Marcy's the final player, though, so we look like we are. Got Quizzy, he's down as well. Leosto making the push here, but look at this WLA. They're coming rolling in with the nades as well. This bunker is horrible. VIS going down 16 plates. We are phase number 4. That's our first team going down. Marcy's, though, up on his toes, trying to fight a terrain on both fronts here as our win or die team come rolling up. They finish off. They get in the car and they're like, nah, let's get out of here. WLA, you can have our scraps because we're win or die. We'll see you later on.
Oh, beautiful shots coming out from Hollow, my bad. And not able to make it connect for a knock here. Win, absolutely massive push onto all or nothing, as they just were able to come in, collect the kills, and absolutely put them down without taking any casualties on that push. And they're going to be able to leave for free. But as I say that, it is going to be... I didn't get to read the name of the player. He's going to be him. He's going to get knocked, so he's going to go down to 1 as they go into this next zone.
So I had to make a weird noise.
I was like, oh, I didn't get to read that name. Well,
I'm out of here. I just love it. Cool. First, I put in the handbrake, like, oh, there's a rock there. So pretty much pinpoint accurate though. Newgate, so they did rotate towards that west hand side though. And now they're going to try and work their way in. After all, unfortunately, going down. Pod pick up though. One as Fuzzface though. Gets a point on the board. He's a player you don't count and out. So with the zone shifting an hour away from the water, we had a pull back to the water, another pull back to the water. It now plays back towards that east-hand side. So we are going to see kind of this field, the open terrain. We're going to see the heart of Tago when it comes down to an ending. UG, going to swap over towards that red dot. He's going to make the aggressive stance as he is going to have to make a push. But look at this in the middle of the zone. I say the middle of the zone, the south middle of the zone. There isn't really much left to play. That's Fairy Tale looking up on the outside edge of WLA. And WLA going to be soon get a push with our question mark team.
It's a very difficult push for Fairy Tale, as if they aren't careful, they could get collapsed on by question mark as they're trying to take the fight to WLA. So definitely going to have to maintain vigilancy while trying to take a fight onto another team, because any team could easily peek over a hill and have full line of sight. As Dante, I say that Bright is going to get the knock onto Brightside. Now Fairy Tale in the middle of a split fight as they're trying to take fights from question mark and WLA. Very difficult situation for them to be in, as the only cover they have is to push either other side of the team, and they are a heavy split at the moment. A little bit of a ways, 2-1 split, as it looks like they will be able to get the res off onto Brightside.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. This is where you expose yourself, extend over a bit too far. But we've gone from our 16 teams in the zone all the way down now to 11. We are about to leave phase number 4. Nam is going to try and hold out. Pod are going to send the U2 over, and this is the trench 4 at the finest. They need to get themselves over to the other side, though, because it'll be very, very hard. When die come down, and whoa, mortar fire coming raining in. I heard it whistle in my ear. There goes 1, there goes 2, though, and Scal's like, I am out, people.
Oh gosh, absolutely massive mortar fire coming on top of Zen, as they thought that they would just be able to take the fight onto them, but as Scav goes to push up, it is going to be Uba to find him out with a nade and eliminate them from the match. Beautiful mortar fire. As you see, you called it. Mortar fire going to be massive. The burning car going to run straight back to Leventi. And good thing he had his vehicle there to protect him, because that would have been a very awkward knock indeed.
It's worth mentioning as well, because the mortar fire was coming in from Pod. It was actually, it was coming from Pod. No, it was coming from the other side. Pod actually got the confirms out. They got the nades and they got the flush at the very, very end there. So they actually capitalised up on the hard work being done from other teams. Hakatori, though, he is the one looking forward. This one looking forward now. As Nuji trying to push in, though. Exalt got the nades cooked ready. Uber is there. Fate on one side, though. They're looking to come out the other side. They're taking a backstab, though, from behind. No, they know exactly where these cars are going to push, though. Nate goes out. Oh, my days. Doesn't quite get the knock. The second one goes in, though, and puts him down to 1. How unlucky have Exalt been? Maybe a third time lucky, but I can't quite get it. Maybe a 4th, Uber. Get the nade out of your hands. He's looking for it. There it goes. He goes over. Might you see it in the kill feed, though, if he does pick it up.
Oh, a very difficult situation for them to be in, as they had a little bit of a split over the dips, but now it's going to be Fairy Tale taking that fight onto QM. It looks like that they decided to leave that fight versus WLA and try to take the fight on over to question mark to take their positioning inside the zone. Util getting thrown back and forth. That nade literally went off 2 feet right next to Brightside. I don't know how it didn't find the knock onto him. A beautiful nade, as WLA looks like they're going to make a third-party attempt onto question mark. They're going to try to take them out as they're trying to collapse up top of the hill, take a nice sight line over them as they're in the middle of a fight with Fairy Tale. Nice little couple of points of damage from First. It's gonna see if he maybe won't be able to collect the knock onto them. Gonna be very difficult for them, as they have to try to decide which fight they're going to take.
It's all about what fight you're going to take now. As the zone is going to the field, I asked for it, though. More nades coming out. As Pod, though, will show Exalt how it's done, though. Pim puts 1 down. Nuji getting a knock a little bit further afield, though. Great camera angle, actually, from our observing team. GG's. Looks like they're going to try and fight this one out. Here comes the blue zone nade. That's going to cause some damage. And I said before, I like this now. We're seeing more and more util coming over, followed up by blue zone nades, though. Pin looking to try and put a pin in that push. He goes down to 1 HP pretty much, and he has to back himself off. The blue zone nade thrown away just about, and Polish power on the hold, though. There we go. There's 1, 2, and 3. Add that one to my kill, mate, because that means I want some high kills.
Very beautiful push from Pod, as they just managed to take this positioning away from Polish Power. As you said, Polish Power, a very strong team. Losing Marcelic definitely took a big hit on them, but I'm very happy to see that they will pull it back. I think that they might make a rally in these next couple of matches, and I hope to see bigger things from them in towards this mid to end game. Beautiful knock from Hakatori onto Jacob as they turn their sideline uphill towards the other teams holding the compound.
The relay, fortunately getting controlled out, and they're being really pushed from both sides here. Question mark pushing them around towards Vorpal Sword, and they kind of fell on their sword. They were just ready and watching, waiting. This is all about open terrain. Vorpal do have some high ground, but they are in this sort of southeast corner. The next step for them, it means they need to get their hands dirty. They need to get into the mix of things. And the question is, do you push in towards our Exalt, or do you maybe try and play it safe? Maybe take one of the rocks, maybe try and hold out a little bit more, because we've got 6 teams, but we've only got 22 players left alive. So this is going to be a mental end.
Very mental ending indeed, as Pod is now going to take the fight onto EYG. Bit of equal trades coming out as Pod loses 1, but never mind, EYG manages to lose 3 as Uba's going to get a knock onto Pin. Nice little third party from them, turning the tide of the battle just a little bit into the favor of Entropy as they hold the compound, and Pod will have 2 knocks. Going to leave it all down to them to see if they can't make the trades, maybe find the last 2 members of Pod as they are pushing up. They are going to get the res off, making it a 3v1 as they're going to try to take the fight to EYG.
Slick. One thing to take so far, 3 games, Pod. Yet again, we see them fighting for top spots. Yet again, we see them fighting and clawing their way in towards the top side of these lobbies. 6 teams remain, but they need to get through this one though. And as I mention it, and why they go down and up, but they get some heavy hits though on Pods. And I feel like after that, the blue zone nade was going to be enough for them. And you have to really try and get those reses as quick as they can.
Going to be very difficult for Pod now, as I feel like VS could have done a lot more damage, could have absolutely ruined Pod's day there with, you know, a handful more utility thrown. They could have absolutely destroyed them as 2 were knocked. 1 nade would have ended their day and allowed Vorpal Swords to just have free range over the north and the eastern side of zone, but they opted to rotate out, try to take positioning in zone much earlier on, as it looks like they're going to try to take that dip right on top of EX, seeing if they can't make something happen inside of this next zone.
Question mark though, chipping away at the zone, which is really good to see. Vorpal Sword though, they go for the attempt to go around. Question mark denied 1, so they find themselves from a 3 down to a 2. And yet again, Vorpal Sword bleeding, going in towards the land couple. They're going to maybe hope to get themselves back to a 2. But I think it might be a question for them now coming into the next game. Can they keep 4 alive in these later games? They're losing players too early. Some would even say a little bit cheap, as they shouldn't have gone down as quickly and as easy as that. Hagatori though, for Pod, is working his way over, using a nice smoke wall. UG, they were the ones that led the charge on that west rotation. And there comes the gift of the gods from PUBG. We're blessed the terrain with some new cover and also some new vests.
I think it's going to be a pretty much a shot in the foot for VS, as I don't think they should have left a strong team such as Pod up and alive. I think they should have, they had plenty of time for zone before they had to rotate on out. It would have been a little bit more difficult push in, but I think they should have took the time to try to wipe Pod out. It would, like I said, it would have gave them free range over the north and eastern side of the zones, but now they're going to have to deal with them as they hold the northern side, and they could easily get collapsed by both QM and Pod if they so choose, as they are holding just a very small dip inside this next phase.
Oh, here we go. I can hear Mortfire again. Jeez Louise. So there's a couple of things to mention on this zone, right? Obviously, a perfect timing observer. Like I had a feed towards them. That map there on the right-hand side there, Exalt find themselves centralized compound again. Okay. New G got a good little corner, expected to try and hold on even after the next zone. Question mark got a big question. What do they do? Do they stay on this south side, or do they leapfrog over towards that northwest corner? Maybe put themselves in that corner, in the trench a little bit further. Maybe even a slight little split. Vorpal Swords and Pod are the ones to watch now, because both of them, as you mentioned, Vorpal Sword had the opportunity, and Pod, I feel like both of these are going to kind of situate themselves onto a fight. No ifs, buts, and maybes.
Ooh, nice knock from Senka, as he's going to find out rocks, but now it's going to be a bit of a difficult push for Pod as they're trying to go in. Wabuki going to find the other knock onto Hakatori. Now they go down, and he's going to deny the point, but it is going to be New G that manages to get the other 2 members, as now they're going to turn their attention over to Viz, as one of them is going to get knocked by Exalt. They're going to see if they can't pick up another point for them. I definitely think that QM should 100% take that western side of the zone away from the rest of the teams. Maybe keep one person up on the top of the hill, as it does have a nice sight line onto Newgate. As just as I was saying that, they find the knock onto Senka. It'll be very, very interesting to see how New G and VS play this out, as they are pretty much stuck on the outskirts of these zones.
Good peaks though. Nice little smoke. A smoke will help Vorpal Sword though try and go for a little bit of a send. I'm going to use the train or whatever train they've got because there is not a lot left. Exalt hold on to that compound. They hold on to it very, very strong. They need to be cautious here though. Question mark lurking their way in. They've been controlling this south side for quite some time. I think they're looking for this next zone. It's phase number 8 now. The dot will go pretty much on towards Exalt. The question really for chat, and there's been a lot of Exalt fans. Literally, as I said, there's an Exalt emojis coming out. Can Exalt hold out? They've been here. They've nearly clutched themselves into the top 4s. They've got 4 players up. It is a 4v4, v3, v2. But with Vorpal Sword pushing a lot closer towards that zone, they might be able to hold out. Maybe the action is going to come from somewhere else.
Oh, look at Parat's secondary has the Panzerfaust in hand. Oh, QM is going to be first to get the knock and the flush onto Senka, as he was still holding onto that roof after getting knocked that original time. You think he would have learned his lesson and hop off that roof and try to play off of a different angle. And now it's going to be QM to try to take this little dip away from New G, as they're going to crash right in the middle of 2. First getting the knock onto Prot getting the trade onto Dante, and Yevi's going to get the knock onto first. Oh, it looks like this might be Newgate's. Oh, as they turn the tide of the battle, is just 1 member up for QM, as he's going to have to try to make his way across the road. No vehicle. Oh, he does have a vehicle to try to get across, but it's going to be a X to take the fight onto. Oh, just as I'm saying that, Doozy, he is the strong player for the team, as they're going to try to take the fight to him. Last member up for QM. Odds aren't looking good for him. He's trying to take this fight.
Doozy is one man that could be 1 on 4. Don't count him out just yet, but at least he's taking the noise that Femis down. He drives around. He wants to try and pick up where he went off. I thought he was going to get an RPG. Didn't quite happen out though. But I like this though. Exalt trying to play off the backside of this one. New G sends. Doesn't quite get any connection though, as we Exalt already positioned themselves on the outside. They've stretched across now. They have closed down this game. Surely it's going to be a 4v3 in Exalt. After taking an aggressive stance while the action happened with question mark, they pushed out and took Vorpal Sword. During the same time, they saw the car moving. They were like, this is our opportunity to go take these 2 sleepers.
Very good execution from them, as they got a nice little third party going on. They try to take the fight early in the middle of all the chaos. Now they're going to slow down just a bit. Fate going to get the knock onto Ibuki, and then it's going to be Uba to find the last member. Exalt picking up their first win of the day. 5 kills, giving them a nice little 15-point win, adding to their score.
Pods, not quite there yet when it comes down to a chicken dinner, but this time they find themselves in a match stats. Kills, Pods claim the damage, they claim, they also claim the assist, but that winner chicken dinner, I think it's well deserved, and Exalt find themselves though with a nice 15-point game. Good game all in all. I feel like Exalt needed that monk off the back. They needed to get that chicken dinner. I want to see how they now play coming through, because I felt for those first 2 games they were close, and I think they were applying a bit of pressure. I feel they might play a little bit different now they've got a first chicken dinner.
Absolutely. As we go into this next one, we sit here and we see that the momentum is definitely a major factor inside of these matches. As we saw yesterday, Chicken Death with the slow burning momentum into the earlier matches, they pushed up and they managed to get themselves a hand more kills after, slowly but surely picking up more and more kills each game, as well as they were taking nice placement positioning, as well as we saw Orion that they took some massive win after win after win. The momentum is definitely what you need to pick up speed within these matches, as we do only have 8 for today, and it's going to decide who goes to upper, who goes to lower, and who goes home.
Well, that is it. We're looking for those top 8, as you mentioned, but with the top 8, it's a 1-to-3 split. So we are looking who's going to make it towards that upper bracket versus that lower bracket as well. Just want to have a quick look. Actually, no, I'll tell you what. We've got the leaderboard, but I'll bring it back after the break. We'll hit the timer a little bit early. I'll see you guys in a few. We've got a final Tego coming up before we move across to Vikendi, but before then, we'll bring our leaderboard. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We've had 3 amazing games so far. Vorpal Sword opened it up, though. You know, got to get the kills that the Woo did, followed by Question Mark, then Exalt. So 3 different teams, 3 different games, but very different end sections. Definitely is worth mentioning, though, fatigue is a big one here, High, because we've got 8 games. So we are going to take our last time opportunity to go for Tego. Before we do that, let's have a look at that leaderboard. There isn't too many surprisingly changes. Those Vorpal Sword and Question Mark store up there. They're still trying to hold the high spot. Pod, though, clawing their way up. A team that's getting their way towards the end, but not getting that chicken dinner. Exalt, though, worth noting, after that chicken dinner themselves, they put themselves in a very, very strong position. Now, top 4 is key, or say top 3, first to 1 to 3 is going to be key for a lot of these players because that's the upper bracket qualification. But between 4th all the way down towards our 8th is going to be the lower split, though. So you want to get yourself into upper spot to get yourself through, potentially with an opportunity to get to the grand finals, though. But what do you very quickly before you go over towards the game? Any expectations though for this game coming in towards our final Tego?
I'm definitely expecting a much more stronger, much more long-lasting game for Woo as they come into this. If they have just been an absolutely massive team, obviously very strong players on that team, so I'm looking to see them absolutely clutch up, maybe even another win for them, or not even another win, but their first win of the day, as they did get eliminated pretty early on. Fuzzface just holding out for as long as he could. He was able to exact revenge onto AA, but immediately after he showed presence, he got taken out. So looking to see if they can manage to rally themselves and get another massive game ending into a beautiful win for them.
It's going to be about the massive game, but it's time to sit back and relax. So Tego is going to be our 4th game, and it's coming up. Oh, we have to cut that one short because we got told off by the flight attendant now. As we come into game number 4 here, it's coming in from the northeast all the way down toward the southwest. That's not a bad flight path though for Tego. As I said, it is our final Tego for today, the final opportunity to throw it down on this map. It does go very close, and if we get a zone next towards that river, expect it to play back though. Are we going to get a hot drop? Maybe. Let's see if we get anything close again this one.
Yeah, because the last game we saw towards the Buksan Sa, Kanwang, Ohyang area, there was like 3 or 4 teams that landed in very close proximity of one another. Going to be very interesting to see if the zone takes the same shift again towards almost center, like in between that palace area by that river. And if it does, going to see how these teams decide to play. If they're going to try to play the exact same way, if they're going to try to take possession early of that center zone compound of where it ended last game, see how they take the information from the first Tego. Because if it follows the same suit, then you're pretty much guaranteed when you go into the Erangel games that they're going to just try to follow through with following the same zone shifts. And dang, that is really close to being the same shift.
Yeah, a little bit more south. I still think the river's going to play a little bit onto this one. But I do like this zone. This is that swamp area. We spoke about it yesterday with the PAS round of 16. For those who are not aware, we was casting it yesterday. We've got the second leg of that tonight as well. So if you are enjoying some of the esports and you want to see what the NA can do, we've got the round of 16 for them kicking off in a few hours. I'm going to take a little break before then. Try and relax my mind because there is a bit of fatigue when it comes down to these players doing the best of 8. So maybe I have to take a little break though before I go in towards that next one. But the zone, especially that bottom side, that sort of south to southwest corner, there's a lot of water. I'm expected to play off of that. The question is how far really to go, but Question Mark is going to be enjoying this zone.
Definitely, as we sit here, we watch Wu not having a very strong game last game as they got taken out very early on. Hoping to see a lot more from them this game. Absolutely showing why they are the powerhouse of this lobby. Managed to take away maybe a chicken dinner on this Taego. I'm definitely expecting to see a lot from them on Erangel as they are a very strong and very well established team. They have a lot of battle experience on Erangel, so I'm definitely just waiting to see how they manage to play those out.
Do you like the chat? Welcome everyone to the chat and to the stream. Do you like the big shout? Sandhawk's favourite map. Not a fan. I do like how Sandhawk plays though. For those that haven't seen Vikendi on esports, you wait for the next map because we've got Vikendi coming up. We've only got one showing for Vikendi before we move into freer angles. The OG pre-master, pre-KFC. My bill for KFC has definitely gone up since they notified us that that's what they're going to. I keep seeing adverts and finding myself ordering a bit of Deliveroo.
Oh, some food sounds really good right now, and I'm not gonna lie, man. Watching these teams collecting all these chicken dennies, I'm definitely feeling like having some chicken tendies here in a little bit. But it's gonna be a bit of a wait before we get another chicken win. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how these teams decide to play it. As Exalt, Art gonna crash into the tree. He's gonna use that chance to get out of the vehicle. Hopefully he doesn't get sprayed down, and he's gonna be able to rotate on out of there.
Just worth noting, obviously, chat for the people that have jumped in. We are completely out of control. I'm not controlling the camera. I'm not moving anything around. I'm being blessed by the amazing production team with the information that you are seeing. And information you are seeing now is a quick knock. Marvo driving his way through, though. Take on Zubla. Fairy Tail aren't going to be losing one. They'll be down and out. So we'll have to wait and see how they work out. And Fairy Tail, after game 1, they went out pretty early.
Very early, and it looks like New G is going to try to activate in top of this fight. Looks like it's just 2 members of New G as they're trying to push up onto a full all team. It's going to be very interesting to see how they try to take this fight as Morbo is going to go collect the thirst onto Fairy Tales as he was just stuck rotating without a vehicle out of that compound, and they just absolutely capitalized on top of that.
A little over the top though, and as fast as they came to conquer the loot, as fast they will go out on Newgate. Now trying to play a little bit higher up this leaderboard. Now they are sitting in 6 at the moment, so I like this aggressive stance. They are starting to try and take matters into their own hands though, as they are again moving forward. That's 2 kills for them, 2 more points on the board, and I suppose the team that is knocking around them at the moment, all against odds, they need to ensure they don't lose anymore. They've got to plug the hole in the bucket. They are strong as a 2. They won't be losing any more off this one. Lock down the compound and stop any kind of push coming your way.
Yeah, it's very, very upsetting for all as they managed to take that fight, get an early kill, and then they immediately lose 2 to New G, pushing up on top of them. New G with a very beautiful push. Indeed, they managed to get that nice little third party. Now they're taking position over top of all against all odds as they're going to try to hold their compound. It's going to be a very difficult hold for them indeed as they are now going to be stuck in a 2v4. So now we see Win or Die starting to make their push into the zone, try to look to find a place to call home.
Win or Die. Again, a strong team. I'd expect to be a little bit higher up on that leaderboard here, but they're not really struggling at the moment, and maybe it's to do with the driving skills. Laos, though, tend to extend into a spin out of control. They have to rework the train, should we say. But they are going to need to start reworking. Win or Die only currently have 4 points on the board at the moment. 4 points. That is not normal for that team. They've really got to focus their way down, kind of put a line underneath the games that already happened, really drive forward though from this game onwards and get themselves in that chicken dinner spot.
Definitely going to be a very difficult situation for them as they are sitting very low on the leaderboard. But this is a lot different from the NA playstyle as the teams are a lot more reserved, a lot more information heavy before they take fights or pushes. And there are a lot more stronger teams, a lot more battle tested teams within these this best of 16 compared to the NA scene. So it's very difficult for these teams to try to like take these heavy pushes. They don't know that there's a lower bracket team that's inside of this best of 16, and they don't have any of those free kills, as you would try to call them.
Love a freebie. Nothing wrong with that, mate. Someone take the car away from Nick. Yeah, 100%. He needs to get into the zone. So when they park up, I think he will lose his driving license before he moves any further into the field. I think these teams are going to start repositioning. There's going to be a bit of a split decision. We're going to see teams at that top side, around that fishing camp, a little bit on that north side of Hosao, expected to retract up there. We have loads of data with the end zone. We have loads of examples where the zone retracts back their way and ends here. So we'll be too surprised when we see these teams lurk on the outside edge. The other side of the story, though, is going to be down in that swamp area. Again, we see it end a lot of the time there. That's kind of where a question mark can be expecting. On the other side, we are still looking at the wood. They are overwatching here, and there is a crash, though, as our new G. They are trying to play in all against all odds. Against all odds, I'm going to try and push back, though. Trying to think, I thought Silence was going to be able to pick him up there, but he didn't quite get it. Shotgun in hand, though. Nice defensive weapon. As they are. And trying to pick them apart. I think they're trying to isolate these two as individuals here, Hi.
Definitely seems like they're trying to isolate at least one at a time before they try to take the fight onto both, but they got to be very careful. Pump shotgun extremely strong. One to the chest could knock a member and immediately turn the tide of the battle. As now Vorpal Swords is going to be taking aggressive peek down on top of them.
Oh my God.
Already losing one, and now that's going to give Silers the exact moment he needs to try to turn the tide of this fight. He's going to get a second. He's going to try to push out, maybe to collect that thirst on two. And he won't. He didn't finish off the thirst. As now QM taking shots at Vorpal Swords. It's just an all-out battle between 4 different teams. Siler's able to collect the flush onto Prot, and he's going to find another knock onto Senka. Now the tide of the battle completely shifted against New G, as they thought there was going to be a free, easy push onto the last 2 members of Against All Odds. Not going to be the case, as they will lose 2.
Comes a Molly, doesn't quite get to the door. They're going to be able to get all the rests back up, though. But yeah, the tide really did turn. That third party action did favour all. But now, obviously, with the wider route, with question mark pushing Vorpal Sword further afield. Vorpal Sword, just to be kind of that cheeky little brother around, they're hitting and running constantly on teams. We saw that in the last game. They're looking to try and capitalise up on any kill points they can. And so he's looking to try and finish things off himself. The flash does go out, though. He's going to play peekaboo on the outside edge. Shotgun, though, further afield, though. Already seen some wonderful shots, though. Senka already laid and showed us what he can do on top of that roof. You need to end this fight pretty quick. They can't be left here fighting. It's only a matter of time before the rest of Vorpal Sword come over. Maybe bully the remaining teams, should we say, out this compound.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm definitely waiting for Vorpal Swords to just get aggressive here, maybe take a more aggressive stance on the uphill before trying to send a full send, as there is it would be a 4v2v2. Definitely waiting to see if they're able to get another initiating knock, maybe trying to wait to see if Against All Odds and not Gen, I almost said Gen G, as they try to take the fight to each other, maybe see if they knock each other and then they can go and steal the kills. As a hard southern shift going to come into play, falling very far down towards Song Am. Going to have a lot of teams looking homeless inside this next zone, as they're going to have to try to push all the way down. This
is a heavy shift. It only really goes 2 ways. And actually, to a degree, it doesn't really go to the swamp either. That heavy shift down towards the south. We have so much unplayable store remaining on the outside edge. Plus, we've got so much water remaining as well. Expect to shift back, but we have to wait and see how that one goes. EYG, though, they pick up a kill. Leash goes down. The reason I also confirmed themselves as well. They still hold a nice forward themselves. They've been defending the school, defending those books. And, I suppose we'll do. I might need to go learn and go back to the lobby on this one, because they are down numbers.
Yeah, they've already lost 2 very quickly on. And it looks like, is WLA going to try to come to third party this? No, but that's not going to stop Team EYG from taking a nice little spray onto them as they go for the rotate on through. They're going to be very careful, as Zen is sitting right in that compound, goes for this spray, not able to connect anything. They will be able to get on out before taking too many damages. And it is going to be all Against All Odds. They held off the aggressors. Man, what a beautiful hold from them. A bit of help coming out from Vorpal Swords, definitely helping them turn the tide of that battle. And they are going to collect the remaining members of the team, and they're going to get eliminated.
I did one more moment said, oh my days. He is actually coming, people. He is coming. And that's and power play, thanks to Softs as well. That is coming as well. Anyway, let's see now the position play. That we obviously have Diffix down. They should be able to get res though. Vorpal Sword yet again. Lurking around, driving around, trying to get some kills, trying to get some information. Wait and see though. If he's going to wrap his round. Look at this. He's going to be D though. He's just having fun. It's just, I can just imagine a big smile on his face. He's just rolling around the lobby, trying to get some knocks, trying to get a fair party. And somehow get a freebie. Oh, look at that 360 spin as he lands it into the compound, mate. Someone sign this guy. Tony Hawk, move over.
Oh my gosh, he's playing he's in 2 different competitive events. He's playing X Games and he's playing PEC. Man, this guy's doing it all. Jack of all trades. But it's going to be difficult. Woo Nice little spray coming from a doozy as they drive by, but Woo's going to be very careful as there is a lurking member of Vopal Sword sitting inside of that compound. Nice headshot from Bestolock onto Effect, and he is going to immediately get flushed out. Wow, beautiful shot from them. That's going to give them an easy point there as they were just trying to make their rotate on in. As now it's cool.
There's a lot about this. We said this last game. They're just making noise. The MG will make enough noise. I'll give him that. Dr. Nam, though, laying down the 7.62 across the field. But it's going to be more about, hey, do you know what? I need to make sure no one crashes my compound. Happiness, though. They do find themselves lurking up and win or die. Down to their final player as well.
Rock's taking some massive damage there. So he's going to have to try to back off of that fight from Win, as Quizzy was able to do some massive damage. Oh, that wasn't Quizzy, was it? Was it Happiness that did that massive damage?
He's in the middle as
Happiness doing massive damage, but now Quizzy's stuck in a very difficult situation as EYG is just raining shots onto his garage. Stuck in a very, very precarious situation. He's going to smoke to try to push out his only option, best option, and he will be able to make it out of that death trap garage and make it to a slightly bigger one where if a nade gets thrown in, he might be able to stay safe and stay alive.
I'll see the smoke will be a slight giveaway, but I still don't know if they actually know he's there. He pick up though, does come over. As all our two duo, our Rambo Warriors, though, they will be able to get a little bit of a free rotate in. Now they'll be farming some information from up there. We'll see maybe a later delay come down, but after some shots though from Pod, they've got to get down pretty quickly now as they get boots on the ground. Quizzy will have to lay low themselves. Pod going to hold their compound firm. We see that shift slightly away from the water. Oh, that's a good spot though. I see the silencer. They're going to lock this one down. Hopefully stop any other team pushing. But we do have 14 teams remain. 47 players left on this battleground. So we see Exalt. They're rotating their way around. I think they might have a little cheeky look over this one. But the terrain is not easy. The car will flip up and over in towards the sand dunes. The dirt dunes of Tago. He's said they're only going one place, mate, and it's only be one place. Let's see if all pop out. Though they do pop out. Let's see if they get one. Does get one. Eventually go for the stack, but does go down himself, though. We're going to see the pressure go. Marcy's trying to play onto this one. Get the confirm on the board. Get another point down. He has to recall back. He's easy to try and defend here, mate. Hear the click from that one, but he goes aggressive. He comes out. He goes near enough getting the one. Unfortunately, a big rotation for them, a big defender in the compound, a big knock with an extra kill on our team Exalt, but eventually it resulted in a 14th place.
Kudos on them, Exalt being able to take that compound. They did lose one, but Uba dabbing into that kill while Full Blind manages to find the last member to keep his team at least up to 3 as they took that very small little shack away from them.
It's a bit of a small shack, but again with Exalt wrapping their way around that neck of the woods, you kind of expect that's where they're going to end up, where they go. But wait and see. Football Sword, though, on the other hand, they are going to play a little peekaboo themselves. And again, this is a critical compound here. Is a hold location. They can't allow what happened to all happen to them with teams wrapping in this north.
Absolutely, and it looks like Vopal Swords. I'm pretty sure they're very well aware of that. They're going to have to try to hold out this northern side of the compound. But I feel like if the zone shifts anywhere, it's definitely going to shift further to, I want to say it's going to go southwest west area of the map. It's going to play off into a bit of that no man's land where there's not many playable areas to play off of besides maybe a couple of hills, maybe a handful of dips, and maybe some protection from a little bit of a tree line and a couple rocks. Going to be very difficult to see how these teams decide to play into that difficult situation. But as we've seen, zone completely unpredictable, can do what it wants when it wants, and it'll leave these teams absolutely breathless as they won't be able to predict where it decides to take us next.
Look at the control though from some of these teams. Look, the Woo chipping away, question mark again chipping away. They're not overcommitting. They're not taking a huge extension in towards zone. They know they haven't got the compound, so they're just working their way in. Now they're blessed with 2 lines of drop here. After all, on the other hand, though, look at that. They moved themselves down towards the outside edge. I think there's no illusion they were going to lose the zone. I think they knew it was going to play away from the water at some point. I think it was more about let's get to safety. We see this a lot from After All. They want to play a little bit later. They want that mid-game. They want the late-game fight. They don't want to get caught with 13 teams up.
Absolutely. You do not want to get stuck in that very, very difficult rotate in as you try to push in, try to take positioning on another team. You just might drive right into the other side of a different team. And it's going to be very difficult for them indeed as they try to take positioning and take location. You definitely want to take a much wider stance on this zone as there's a lot of hills that teams can just walk up on you on. You definitely want to have that information beforehand before they start getting the push up on top of you.
It's going to be about position now coming into 47-1. Said we lost a lot of teams in this section of the phase before, but we have to wait and see here. Keta has been a bit of a big hitter for VIS. Definitely one that's kind of survivability has really shown light for a round of 16. He puts himself in good positions. He's able to get some kills. He needs to make sure he keeps the rest of his team though. PWD, they're able to stop though. Be stopped. His tracks out in the field was question mark. They're going to lay that one down. They're going to stop the rotate. Maybe Vorpal Sword will maybe take this game a little bit more serious. I felt like I was driving around having a bit of fun.
A bit of a crash coming in from AA onto Exalt as Uba gonna find one. He's gonna find two, and Wade's gonna get the trade onto Uba, but not before Molo gets the trade onto Wade's. Nice flush from Danamon. Oh no, he flushed himself actually. Not a nice flush as they are gonna go down to one man. Now it is just Molo trying to fend off the last member of AA, but it looks like he is going to rotate on around and out of that zone, trying to keep himself up to live.
No, he's going to go for it. Because he's not got the confirms. It's a 1v1, so why not?
True.
I know they don't want to be in the fight, but he's got so much terrain. He can hide. He can place peekaboo. He's trying to get the confirms himself. And do lose another one. The Exalt. Only got Uber now remains. We also have our after all team has the option to maybe push him. Maybe has the option to try and go for res, but it's got to be an aggressive push.
Definitely a very aggressive push for try to get that res onto Uba. Maybe very high risk, high reward if you're able to pick him up. Uba being a very strong player, definitely be worth it. As we say that bit of a fight coming out from Viz onto Wu and Vorpal Swords. Oh Lord, he's slithering his way on up, trying to see if he can't be a thorn in the side. As Keter is going to go down. And it is going to be After All that gets eliminated by Pod on the push up. And Wu, oh my lord, just absolutely obliterating Viz right into 12th place.
Yeah, only game finished for them. Wu are controlling there, extending out on that sort of east-hand side. There's question marks are on the other side. The zone's going to shift back. It does. Goes back towards that sort of school area. There's a question mark. We'll now try and retain full control of the north segment of the zone. It's definitely worth watching that spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see more teams leave this area. Maybe rotate round towards that south. We can already see Wu pushing their way around. This is where the outside edge fight, this is where that kind of Sandhawk feel for me comes, is that we see the edge play always happen. And that's because everyone has to fight for little parts of the zone, a little bit of hold. WLA might need to position themselves up. They've got a decision to make, wrap away, take the fight. Polish Power want to try and come in on this one. Do they try and take the wrap, or do they go take the fight? And we always know, wonderful Tego always provides us with a blessing of third parties.
A lot of third parties, and it's like I said, this map is definitely, besides you got the very tiny maps of Karakin and Paramo where third party central is, seems like it always happens as being a bigger map. It seems like this one happens a lot more than the other maps for third parties, just because of the way the lay of the land is. It's very easy for a team to look down on a fight from top of the hill, seeing two other teams fight, and just absolutely turn the tides of a battle into anyone's favor into that third party.
This is where you got to keep your nerve. We are going to that mid-section now. This is where we're going to start to lose some numbers here. Talking about losing numbers, that's not pods. I'm still holding their way up. Udo provides his way in straight on the top of our Polish Power. And, they want to deny him any kind of entry. The quick kill and confirm on the board. Polish Power, though, they're down for a 2 themselves. They're going to try and rotate their way in, taking a raft of shots, though, coming in. But again, this is all about that third-party play there. He'll be down. See, looking like he's going to try and push forward on this one high.
Going to be very interesting. See how they decide to take this next fight. Third party after third party teams all collapsing on top of one another, and the other side of the zone is no exception, as Happiness is right on top of Win and question mark sitting on top of them. It looks like Nord, he knows that Fuzzface is sitting inside of that shack, and Fuzzface able to get out of that shack before that nade goes off. Diffix able to secure another flush in the middle of this fight as Nixie is pushing right down on top of another member of Polish Power, but it's going to be Pod with the third party, putting massive damage on him before he could try to push up to secure a knock onto Polish Power.
Fuzzface would have heard the steps though. Flash will go out. He will try and deny that. Pushes straight out and sends that M4 in towards the chest. And they will get denied themselves. Polish Power though, are going to be going down, and then soon to follow, we are going to get WOA. They are down, making themselves in 8th place. But these teams are falling pretty quickly, and again, they're fighting really next to no zone, unfortunately. This is going to be a tough game for these teams. And all these teams, I think they're going to find themselves lurking on the edge, lurking for next nothing cars, util. They're going to be key now coming into this final segment of the game.
Pod doing an absolutely beautiful job of just playing the information, playing the kill feed, playing their positioning for beautiful little third parties on top of Viz and Woo, as they were just trying to take the short, and QM getting blessed with the zone, hard shifting far north, as now Pod is going to try to push up on top of the last member of Woo. Nixie, he's going to find one knock, he's going to throw out the flashbang, and he's going to deny the point by running into Blue. Pod able to reset, get the res off onto Leventi, and now they're going to get 4 up into this final couple zones. Pods. Oh my days, they're always up there. 13 kills. I don't think Nixie desired. I think he just didn't get in on time. I think he just took too much damage, and I hate when you lose kills like that personally. When you're fighting somebody, you do all the damage and the zone takes it away from you from that last section. But Pods doing good. Let me figure out how they're going to get in here, but Suklinam, our Zen team, they aren't pushing over. I think the big question maybe on my mind is, will Question Mark be able to close this one out? Be a second chicken dinner on the board for them. I definitely feel like they've got the blessing of the PUBG gods to the zone. Yet for a third time, pulls back to their side of that road. And Question Mark will be happy this one, but they need to make the terrain work. They've got enough drops, they've got enough gear. They should have enough util. See if they've got enough terrain. Terrain definitely going to be the deciding factor for them, as they did get blessed the zone, but they don't have a lot of cover. They have a small hill that they can try to play off of to the east, not much coverage to the west, and a north full send might be their best play, as they have a little bit of trees to use as cover. They have the vehicles to make a strong rotate into a better position. It's just going to be about the timing to see if they can get it, as now it looks like it's going to be Pod that's going to activate into the center of the zone, trying to see if they can't make something happen here.
Quizzy, still here, still living the dream, and getting kills on the good board. So GG's for him. And he is now going to lose the zone. I think he's put it down to a 1v1 here. Quizzy taking the wall nicely. He has Tinker on the outside edge, but he's been a real big hitter for this team, and I think the real deciding factor is keeping some of the points and keeping this team up high. He's got the cover now. He's trying to wait for the peekaboo though from Quizzy, and Nado is going to be cooked. Will he launch the nade over the top? He does launch the nade over the top though, as the play goes forward. A little bit of splash damage on that one. That might be enough though. And Happiness though, somehow, some way, sprays from the hip fire and puts Winnow Die down. How?
No way he was able to turn that fight back around. Literally 1 HP. Oh, Quizzy, you know he has to be mauling at that. He had a beautiful flash, beautiful util usage to have to force Temet to push into the fight. And what a, oh my gosh, maybe a bit of RNG went into that hip fire. He was able to find it. Beautiful.
I don't know, mate. It was like hasta la vista from the hip fire. I think the zone done more damage after Quizzy's nade than anything, but hey, look, he had to make the push. Winnow Die working their way down. Good enough to made himself from the placement points. He got a couple of kills on the board. I don't want to sound bad, but that's actually the most that Winnow Die have done so far in this round of 16. I think they got to continue that shift. They got to continue the momentum though. But EYG, Zenchbeat, they're going to be here. The shots now coming out from the other side though. Another knock coming down from that player. Happiness though. I'm going to try and hold the angle, waiting for the peekaboo round the right hand side though. But for how long can he draw the attention? Because the zone is out. And he's going to have to push forward. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a smoke push. Shots now do come up, puts him down to at least a 2. I might rethink about which way he comes in on zone.
Unfortunate for Pod, as they were the aggressors for the third parties, and now they are just getting absolutely reamed by all sides from all these different teams. They tried to full send it to take position inside a zone. Very strong dip that they took, but just the positioning of all these other teams absolutely leaving them stranded, just third party after third party, having to hold off all these different teams taking shots at them. And it is going to be Entropy. They are really trying to focus onto this last member of Happiness, as he is going to start taking shots over from Zen. Not many places left for him to go. It's going to be very difficult for him to try to make a play onto either side of his smokes to get into this next zone.
Then I don't feel like they've been really settled. They're kind of figuring out where they want to go. They're going backwards and forwards between that north and south. Now we see them on the south side. They might be able to get a few kills here, but question mark though, put Pin down. 13 kills. They're down towards Pin and Hakatori. The final two seem to always be the case though, but then we get a full denial. And we have Pod go out. A top placement again for Pod, but still no chicken dinner. Will this team be able to put some chicken on the table tonight? We know they're going to be putting enough points when it comes down to kills though.
Many kills, many. They've made it to the top 5, top 6 a lot of times for today. Just not able to secure that win, like he said. And it is going to be happiness. They are going to get spotted out by QM with a nice little third party from that uphill advantage, and they are going to get the last member, eliminating them in 4th place. Now I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say this is QM's game to win, as they have taken massive positioning over the northern side of the zone, not leaving much room for EYG or Zen to try to rotate or push up on them.
I think the big question now is a 4v3v2, and question mark been holding the zone for so long. I'm sure they're going to be getting a blessing of another chicken dinner. They'll be eager. Only 4 kills, so it's looking like a lower kill count, especially compared to Pod, who have been, I suppose, right in the midst of things, right in the danger zone. But we'll have to wait and see here. We do know a 3 and a 2 can go, but if I was to look at this one, I feel like question mark have got enough of the util to maybe just end this one quite quickly.
Looks like EYG going to go for a bit of a split take, as Jacob's going to try to rotate around through the western side, and then the rest of EYG is going to try to push up to the northern side on top of QM. Nice shots from Zay, but Skew gonna get a beautiful bolty headshot onto Zay, and he is going to get knocked, leaving now EYG down to a 2-man, just favoring the odds of QM for taking this win.
Squeaky had a weldy coming into the first section and the second section of this tournament. Good to see him up in this last couple of stages. He's showing us what he can do here. Then obviously down for a 2. Sub his way in. EYG though on the back burn. I think they focus so much attention towards happiness now. Kind of lost track of where the other teams are, and it allowed question mark to push in and take this sort of north side on the west, at least tinkering on towards that northwest though. Util, so doesn't seem to be a problem with them. What's it, Famas, A-Dub in their hand as well. AWM seems to be there as well. EYG looks like they're going to be going to this one as a 2.
Yeah, EYG looking very, very rough here, as they're going to have to try to... This is a big split that they're playing as well. But it looks like he will opt to try to stick the res onto him as they're trying to hold it. Question mark. Now, the only question for them is, are they going to try to get aggressive and get as many kills as possible, or are they going to try to play a little safer? And yep, and they are going to wipe out the last members of Zen. Now, it is a 4v2 as EYG has one knocked, and they have another still sitting up on top of him. Molly comes out into play. It looks like it might be good. It'll land just a little short, as Zay is going to go down to the blue. Dante going to get the knock on the small talk, and it is just Jacob, the last one up for Entropy.
Yeah, big nade, that'll cause some major damage. Oh, some major damage. 37 on the board. That might be enough, though. But it is going to be enough. Winner chicken dinner. The team was stacked. The team was blessed. The zone was called home. And question mark brought in the chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner. It is 7 kills. It's a 17-point game. But more importantly, that is the second one that question mark have put on the board this evening. So good game all in all. One thing I will say, though, guys, I have dropped the trial link. Why? Because it is updating quicker than the game's actually much free part way through. Towards the end there it did update, so I have dropped it. I will ask the guys to put a delay back on that trial link. Anyway, for now, big GGs. We're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, we will talk more about the leaderboard. I want to talk about the players, though. I think question mark will be levitating themselves up to that top spot. But for now, take a quick break. I'll see you guys in a second. Hey guys, and welcome back though. That was our final section though on that Tego. We are going to move into that snowy snowstorms because we leave the sandstorms behind after game number 1 and 2. But I want to have a very quick look though at that leaderboard. Is there any big changes to be surprised? There's no big change to surprise at the top there. All right, but look, let's take us quickly through though this sort of top side on the left hand of the leaderboard.
Question mark. Absolutely showing a very strong power, very big display of how big of a team that they actually are within this lobby as they take that number 1 spot at 54 total points. Pod not able to collect the chicken dinner yet, but man, they are just absolutely destroying with a lot of kill points and managing to squeeze their way into a handful of placement points as well, putting them in second place at 50. Purple Swords coming off of a win a couple of games ago, they're able to hold on to that number 3 spot.
It's been a very, very tight so far, and obviously with question mark getting 2 chicken dinners on the board, I want to send it straight into the snowy side of this one. So sit back, relax. This one's going to be mad. If you thought the last game was it, this got nothing on it. Vikendi is coming up.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, and as we come into the one and only Vikendi match for this map rotation, we're going to be looking at the flight path coming from a bit of an east to west, going down to that southwestern part of the map. A lot of the northern part of this map will not be playable. Coal Mine, Observatory, Cosmodrome. If you were a team and had one of those as your primary drop spots, you are going to be left SOL, as the flight path is not going to be in your favor. Absolutely massive win coming off of another back-to-back dub for QM. No, it was not back-to-back. This is just their second win. No, not a back-to-back, but massive win for them indeed. Handful of kill points, massive placement points, adding to them taking that first place position. They are looking very strong and very comfortable as we go into game number 5.
Yeah, game number 5. That's not bad flight path though. I think we do favour when we look at Vikendi more of a snowy ending. And I did feel for the PNC boys because everything was left on that sort of west hand side, the non-snow area where they got the ending. It's only one Vikendi though, so it's all to play for. There's no lessons to be learnt this one because there's only one time over. And yes, those that have just jumped in, it is best of 8. So after this though, we are going to wrap up. 3 Orangles will follow for this snow section. So there's a couple of teams that are going to need a good result here, and they are going to need a good result. But with a zone like that, there's a lot of water to play, which means it's going to play either side of that mountain. My bet might be on that west hand.
Yeah, I think that's a very safe bet that is going to shift off to the west, maybe northwestern part of that zone. But man, we have not seen a northern zone yet inside of these matches. Game number 5, we're down to 3 after this one. 3 Erangels. Definitely a strange occurrence that none of the zones have ended off towards the northern hand side. And as I'm looking at the map, we're seeing QM. They're opting to go for and as I say it, they immediately, man, observers are absolutely on it today. It looks like they're going to opt to go to their primary drop at Observatory to loot up. But then they're gonna have to not have a lot of time to loot in. So it looks like they're gonna be playing late game, late edge of zone of blue, as they're going to have a far rotate ahead of them.
Yeah, it's a very, very hard rotate from there. A very limited amount of areas to come in because Indy does host obviously some roads and lovely what we're seeing from Polish Power. But when you come off piece, if you haven't got one of those 4x4 cars or the snowmobiles, you get caught. Any little dink, any little spin out, you might be sitting duck though for the guys. But wait and see. Wait and see how things eventually lay up though. Fairy Tale. Take one of their compounds themselves. They're a team that needs a better game. I do like these new areas as well. I do like this. You can get so much information. We've seen teams use these in Scrim. Webster, though, showing us what he can do, but he just wants to just show off his parachute, I feel, jumping off that high piece.
Then it's a very good thing that they added those additional parachutes. I think it's a great feature, now because it adds that little added padding. Yeah, it adds that extra padded bonus into doing a lot of different plays. Like if you grab like a glider and that you could just jump out and full send into a team and just parachute onto their compound, or if you're in a high position, you got to get out fast. You can jump knowing that you are safe to take a far leap, as you have that secondary parachute to help you get down safely.
Let me add to that because I'm not a fan of it. Per se, I think they're missing a little bit of a trick. I think it should be a pickup item. So I like the fact that you can have another parachute. But PUBG's been quite a realistic game for quite some time. It has the best gun mechanics, I believe, out there on the gaming marketplace. I do like some of the things they add in. I also don't like some of the things they add in, which if you've been in my stream, I would always be quite vocal about it. I do like the parachute, but I believe it should be a pickup item in World. So if you want to use it, all well and good. Now, obviously, the emergency pickups, they've got them in the bag. That makes sense. You can see the parachutes in the emergency pickup. You're using it, you're deploying it with a parachute on your back. But I would like to see those emergency pickups as a collectible item, should we say.
I agree. I think it would be a very good, strong world item. Maybe if you don't want to use the e-pickup, you could just pick up a parachute from the e-pickup and use that as your secondary parachute. That would be good. That would be a good addition to the game. Make it a little more realistic, because obviously teams are not just making them appear out of nowhere. As we have a fight between Polish Power and Newgate. Nice little points of damage coming out of the gate early on to Senka. As they are going to try to take this fight early on, but they need to be careful because they are starting to get collapsed on by Polish Power, as now Newgate is going to be completely surrounded trying to take this fight early on.
Newgate's been a bit of a team I underestimated, if I'm honest with you. They've done really well. They've not had all the best games, but done pretty well. It looks like Polish Power, though, they want to try and end them pretty quickly as they are collapsing in. You have the wider angles on them. They are playing peekaboo through those warehouses. Big Nate, go through the front door. Doesn't quite get the knocks as they wanted, but this team is all backed into one now. So when Polish Power identify that, when we too shocked to see things like the blue zone nades come rolling in. There goes the first knock. They've got to do something to get out of here. They can't be caught all backed into this one building.
Rez is going to immediately come out from them, try to reset to get 4 of them up. Wabuki going to get the nice knock onto Crunio, as now Cappy is going to get a flush onto Yavil and Prat with the knock on the nade. But now WLA coming in with the third party on top of Polish Power. They are unaware that they're about to get crashed. They are now getting pushed up by WLA. Molly going to do some massive damage, and now Hoba going to secure the knock and the flush onto Crunio. And now it is going to be Polish Power having the tide of the battle turned completely against them, as now they are stuck in a 3v2v4 trying to take this fight to New G.
That is so unfortunate. Polish Power had everything. They closed the team down. They collapsed them really quickly. They got them stuck in the building. What they didn't need is another team rolling them behind. WLA now looking Overwatch. Polish Power now on the back burner themselves, down to a 3v2, but in the favour of Newgate. They are still holding out, and actually, the fact that they've packed in here, not too bad. WLA might have to try and take the fight here. Wonder if they got the blue zone nades just to chuck in the front door and kind of end Newgate, or push them out at least to the other side towards Polish Power.
That util would be absolutely massive, as it would definitely force one or the other team to have to push into the side and allow WLA to get a nice little third party to clean sweep the rest of them as they try to come out of the fight with minimal numbers and minimal health. Very interesting to see how WLA tries to take this, as Polish Power, you're right, they played it absolutely beautifully. They pinch maneuvered team New G as they were taking that compound. They thought it was going to be a free fight on the Polish Power, but they immediately had the tides turned on them, and it looks like We Live Again is going to opt to back off. So this could help Polish Power turn the tides back again into their favor, as they're going to leave and return back to their compound.
Polish Power would have been up there, but they're lower down on that leaderboard than Win or Die as well. They did not need that third party. The damaging impact it's had on Polish Power has been huge. So let's see what they can do to come back here. They do lose 1, they do lose 2, as they are trying to hold out though, and Polish Power show us what the Polish boys can do. They hold out and they should be able to get a 2. And look at this. WLA. Hey, hold on. Something's happening again over here. Now they're coming to try and finish things off. They should be able to get the rest in time. Maybe they're going to fall on the Polish Power sword. They need the points.
Absolutely. If Polish Power can manage to turn this tide of the battle, Util is going to definitely have to come out very quickly here as they are looking to try to fend off this team from taking them out. WLA making a massive push here. They heard the fight go off. They heard the fight coming to an end with Polish Power taking the win over top of New G. Now it's going to be very interesting to see how they manage it, but it's going to be Woo coming in with a third party on top of WLA, just as they did to Polish Power. Now is happening to them. Absolutely insane as they're going to come in, get a knock and a thirst immediately onto WLA. Oh, what a turn of a battle of events. 4 different teams all collapsing on top of one another.
All I can say to everyone is welcome to Vikendi, people. This is what we seem to always get. Polish Power, they're still going to try and hold on the Woo on the other side of the compound. I'm going to get Nixie back up. Diffix is sticking that res though. And we'll see WLA who are pushing their way in. They were the ones on the third party. They were the ones trying to conquer, and the Woo have just taken the opportunity, like WLA, to maybe get a few more points on the board. But shots coming through on those higher windows as I zoomed his way into Diffix's soul and put him down with that new gun.
Dragunov definitely being the game changer within here with that 100-meter headshot to instant knock on even on a level 2 helmet. Definitely going to make things much more dynamic within these fights, because now you can just one-tap somebody with a DMR at close range and put them down versus having to take out the AR for the spray. But it will be Woo. They will be able to reset, as it is just... No, there's 2 members. It's hard to see because they're just stacked up so close on top of each other. It's a 4v2v3. iZoom doing very good to hold the flank, the anchor position. Now that's going to allow WLA to rotate on out up to his positioning and try to get out of this very difficult situation that they found themselves in.
No surprise. Obviously, they are there. They're going to the zone play back this way. It does. Kind of for me, it's going to go towards that sort of west mountain. It'll be a fight for that high train. It's going to be a fight for that segment. And looks like WLA for the second time disengaging. Has anyone ever seen that before? Maybe they start shooting again and they're going to turn back around and go back for the fight again.
No. They just go back to try to pick the pieces off of whoever wins this fight, whether it's Polish Power or it's oh my gosh, why am I blanking on their name now? Wow, that's unfortunate.
We live again, pushed further away. Obviously, we had boys from Polish Power on the back burner. They obviously trying to survive out. And then we had the Woo coming in from that third party, or fourth party, Woo, should I say. I feel like We Live Again just live into their name. It's like they've got to rotate their way around and just go, yep, we live again. Woohoo, we're out of here.
It's going to be interesting to see if they manage to take the... Polish Power, he's going to find the knock, the trade onto Fuzzface, but it's going to be Defix that comes through. And then look at them, and they're making this is the third wave, people. They're coming in. They're going to have the information that Fuzzface is sitting inside the smoke. They're going to get the thirst. Defix going down to 1 HP as his other teammate is stuck just getting the res off onto Nixie. Yeah, Nifix. As the tide has turned again on Woo, the third party on top of We Live Again.
Look at the map. Oh
my gosh, here they go. Look at that. They're playing Call of Duty Zombies right now. They're just wave after wave after wave. They come back, they leave, they go back, and they reset. What on earth is happening?
It is the cold weather. It's messing with the brains of these players. You're going to see now on the RPGs. They've obviously gone back for some reinforcements to stock up the car, as they might just go again and go pick up a few more as they leave for the third time. This is griefing.
Oh man, they're picking up the information. Did they?
No. What they're picking up though, they're picking up noob tubes. I mean RPGs, and then they're coming back again. They just here they go. They're going to restock their cars and go rolling back to go unleash hell again.
Oh my gosh, jeez. That is fantastic. Please, come on. Fourth wave, fifth wave. Come on, let's see it happen. I want to see, like, they have the information. They have the full information that Woo is sitting inside that compound. If they just keep harassing them with Panzerfaust and just absolutely keeping them stuck inside that compound, they could wipe out Woo in a very early stage of the game, and definitely very entertaining to watch them just go in and leave and come back and leave again.
I'd love to be in their voice chat because I guarantee they are having a laugh on this one. Happy to say they're pushing their way down. Maybe not fairy tale ending so far, but we have to wait and see. Twi VOD review for this one is going to be fun. Yeah, no, I'll put the tracer rounds on Saga. That'd be funny to see how much of the map they draw going in towards this one. Happy to say they're going to find themselves in one of those blizzards, as it will now completely give way to any kind of visibility down here in phase number 2, and the zone obviously shifting further afield.
As you said yesterday, man, I'm getting my days all mixed up with how many days we've been just having to cast back to back to back for PAS and PEC and Scrims and all this other stuff. And that Blizzard, just a little overpowered. I definitely agree. Definitely shouldn't be allowed to come into end games, as one of those Blizzards into final circles can cover up the entire circle, just leaving teams just absolutely stuck, not able to do much as they try to take fights onto the other teams. But a zone going to pretty much center up. It went south and it just keeps centering up. So a bit of predictability from the zone as it keeps closing, going to make it a lot easier for Wu to decide to stay and hold the compound that they're in.
It's going to be that compound, you're right. And yes, again, I agree totally when it comes down towards the snow. So I don't mind it, like phase 1 to 4, 1 to 5, maybe at a push. But yeah, if we see them any later on, they really engulf the zone. Now, it does make for good play. Not great for spectating because we can't really see much. And you see these teams kind of scurrying their way through the complete visible block. All the time, taking some shots across, and looks like the Wu down a player. Those Fuzzface goes out towards the migration of WLA. They migrate many times a year towards this compound. Maybe they'll come back now after that. Maybe send out a flare to invite back WLA.
Trying to entice them to make another push onto them. Maybe they end their continual rounds of rotating in and out away from that compound. But it is going to be... AA needs to be very careful, as against all odds, Marquise is making his way up on top of AA, and they don't have any information. They have no idea that he is sitting right there. So if one of them overextends onto the balcony he's looking at, it could absolutely end their day, as it looks like all is making a push against AA.
These are good areas. Oh, here comes a mortar field. They're going to come in. Hey, against all odds. You get so much information from up here, and obviously if the zone does push away, you can take the cable cart. Plus the RPGs, so Kino and Marcy's are creeping their way over. Silent so does play on the other side of the rock. So again, he's looking to try and create an angle. Every time they make a shot, it's a time they can shimmy themselves a little bit closer. Now we look a little bit further into field. As VIS are playing Death by Bears. King Bear though takes a big hit though on them, and it goes down to 2H.
Poor Bear.
Poor Bear.
Poor bear. He's just trying to defend his home. But it is going to be Marcus that pushes up the hill, and he's going to take a bit of points of damage as he tries to make that push, as he's sitting right underneath AA as they rotate away from the gondola a little bit, trying to extend over onto Viz. As Hibako, the last one back, playing that anchor position, but it is going to be, oh gosh, man, Zen getting the knock and the flush onto Kino. Marbo going to go down to the blue zone. The third party push from all is absolutely getting put into shambles.
It's very hard. I don't think third party is the norm anymore. It seems to be a fourth or fifth party. Question mark though, they are still holding the outside edge, and yet again question mark get blessed with a little bit of a zone. Against all odds though, they are taking the odds in their favour, but unfortunately it might be favouring our VIS team, as they are lurking with a snowstorm, pushing them further afield. Might want to take down the cable car as it does retract back over towards the other side. Against all odds though, Marcy is the final player for them. He's going to use the popping of the shots to try and lay some fire down. He does lay some fire down, but he doesn't quite get the knock needed. But interesting, we lose towards the snow zone. Oh wow. That was big nade.
Absolutely massive nade. He was not expecting that to roll in after him.
Nope. It's 13th place though. EYG will go out. We've got 12 teams now remaining, and it's phase number 4. Here comes the madness. It's going to unfold, and the rest of the teams need to claw on. It'll be the outside edge. The Bear actually gets one. Let's go, Bear. Let's go. After all, he gets a confirm on him as well. Big G's though. The Bear taking a point. Get that lad on the leaderboard, mate. Let's go. Never thought that would ever happen. I say that though, actually, I say that. I put a clip up on YouTube Shorts the other day, and that's exactly what happened. A player took out a 4-man squad, last one survived, and a Bear swiped him from behind and took the kill.
Oh my gosh, that's team number 17, Team Bear, 1 kill. Let's go.
Yeah. If they make themselves in towards the top 4 places, they get qualified. Near the Bear now.
Oh, speaking of hearing the Bear, Ketter getting a nice little thirst onto Team Bear. Unfortunate for them as they're going to get eliminated in 13th place. Is now Viz is going to push up the hill, sitting right underneath AA. Blizzard providing a nice bit of cover for him to get up underneath them. Now, they are aware that Viz is sitting there, but I don't think they're aware that they have this lurker from Keter coming in. As now Win is going to fight against Fairy Tale. Nox coming into play. Brightside going to go down, as now they're going to try to take the wraparound, see if they can't finish it off. And it will be win or die, eliminating Fairy Tale in 12th place.
Will die clawing their way up here. 10, 11 teams now remain. Not the kill feed though is really lighting up. Question mark trying to push their way in. Vorpal sort of want to go on a massive defense now while he goes to the top field first, trying to get the confirm. The doozy. He's going for a full send like we saw on that game number 2, but he might full send himself into his own nade. Needs to be cautious here. He does chuck another nade though, waiting for the opportunity for nade back. He's going to be nerves of steel as he does tease the idea of coming out quite late, but he doesn't do it. And the blue zone nade comes rolling in. That might be damaging though towards our doozy player.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shot in the foot from Q. Oh, that wasn't his own teammate's name. No, that was a VS pushing in. That was Vorpal Sword. Yeah, taking a third party right out from underneath him. Dante going for the recrash onto Vorpal Swords. Gonna see if he can't try to make something happen. He's now fighting in the blue. Gets a knock onto Yukarim, as now he's gonna try to take the fight to the last 2 members that are sitting up inside that shack. He goes for the wide swing. Massive damage comes into play, but it is going to be PWD that finds the last member of Question Mark, and they will be eliminated in 10th place.
Good hold from them. Vorpal Sword gonna now try and hold the outside edge of that compound. WLA. Maybe they've settled themselves down. 5 kills on the board from them. Ober is the one that has been doing the damage, and mainly because of the slingshot action from this compound back and forth, as he did pick up multiple players from different teams. Zone is looking pretty much ahead of us. There's not much as he hills around the outside, a little bit of a compound, and that's about it. It's going to be who's got the cars, and again we're going to come down to who's got the util. It's going to be about edge play yet again. Another Vikendi relies up on outside edge.
Edge gaming, absolutely massive here on this Vikendi matches. Abiko gonna take the gondola into the zone, but oh, look at that Panzerfaust he has on his back. Could be the difference between him winning and losing a fight, as he's the last one up for AA. I'm trying to out-bandage the damage of the blue, but it is phase 5, so it is absolutely chunking. So he's going to have to make a play here fairly quick, as I see Quizzy, quickly. My lord, tried to combine the two.
RPG.
Oh, come on. Panzerfaust onto Ibby would be absolutely massive. Maybe he could secure it, as Ibby is sitting just outside of the compound. Oh,
He's looking for it. He's got a limited time. He's about to go on the outside edge of blue again. The Woo have even looked at this way just yet. You can see the little white dots on the map. He might get a little bit of a blessing though. But he's coming down. There does find himself a nice little bowl he can play. No other team really around this side. They've pushed further afield though. Quizzy on the other hand, he's getting knocks on Pod, but Pod also getting knocks on Win or Die. They are going a bit of a head-to-head on the other side of the zone. Whoa. Looks like AA going to try and hold out.
What a strong rock. Oh my gosh, that rock pretty much wraps around him, protecting him from all sides.
Huddle rock,
so man. It's absolutely massive. As it looks like the Woo is going to opt to rotate the opposite sides. It's going to leave Habiko alone. He's going to be left alone to be safe for just a little while longer, as now they're going to turn their attentions on over to Pod, as Defix is going to spot out 2 members sitting right there. Have to be very, very careful. He's going to take out the tires on his vehicle, leaving him almost stranded. As now it is looking like Woo are going to be getting on the offensive.
Good though. A strong player. Should be all right. He's going to be able to hold out, to be fair. And I don't think anyone knows that he's there. So he's going to be clean to maybe say last night. I think he's getting a tab of shots. So looking at the field there. But yeah, there's that rock though. He's going to just try and lay low for after all. Maybe trying to pray for his zone to come back that way. The Woo, I don't think they know he's there. They definitely didn't pick him up on that cable car jump either. Will Die, unfortunately, going down 9th place for them. Just shy of that placement point, unfortunately. It does go back to the Woo. Does this mean, with question mark out, will the Woo be able to get a chicken dinner on the board? Will they able to claim some victory themselves? See, nerves are still going to be happened. Pod, again, they're still here. 8 teams, though. We are only making ourselves in the point plot now, but there's only 19 players left line. What's a difference from the other games we've had so far?
Massive difference indeed. As we went into these final zones, it was even though it was 8 teams, it was massive, and it's going to be defix to find out Hibiko, as he is the last one up for AA, and he is going to get eliminated in 8th place. So now 7 teams, 18 people alive. Not a lot of players alive considering there are 7 teams still up. Massive difference from those games to these, as now if you are sitting on low kill points for these final 7, you're not going to be able to pick up too many, as all these teams are pretty well spread out.
It is going to be all about that utility again. Zone is going to there's a nice little bit of ridge zone in the middle. I do like to see more deployable shields as further we go into this round of 16 at the moment. Boys are making their stand forward though. Exalt need to work about how they get in now, because more importantly, there's a lot of teams in front of them. Vorpal sort of being one of those big hitters. They're going to try and lay low. PWD, he's going to lay low, and in a sea of freebies, he might shower himself with some new vests and be a bit of a snake in the grass, especially for a team Exalt who've been fighting on the outside edge. They might roll on top of him, so needs to be cautious though. Wait and see how it eventually plays. Smoke wall goes forward. Car's pretty much spent, but you do have another one here. Nades are going over the top, but I don't think they know the FAMAS though. It's going to rain out, and PWD puts Fate down. The sleeper move did work out for them. There goes a nade, but no need though. He's going to get the confirm. The other one has gone down, but it's actually from Zen. Zen coming alive and Exalt as quickly as they arrived in the outside of the zone. We said quickly as they went down. 6th place for them. WLA claim most of them. WPD unfortunately goes down.
Just one member up for Vorpal Swords. He is hidden in a very nice area, sitting inside that little bush. Pretty much free range for Wu to do as they want, as they're the only team on that northern side of the hill. It's going to be Hoba to get the knock onto Scav. That's a team knock. And a team, no, different teams, my fault. As WLA is going to get the knock and the thirst on the Scav from Zen. Now it's going to be a difficult push, as they have another snake sitting in the grass. Will Nabat be able to strike and put down Team WLA, at least secure himself another 1 or 2 more kill points, as they are going to walk right on top of him? But it's going to be Hoba to find out Nabat sitting in the bush, and he will be eliminated in 5th place.
It's going to go down and out, and we do receive then our top 4. We live again. After an interesting start, they find themselves now on 10 kills and in a top 4 position with 3 players. The Wu are the same, but the Wu were subject to WLA. A little bit of cheekiness, should we say. But they are also on 3 players. Not as much action around that neck of the woods, though. They have been having to be creative, shall I say, to go get their kills. Pod on the other hand, they find themselves as a 2, and Zen are going to unfortunately be down to that final player themselves. So I kind of look at this zone. It looks like the Wu for me. They've got the compound a little bit further back, so Diffix is holding him. Now I see EB and Nixie. They play out towards this sort of east-hand side. They play the ridge. They want to stop anyone working over the top, and it looks like Pod and WLA, they're going to have to go at it first. If that does happen, that means potentially the Wu can play third party. Maybe some just dessert, should we say.
But it's going to have to be very careful, as that last member of Zen is sitting right behind WLA, probably just waiting to see if WLA gets knocked, maybe 1 or 2 of them, before he tries to activate to steal away a couple of easy kills. As he has nice cover too. Zone not in his favor though, is about to start restricting, so he's going to have to make a move here sooner rather than later. It'll be very interesting to see how he decides to play this one out. He is the odd man out, the solo, trying to survive.
He's trying to survive, but he's on the outside edge. It's very difficult to come in. Pod, even to a degree, they're kind of playing as solos. They've got to hold either side of this themselves. I wouldn't mind them crossing up one, looking back this way, over the top, over the head, to provide some cover. But we have to wait and see eventually how things go down. Pod have to lay down prey. WLA maybe take a fight with Wu. Wu leaving the compound now, taking the high side. Looks like double P90s on the battleground though. There is still quite a bit of a split though. And later on this lobby, not as many Dragonoffs on. And Takatori is laying down the fire. Pod refusing to go down. See if they can get a chicken dinner themselves. Lamb, they're going to go out in 4th place though. Nice hard fight for them. And it's going to be eventually Pod down towards that final player. Takatori, his cracked vest, his lid, give or take, is in rags as well. Duct taped together. And doesn't have much more smoke. I think he's running out of zone at the moment.
Zone time not on his side. Util not on his side, and his gear not on his side, as Rox is going to get flushed out by iZoom, and iZoom's immediately going to get traded by Defix. Sosa, last one up for We Live Again, as they are pick up 12 kills, securing them at the minimum at least a third place. It's going to be very difficult for him to try to hold off the Woo. Maybe if he can just out-survive the last member of Pod as he's making his way up the zone. But it looks like he has a free range to push up the zone as no one's looking at him at the moment. As now it's going to be Ibby. Oh, he just barely backs off in time before he gets massive damage put onto him. Nice flashbang as he pushes up. Defix going to find the flush as Hakatori is going to get the last member of We Live Again, knocking them out in third place. 3v1 for Woo, and they are going to pick up a nice chicken dinner. 6 kills, 10 placement points, giving them 16 points to add to the board.
Yep, 6 kills. I don't think they're going to be on these next couple of stats. They don't quite make it there. WLA, though, take the kills. Pod take the damage again. Pod, they're always here. And win or die, good to see them pick the assist, though, with the kills, with the damage. It was good to see. We get the first time Woo get a winner. Chicken dinner, though, and that, though, is our one and only Vikendi before we get ready for our next game. So our next game, yes, there are going to be 3 of our wrangles left to go. We're going to bring the leaderboard up after the break. We're going to run through what does that mean for the Woo. They needed that chicken dinner, though, didn't they? They had to get some extra points on the board, and despite getting, I want to use the big G word, aggrieved, they've got third party, fourth party, 5th party, 6th party, RPG parties. I think they needed a chicken dinner after that.
Yeah, they definitely needed that chicken dinner. Definitely the morale boost, the confidence boost that they needed to show that, hey, we are a strong team. We are contenders here to take the top 3 spots away from these other teams holding that position. And yes, they did bit of a little difficult situation with constantly getting I want to say attacked in waves by the same team and different teams, but they were able to hold out. Luckily, zone shifted towards them at that compound they were holding, got a nice split. They pushed out. They held that northern side of the zone very well and was able to activate at a perfect time to pick off the last few members of the teams in the final 4.
Yeah, I think they were blessed to get that revenge on WLA, as I think they'll be happy to close that one out. But they did close that one out, and that is the close of our Vikendi. We'll take a quick break, though. But when we come back, though, we have 3 more games remaining for the best of 8. They are all going to be on the OG Wrangle. So see you guys in a second.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. And don't forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. when I showed him the jig is up again. When I asked him who was the best, they get to stuttering. Tell him
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Hey guys, welcome back though. After that game for Kendi, is always good to see that one. But I want to have a quick look though at that leaderboard very quickly, because there has been so I say some slight changes, some slight amendments, and that really is our team that hasn't got themselves a chicken dinner yet. 61 points. Pod being super consistent and able to grind their way up. 40 kills, but only putting 21 placement points on this. Big GG's now. Question mark obviously find themselves now in second, and Vorpal Sword, no change for them as they do hold out that third. The Woo, after that good game, they do levitate themselves now back into a fourth spot. The LA, obviously in fifth. Exalt, Happiness, and Newgate are topping out on 8. Anyway, let's throw ourselves in. It's going to be a wrangle though. The next map. See you guys in a second. Hey guys, and welcome back though. It's game number 6 and we are best of 8 as we need to obviously work our way down, but with this zone it's not too bad. Obviously work your way from a top or north central down towards that sort of southeast. The only downside is it doesn't really push that east hand side of the zone. I don't think it's going to force too much of congestion. I don't think it's going to cause too many issues. But one thing I will tell you, it is going to force potential teams to extend a little bit further out, but reclaim back. One thing I will say is the zone and the flight path, they're not wedded anymore. It's not subject to being through the flight path, but the angle slightly smaller map. The likelihood is quite high that we will see the zone anyway. Plane is done and dusted though. We've got about 10 seconds before we get that zone, but before then, VIS, they are getting dropped. First down, boots on the ground, as after all, though, they are lurking also down towards this next section.
Going to be very interesting for them to see how they're going to take this fight as the knocks coming in, and now Viz going to get the punch knock on the Danamon, and they're going to immediately get a DP knock onto Wades as they're going to thirst him out. Viz easily, and not easily, I wouldn't say easily, but very quickly taking this battle onto them, as now it is a 2v4 for AA, as now they have lost 2 very strong members of their team, and now they're going to be battling it out to see if they can't hold on to those last 2 members and rotate on out.
is going to be about the rotate out, because the rotate out means we've got to go back towards that zone. It is pushing back towards that Yaz, and unfortunately it looks like it is going to be a Yaz field. Hopefully not for most of these. Hashtag save our frames. I do hate a Yaz ending. We saw some great play. SRM obviously qualifying through. He's sitting out in the field. Hopefully it might push further away. Obviously let us know in chat how it goes out.
Oh, no. D-Fix is picking up. Oh, not going to pick up the Panzerfaust. Never mind. Okay. D-Fix, it looks like strong positioning for them as they have a nice little even spread across Lagnea, but I hope you are right. I hope it does not go down towards the field near Lagnea, because I rather much watch and keep the frames for us observers, so that way we are having a nice, smooth, and congruent gameplay.
It won't be a smooth gameplay if it does descend here, because that does mean we're going to get loads of teams pushing towards this area, and it means they stay alive for longer. That's a horrible thing to say, people, right? But it does mean they stay alive for longer because they held out the buildings. It just means we force everyone into a corner of Yaz, and it's kind of a last one punching might survive out, but we'll wait and see how we go. Though, against all odds, they've been really proven against all odds so far in this round of 16. I think when we opened up this evening, it was quite hard. We had some early picks from our top 3, but it was generally to call a top 8. It is quite hard. Against all odds for me would have been one of these teams that would have been in there, but currently sitting quite low down the table. They're in 14th spot, so they need to really drastically change something to get it in towards the top 8. What I can say is it is doable with 3 games, but they just need 3 really good games.
Absolutely, and not even necessarily they need to get strong win games. They just need to get maybe some high kill games, and maybe make it into some nice placement positions, or maybe not placement, but get nice points from placements. You know, they make it to 6th, 5th, and with a handful of kills, and that'll help out immensely, more so than what's been going on recently. But as we look onto this Erangel zone, sitting more towards the eastern side of the map, going to be very interesting. Can't wait to see, very curious to see if the zone is going to follow the same trend as yesterday in PAS best of 16, where both maps ended the exact same spot. Going to be funny if it happens here as well, if the zone decides to just shift right into the same location for all 3.
Well, we saw that, didn't we? Even this evening with our Miramar, give or take, it was the same style ended, the same position, the same push. Nixie having a click as they are clown car in their way up. It's a question mark also looking for this. These teams do not want to be in Yaz, so they're trying to get some real estate just on the outside. QM taking the single. This is not a bad play, especially if it does come back down to the fields. They've got to defend it. We do see teams playing the bowls either side, but it looks like the barrage of fire those underneath EYG, so they'll take the chopper in towards the late game. Early use of an E-pickup, if honest, they could have maybe kept that in their back pocket and maybe waited for the next exposure of the zone.
Going to be a very hard push for them. It looks like they're going to turn their attention over to Mansion, but now all of these other teams sitting around the area, they have full information that a team just landed here. Ooh, nice points of damage onto Zay. Not going to do massive damage, but nice shot to hit nonetheless as someone is parachuting out of the sky. Entropy, going to have to be very careful now, because all these teams in the surrounding area of Mansion know that they're there. They have the information, and they could easily get punished for taking that E-pickup so early into this game.
I do like it. Big shout for Koho. I think he talked about in his video when he talked about the E-pickups when they first came out, and it was about deploying it as the zone's about to hit. Because yes, you do chunk a bit of blue, right? You can get away with it in zone 1, zone 2, or phase 1, phase 2, right? But what it does, it gives you the advantage. If you're not quite sure where the zone's going to go, you actually then give you the opportunity that you'll be in the air and you're going to get to that zone 2 or the zone 3. I think it's a smart play. I don't know if EYG have used that too early. Maybe that was their only option. Maybe they didn't have the cars to rotate in.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, say those, because they didn't have many vehicles to try to push inside of the zone, so they had to do something to get inside of that Mansion drop. But I do agree, like they probably should have, if they could, just wait a couple more seconds, see if the zone hard shifted or where it went, and then use that to their advantage to just kind of float and get full information of all the teams around them, and maybe try to take a push based off of that information that they could have gained from just gliding for a while.
Yeah, let's wait and see. And have to wait for this zone to come in. A couple of little pop shots there coming through. Pod just going to continue to go through, and I think we keep mentioning this team a lot. They aren't always there, though. They're getting in the top spots. They're top of their leaderboard now, guys, without a chicken dinner in their back pocket. Football Sword, they open up the evening with the chicken dinner themselves, though. And they are proving to be a massive contender. So they're not been able to get another chicken dinner under their belt, but they've been farming the kills, they've been farming the rotation, and that's why there's no change from this team. They're currently sitting in third spot.
Massive games from them. A little has to be frustrating for them. I mean, I'm sure they're sitting happy. They're sitting fine knowing that they are sitting in first place with 0 wins, some placement points, but massive kills as they have, I think it's 10 more kills than the second place team, who has the next it is a question mark that has 30, and then Pod has 40 kills to add to their collection, even though they don't have a win and sitting in first place. So, they could be a little frustrated that they haven't been able to close out the end game to get a chicken dinner, but they are sitting pretty on the leaderboard, so can't be too mad at themselves for that.
No, consistency, I think, is the best way to sum them up. They've been so consistent when it comes down to the games, getting in there. And look, with the teams that are levitating themselves a little bit higher up on that leaderboard, it does condense the rest of the zone together. We see this with the NA stuff that we're going to be casting later. After a game number one, day number one, there's only 2-3 teams really grasping with those points. That again means in turn that we are going to see more teams have to fight harder to get themselves in towards the late zone. But one game can turn it around. We've already seen that, and I think Pod are due their game. They're due their chicken dinner, I feel.
I agree. They definitely do the win. They definitely do some massive points to maybe further the gap between them and second place. As Woo also, I think they got a nice win last game, but I do think that they could get a much bigger win underneath their belts with a lot more kills to take another giant leap into the leaderboard.
It is going to be a giant leap, but let's wait and see. Definitely feel like Wrangle's at a more slower pace. It's that well rehearsed, a well used game, and it's due that remaster. I don't know what everyone's thoughts are about the remaster. I'm kind of excited, but as I said before, I'm really hungry for KFC. I'm not gonna lie. Well done, PUBG. About time you teamed up with KFC, if I'm honest with you. When a chicken dinner, I was crying out when you guys first launched it, but we have to wait and see. These teams are now working their way down. Question mark actually spread slightly from their position. They work to actually take the high ground. Besto overlooking as the Doozie's looking down towards that Exalt compound. He's kind of stopping anyone playing into that bowl. As the rest will be looking back toward Yaz. Football Sword, though, they are working their way down. And PWD, super cracked player. This guy is insane to cast. I enjoy always casting when we get him in the lobby. He always produces high. Here comes Win or Die. Late on the rotation. Question mark already here. They cannot go down here. They need to be cautious. Maybe take a bit more of a safer rotation down and around would be the better call.
But that safer rotation away from question mark is going to lead them right into the arms of New G, who is set up inside that grandma's compound. It's going to be very difficult for them if they try to take any shots or fights at them, and they will, as now it is going to be Win. Looks like they might rotate back into the arms of QM almost. Oh, absolute shambles for them, as now they're also rotating into the arms of WLA. They just can't find a place to call home, as they're just taking a barrage of gunfire from all these different teams on their push in. What on earth is Zay ready with a Panzerfaust in hand? Good points of damage. Nice contact from Nikki as he hits a nice couple points onto them as they rotate on by.
We're rotating on by. Oh, we'll take the trenches, though. We saw that in there yesterday for us, though. Now, going to continue their shots, though. A little 360 spin. Silencer shows us what he's got. Fairy Tale, though, getting knocked. My bad is down and out on this one, getting caught on that rotation. They're going to try and hold their compound as best they can. I wouldn't be surprised to see more teams sort of feel that prison area. We are now seeing WLA, though, hold on the outside edge. Lepovka. Looks like we've got Happiness and the Woo. They are lurking out on this very much on the east-hand side.
Definitely, as all these teams are starting to collapse and push up on top of each other. Very strong positioning from against all odds. They have nice coverage from the tree lines, but they can easily get peeked from the top of the hill as they are trying to hold this positioning. Going to be very interesting to see how these teams play out these next couple of phase shifts as the blue is starting to close onto phase 2, going into phase 3.
Good park there. Don't think you can get the car out of that dip, though. Push power. They're going to take the free stack, though. Nice split across these compounds on the higher side, very much in the sort of northeast corner. Here the flares go up, though. Pod They're lurking on the edge of that prison. Surprised we don't really have any more teams there. It's phase 2. Looks like it recalled back. It looks like it played back down towards that sort of south-southeast. And I'd even hazard a guess that we have got Leprovka's store remaining in. And looks like Nuji, they might need to get moving themselves. Dante knows this. He's looking for the cards now. We'll see the rotation. We had to pop some shots. I don't think he wants to waste his time or the energy on that one. I think about the next couple of zones himself.
Oh, now we're going to be watching Viz as they were able to secure 2 early on as they got their hot drop onto Ruins. And it's very good for them. They managed to pick up these couple of kills because Viz could definitely use some strong games for themselves as well to try to pole vault themselves up that leaderboard. But last 3 matches, only 1 day. It's not like they have a second day to try to rely on to make a strong comeback, as we've seen so many NA teams do on day 2 for PAS. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can rally themselves to try to get themselves higher up. But in the meantime, got a bit of a fight breaking out between Woo and Happiness. Happiness also could use a very big game here.
Love that, mate. Always makes me think of that. Such a good team name. Buzzface, understanding the game and under where he can get away with, puts himself in a position that he can have a little sneaky peek in towards the bunker himself. Wouldn't be surprised for him to use the outer rim of it and jump across to get on the roof. There he goes. Off he pops. Buzzface, though, will be looking to get a shot through the little window and down towards the guys. As Buzzface, we eventually get eyesight on the card. Does move its way around, though, but we do get, though, Timmy, he's the one really holding this team together. He's enough providing the most happiness, though. Diffic's whipping the shots, but unable to get a connection there.
It seems like he was clipping just barely the edge of that the half wall. He was just barely clipping the edge of it, shooting the side of it where the rubble starts going downwards. Unfortunate for him. That headshot was clean. The accuracy looked like it was there. It's just unfortunate timing for the strafes, as now Happiness turns the tide of this fight into a 3v3. Massive utility onto Nixie as he is down to 1 HP. And will that nade be able to find the knock? It won't, and he will be able to cling on to this 3v3.
God, they needed him to push round. Fuzzface was waiting. He had the trap. He had the claws there, ready to grasp away the Happiness themselves. Question mark, though. They're going to rotate their way down to zone, and now they're going to pass by multiple teams and try and thread the needle through the gap, though. Polish Powder Cappy is taking some of the initial shots, though. I think this might be more of a, hey guys, we're here. Like, don't worry about us. Don't take this compound. We're good.
Yes, 100%. As we sit here and we watch them as they rotate around. Now, the Dragunov, it seems like I'm noticing a lot of players are shooting it at the same, like they're leading their shots as they would in SLR, but it's not the same. The velocity for those bullets is a lot. You got to lead a little bit more than you would in SLR and or SKS when you take those shots. So I feel like as soon as a member of any team figures that out, it would be absolutely deadly, because right now we only see it really getting used heavily in the close range battles, not really in that mid to long range quite yet, as people are still sticking to the SLR and SKS.
There's a bit of a different move, though, but on the other side of things, though, and wide though underneath shots, though. There goes that stack up, though. Blue zone, they followed by that Molly. That is a nice stack, though, from Exalt. He can't get off. He has to just suck up the blue. We know it's going to cause the damage, and there he goes. He can't even get off the outside edge, so looks like our Exalt boys, though, picking apart EYG. Let's wait and see there. Is there a map stream? No, there is not a map stream, unfortunately, guys. This is a clean feed from the production guys, but we haven't been given a map stream ourselves, so apologies, guys. Yeah, no map stream here.
It's going to be a difficult hold for EYG as they lose 1, and they have Polish Power up on the top of the hill above them, and then they also have Exalt sharing the same compound as them. But it looks like they might be able to stick the res to get, as he blocks himself off, the door just closing on top of him. Is now they will stick the res to get back up to 4, but it is going to be PP pushing up onto them. Polish Power going to get the flush onto Senka, as Nord is going to get the knock onto Small. Man, just fight after fight after fight. Poor EYG, as Jacob is the last one up. He is going to be able to stick the res, maybe get this back up to a 3v2 onto EX that is sitting right outside of their compound.
Yeah, I'll come off that one, though. Zone, so it's going to shift slightly away. Got too much water play, though. Question mark have put themselves in Leprovka, though. Happiness retreating themselves back, and you're right, there is a lot of action there. It goes to shift back, it seems. A little bit of an eat repeat from PAS. Day number 1 for us. This is the zone that we had, and this is where we start to lose a lot more people, because I've got to retract up that hill. have to wait and see. It would be nice to see the map a little bit more often, but thanks for the stream anyway. I am not in control of the camera in any way, shape or forms. We're being provided a live feed by the PUBG guys and girls. So yeah, apologies. I'm not in control of the camera. That's why the camera's better. Come on, you guys know me. I'm not on the camera. You guys always moan it. I'm too much in the map stream.
Yeah, the nice camera work from them, as the observers are doing a very good job of making sure we have the best content to cast over top of. Not a lot of util going in from Entropy onto Exalt. Nothing able to really connect to try to turn the tide of a fight into their favor. Nice shotgun in hand, going for a good cheeky little push. Flashes in, pushing with the shotgun. Gonna find one. He is gonna get full blinded though, and just get stuck in the corner as it is going to turn the tide of the battle. Exalt finding two as he uses that folding shield inside of the compound absolutely beautifully, and they are going to eliminate EYG as they try to take the push onto EX.
Take a risk. Vote yes. And Polish Power making top 2. Interesting. They got the compound, but there are a lot of teams pushing their way in. We would play though. He's backed himself in. After all, though, they are taking the run. You have Nabat in front, so smokes are going to be key as Pod go for a full send here. But M249 is going to cause some damage though. They do lose one though. They are going to look for that one. They will get the confirm. Down and out. No other remaining. That is a full send though from Pod though. And now they come across the second team. Another one goes down. As they will lose another one on that crazy rotation. And yet again, Pods refuse to stop. They are still on the move.
Please just drive straight into Polish Power and just get picked off by another team. That would be absolutely hilarious as they just drive through 3 teams, each team getting one of them. But it looks like Polish Power are going to be taking a fight onto Zen as beautiful mortar from Nord going to find the knock onto Skew as now it is just 2 members. And there goes the Thirst, doing a bit of damage to the other member as now Vaz going to push up on top of Polish Power, try to stop the push. Nice nade. Crunio going to get the knock onto Mouse. Vaz, the last one up. Gonna see if he can't hold it out for his team. He got the trade onto Crunio. He's gonna try to push up, maybe secure the flush as he gets spotted out, and it is going to be Cappy to find the last member of Zen. They will be eliminated in 13th.
How long did they have that mortar set up? That was a defensive play. We saw one yesterday from NA. The defensive play for Polish Power was mortar. Let him crash that compound down the hill because I've got it dialed into perfection. There we go. Straight in, straight on top of him. Able to clear it up though. Polish Power now holding. Zone eventually going to go back to him. There we go. Zone plays back to him. It is going to be this compound though at the end. Fuzzface. Nixie final 2 though. That question mark are here. Big guy, I missed most of this. Well, I did miss this most of the fight. I'm not controlling it. Fuzzface though. Gonna try and hold out. Nixie though is also down, but a little bit of a split between these two. Nate though goes over for Phil first, trying to pick up Fuzzface though out in his own though. But he does take a face full of bullets by the look of it from the other side. Full flash though, but Nixie runs in and slams a doozy home. He's gonna try and now pick up the remaining players though. 3v2 when it comes down to it though. Nixie take a nade though, but Dante doesn't quite get that nade where he needs it. Fuzzface downstairs. Looks like a slight cross up here from the Wudos. They are going to try and cause the damage though. Nixie does get Phil first down, and now it goes down for a 2v2. Fuzz causing huge issues underneath. I think he's distracting the question mark team, and I don't think they know exactly who they want to fight here.
But as we watch this, we see the happiness is starting to activate. Going to try to come in for a nice little third party on top of the 2 teams. Hold them out of zone, maybe. No, they're just going to full send down for the third party here on top of Wu and question mark as they are just trying to finish this fight off as fast as possible because they know zone is closing and it's going to rotate away from them here. Besto with an absolutely beautiful barrel spray onto Nixie. Last member up. 1v1 for Wu
versus Fuzzface.
The Wu, and it's going to be Fuzzface to find the last member of question mark. And he will be able to get out of that fight, but he needs to be careful because now he has happiness looming down over top of him from the top of the hill.
Utter laser Fuzzface. I think such a major pick for the Wu. That is a team to rock, mate. They needed that chicken dinner here. Now down to a 1. We are 9 teams. Let's see if they can get the placement point themselves. Does have a little bit of an entry point in towards zone, but there's a lot of teams with some numbers over on that east-hand side. Let's see what he can do when it comes to picking a few more. Talk about some of those teams, though. Fairy Tail on the outside edge. WLA, though, a little bit further. Tosti's going to get the res, though, on eye zoom here, but it's Fairy Tail are working their way in. Here come the reinforcements themselves, and we'll take now this south side of zone.
And speaking of the zone, if you were watching PAS yesterday, you noticed that this is the exact same zone that we had for both Erangel matches on PAS, and I will be absolutely awestruck if the zone decides to hard shift up towards those compounds. But in the meantime, Brightside gonna find the last member of Newgate, and they will be eliminated in 9th place, just barely missing out on those placement points, as now it's gonna be Fairy Tail. It's gonna have to try to get away from that fight as they're taking massive damage, rotating out from one team and into the next.
It's about rotating out from one to the other, and exactly like we saw yesterday. The team from the compound plays towards the southwest southwest corner. Uber is leading that charge though from Team Exalt. I'm still trying to get it in my head though. Exalt Uber. As I will work out here, we'll be trying to work out the fate model though coming in from behind though. But we are seeing a fight on the other side. Happiness though does get the first knock on VIS, but they do answer one back before receiving that knock themselves. Gotta be cautious though. There goes that zone shift. There's that compound in situ, and Fuzzface gonna have to get in the car, but Polish Power causing some problems for him. It's like he's trying to dodge, duck and dive. Let's watch on the kill feed to make sure we go. But 7 teams now remain. There's 19 left. It's going to be a bit of a quick ending, especially for these teams trying to hold these outside edges now.
And those teams that are sitting towards that compound, holding that up to the top of that hill, they are sitting very pretty as they're going to be holding beautiful positioning over all these other teams as they're going to have to try to push their way up. WLA getting pushed by Fairy Tail as now it's going to be Hoba. He's going to get found out by Snap, and that is going to be a very quick and easy flush for them, securing them another point and one step closer to maybe finding themselves their first chicken dinner of the day.
WLA down to 2 now. Fairy Tail pretty tight. They started this evening pretty bad, but obviously they've been working their way back. They've only got 3 games left, including this game. They're working themselves down on the sort of south side towards WLA, towards our lurkers, though Happiness R2, as they did also leave the outside edge of our Lepovka, sort of avoiding a fight with Wu. To give, obviously, with question mark playing in, there was other attentions. The opportunity arose for them to get out. Happiness though do finish that fight though as the Wu go down. 7th place though, Fuzzface has to claw his way up towards that top, and they put an extra couple of points on the board. Not too bad. Not the chicken dinner.
Fairy Tail now taking the fight onto Happiness. Even points of damage getting traded back and forth from the 2 teams. Now, this is going to be a deciding factor of how the rest of these teams try to play this, as now EX is trying to push up on top of them. WLA, the last member, is now trying to activate as well to get a nice little third party going on. Happiness finding the first knock onto Fairy Tails. The Snapbacks is going to go down, and now it is going to be Gleb. He's going to find WLA as they push up. But it's going to be Mad Nicotive as he is going to get knocked and thirst out by Happiness. Happiness turning this tide of this fight from Fairy Tail as they were the aggressors, now getting pinched between 3 teams as Fairy Tail is going to get eliminated.
Exalt, you get knocked out, everybody goes down. WLA are going to be looking to make the push themselves. Exalt though, they need to push out. They need to spread out a little bit on the south side, farm the information. Resmoke does happen. It looks like they're going to go for a few more bits and bobs, and Monodoc though, maybe try and play peekaboo around that smoke and have a look forward to try and gather the information. What were the Fairy Tail team looking at? Where were they taking the shots? Where were they taking the punishment themselves? But I have to wait and see from here. WLA, laying low, no lid and sauced, and they went a bowl. And kind of think for most of these teams, it will be a, you kind of know someone sitting there in front. Interesting play for me though. Polish Power now leave the compound. We didn't see that yesterday. Actually, from the NA stuff, it was very much hold the compound, hunker down, and it became the end point, the end game tonight. But Polish Power, they're looking to drive forward. They're looking to get their first chicken dinner on the board, though, and the zone shifts down. Give or take a donut up. Polish Power hold a beautiful ridge. Pod down for a 1. Our Happiness down for a 2. So's WLA for a 2. So it's kind of 2 big powerhouses here. That's our Polish Power and our Team Exalt. It'll be interesting to see who's going to take it.
Pod, no, for a first, they happen to get picked off slowly over time in the earlier stages of the game. They don't have any kills this game, which is very odd because they are definitely been the aggressors of every single match, just third party, just absolutely picking people off from a distance and taking up close and personal fights. So this is going to be their slowest game of the day so far. Going to be interesting to see if Rox will be able to hold out for his team, maybe pick up a couple kill points and eliminate some other teams. As 3 teams sitting onto the southern side of the zone. WLA holding zone over and the priority over Exalt. Exalt could try to take a nice western approach up the hill towards Polish Power, but it doesn't seem like that will be likely.
you kind of look at the compound and go, your favour lies with that Polish power team, but I just feel like Exalt are more warmed up. I feel like they're more ready to take the chicken dinner. They've been chipping away at sort of south side. They came up the compound, they worked their way up to the top, they pushed out our Fairy Tale team. They're obviously having again a look over the top, but not overcommitting. But I think it is going to come down to a bit of a two powerhouse. The solos could cause some issues. I'll be negative towards our solos here, but Polish Power looking to check on one side. It's not like car is just suddenly parked itself there, as we do find Happiness though. Peekaboo over the top, and our pod go down. Here goes our top four. Exalt with 4, Polish Power with 4, Happiness though with a 2, WLA with a 2.
We might see a little bit of an action from just like we watched from the northern, not the northern, the Miramar that ended on the north side, as it was Pod and Woo that were holding the north and south, and those were the two power teams. They were definitely the teams to try to have to hold out. So if we see the southern team maybe poke out and pick at the Polish Power, we might see another hard shift in the power dynamic of these teams as they are trying to make their way into placing this next zone.
Everyone pushing towards the outside edge. Everyone's got their bunker. So extends very much on this west-hand side. I didn't gather the information needed on that east. So they're looking at, do you know what can we gather on the outside? Obviously, Polish Power would have had to have leave. They like the anchor play. They aren't they holding back. And sure, no one erupts from the south. And we do see a little bit of a stack up. The Fate is leading this charge. Molodok though here to provide some cover. The danger with this zone here, High, is that the next step forward is open terrain for most of these teams. Everyone's got a bunker. Everyone's got a situation area they can play. We are phase number 8. We're going to force everybody in towards this latter zone. I hate to say it, util, nice deployable shield there. We just still get put out. It's going to come down to pretty much a king of the hill at the end.
And to see which team will be the king of that hill. Now, We Live Again, no, doesn't look like they have any util. At least iZoom does not have any piece of util. Very limited meds. Gear is almost half shredded. They do have some protection of the cars, but I do think the cars will be the thing that really give them away as teams push into the zone. And some util could fly their way, causing them to lose one, maybe both, into a heavy push. I'm going to lead towards Polish Power taking this win. I think that they're going to show some aggressiveness as they are already taking position inside of the zone. Granted, that zone is it's a bit of an uphill battle for them to try to take the top of it, but I think that they might have the stronger take of winning this match.
As much I'd like to say Polish Power, because I want them to get a chicken dinner on the board, but just something tells me Exalt are just playing on their feet. They're playing more aggressive. They're trying to gather information. Yes, Polish Power came out of their compound. They've got a wonderful bow. And yes, in front of them, there is not much to play. I just like the body language we're seeing from Exalt. They're trying to go backwards and forward. They're trying to gather information. They're trying to get the win here. So I'll go Exalt on this one. But we've got a 4v4. And then we've got 2v2 potentially. But as you mentioned, the moment these twos will come up, they have to play because they're going to be some of the first to get moving themselves. They're going to get spotted, unfortunately. I think this is where we're seeing Exalt. So kind of stacking the numbers back towards this sort of south side.
I do think that whichever team activates first, whichever team goes for that aggressive push first, they are going to be the team that loses first. Because if Polish Power pushes up onto Happiness and tries to eliminate them, which I don't see happening because I know these teams have a lot of intellect, a lot of information, a lot of brain power within. They're not just going to foolishly go for a W key to the 2-man. But I think any team that activates first for pushing in a zone, they're going to be the first one to get eliminated. And as I say that, Polish Power just making quick work of the last two for Happiness. They're going to be eliminated in 4th. And now they're going to turn their eyes on over to WLA as they get spotted out, rotating, pushing up the right side of the hill.
Oh, this means that it could go Exalt's way. Polish Power, though, taking on the 2. They've given away their position. No surprise where people are, let's be honest. Now they're going to take some fight again. If WLA get a knock, if WLA makes some noise, it's going to draw the attention back this way. iZoom, though, lay down, providing an element of fire. Nordo goes back after takes one, but heavy hits, though, come from iZoom now. But here they jump into the raft of Exalt. There goes one for Exalt. Polish Power pick up the other one, though, but Polish Power are down a number here. Exalt, all they need to do is continue pressing forward. Here come the flashes, though. I don't know how much util they've got left. As I said, they've been very much in the action, though, High. They've been using much of their util to really get to this point.
And it's going to definitely be a util game to see who has the offensive utility to do massive damage. Oh, speaking of massive damage, Cappy getting a nice knock onto Fate. That is the first member that goes down. He's going to secure that flush. Now a 3v4. Nord going for the spray onto Art, but it's going to be Art that finds it, and Molo going to find Cappy. Now the tides of the battle shifts very quickly as it is now a 3v2. I say that, and then it's going to be Chrono to get the knock onto Molo. Uba finding the trade. Now 1v1 Norkis, last one up. He is now tanking to blue. He's gonna have to get out of that very quickly. He just barely sticks the med, and Caster's Curse comes out for me as it is Exalt that's going to take the win over Polish Power. Very well played for them. 12 kills, first place, giving them another chicken dinny. 22 total points, 12 kills, putting them on top. Polish Power with the most damage of the lobby, but Fairy Tail with the most assists. And I do think that's Fairy Tail's first time being up on the match statistic leaders.
Yeah, good to see Fairy Tail. See, they did start a little bit late, but they are getting their way up there. They're clawing their way up. And look at Pod. Pod haven't got a chicken dinner yet, guys, but their top spot before we came into this game. I just felt Exalt there. I like when teams are being creative. They're up. They were the team up on their feet. They were going back one way of zone. They were coming back. They're trying to gather information. They're taking the information around. We hear a couple of gunshots. And Exalt again trying to play. They're trying to take that chicken dinner. It just for me felt like body language. It felt like they wanted to take the win. But I don't take anything away from Polish Power. I would have liked to put Polish Power to actually get a chicken dinner on the board. It would have been nice for them to put one away, so to speak, but it wasn't going to be the case this time. Anyway, that was our first Erangel. We've only got 2 more left. Does this feel super weird? That was game number 6, but we got game 7 and game 8 to come, though. Woo! And then we got a quick break, because then we got to get ready, though, for PAS round of 16, day number 2, because that one's going to be mad. But for now, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll see all you guys, though, in round number 7.
All the things you think is wrong with you is just a doorway to the discovery of your strength. is wrong with you is just a doorway to the discovery of your strength.
Oh, match number 7. That sounds weird to say, but we are going from the south towards the north, and it does push on towards that sort of north to northeast side. Around will be in a smaller map though. This is before the final penultimate game. We go is game number 7 of 8, and obviously I did fly up that leaderboard though because we was running out of time ready for us to have a waffle and leaderboard before we go straight to game. It's worth mentioning that no change really from pods and question mark. Their high exalt push themselves up. They actually now take that top 3 spots for exalt, looking like they want to take the higher bracket ticket after this game. But other teams are going to be desperate here. Polish Power, they descended themselves up towards 9th with 26 points. They've got a bit of a jump if they want to get to that upper bracket, but not too much of a jump. Only a couple of points in it to get themselves into the lower bracket. So interesting to see the changes of the leaderboard maybe after this game or as this game unfolds maybe.
Definitely going to be very interesting to see as we come into these. Oh my lordy!
Give us a minute.
We got a different zone on Erangel finally after 2 days, 2 separate events for PEC and PAS. We have a different Erangel zone that doesn't end on that same Heaven area compound outside of Mansion. Thank the good Lord as we come into a hard south shift down into Novo, and I'm really hoping we see some very strong bridge camps coming into this Novo Island game. But leaderboards, teams, it's a tight battle from from, I want to say, from about 6th place to 1st, 48 points being at 6th place with the Woo, 1st place being Pod at 64. So this could shift in anyone's way. One win could jump you from 6th all the way to 1st, or one win and a handful of kills could jump you from 13th all the way to 8th, 9th place even if you manage to qualify. We're going to see some very aggressive and very last-ditch effort plays from these lower bracket teams as they are just trying to make their way into qualifying for the next round.
Zone, mostly with the zone shift in Millie, we don't actually get the hold on that north side, so it is full commit to Millie here, so there's no wait and see, there's no hold on that north and maybe catch the ferry pier a bit later. It is a forward over. Now, Exalt, seeing the zone, they normally drop for that kind of like the 12s, and they push around to the garage. They saw the zone pop and they instantly got in their cars. They will loot on their way. Quite normal to see that. So bridge camp, hey, we're always going to love it, as they are going to swing around to the new area, which is soon to be our KFC zone. Going to get replaced. It looks like all the petrol garage are getting the KFC buildings. Anyway, Fairy Tale, I'll rotate their way around. Again, I think this is all about early rotation. Do not get caught on that bridge camp. But on the other side of things, on the other hand, don't forget we've got the pickups. For more teams have to use the pickup because there's more than one way over towards that military island.
There are many ways to get in there. You can go by boat, you can go by ferry now, you can go by pickup, you could drive across the bridges, which is probably going to be the more dangerous approach if you aren't one of those teams that rotates extremely fast and gets across that bridge before teams can get set up for the bridge camp. That might not be a valuable option for you, as you are just pretty much asking to get absolutely rickrolled as you try to make that push across the bridge. But I will say that all these different new dynamic ways to try to make your push across zone, it's going to make it a very difficult hold for a lot of these teams, as they think that, older esports days, you could just hold the bridges and you'd be perfectly fine. You might have to worry about a boat rotate, if you will, boat rotate. Nice little boat tate. That was the old. I think that might be an NA thing.
That's not a thing, mate. That's not a thing over here.
No, it's okay. Maybe the smaller communities it's a thing, because I've heard it said quite a few times. But in the older days, you only had to worry about people either driving, swimming, or boating across to get to the island. Now you got to worry about pickups, allowing teams to take strong positions right on top of you or behind you. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams react to the rotates coming in from everybody else outside of the zone.
Handbrake on. We saw that fall down. Yes, they happy with a little 180 spin. He's having a little scouty of the boat tape that's coming. I like that. I'm going to use that. I might even make an emoji for it. I can't wait for my new emojis to come, I must admit. New gate. Dropping down on the outside edge of Wood. Both these teams do drop here, so I'm taking some shots. You can connect him. It's all about timing. I like mini zones. Why? Because of the chaos. Yes, admittedly. Oh, don't forget to use your parachute, but if in doubt, you can just spider your way down. But what I do like is the time element to it. You've got to make sure you get the right call, whether you get across on boat, public transport, you take that sort of ferry pier style, or you take an pickup. It's all about timing. It's all about getting it right. And with the unfortunate, I think this is the most disadvantaged one, because you're going to go over there, you've got no information, but more importantly, you haven't got the car either. We see with that new ferry pier, at least you can put your cars on the boat, and you have that crucial bit of equipment really on a military island, because this one, you're right, it can go either sides here. I'm going to favour more of that east hand side, but it does have the capabilities of going west. It has the capabilities of pulling down towards that southwest corner as well. We do see some wonderful plays out there, so won't really know until the next zone. It is up for grabs, but let's have a look. Rotate all the way.
I'm gonna be honest. I think WLA might have taken that pickup just a bit too early. I get, you want to get settled into zone. You want to find that nice strong positioning before the other teams do. But I think popping it inside of first or second phase might have been better, as they would have been able to just float and gather as much information to see what's clear to safe and what you can take, because not much information for teams rotating in at this moment, as they're just trying to find a new home for themselves on this island game. Now, how these teams react to this information, the drives across, I think the ferry is the best rotate possible. You don't want to drive across those bridges because oh my gosh, Dante and Mouse from two teams, they're just going to drive by each other, give a little wave, say hello, ask if each other has maybe a cup of sugar they can borrow, and they're just going to leave. Wow, that was a very close rotate. Surprised Dante didn't take those drive-by shots, but
They're going for it. They're going for it.
Looks like they are. They are
It's
going to
like
go
it's
for it.
an
They're going
need
to
the
turn
points,
right
mate.
back around. Absolutely, they cannot afford to just hand those points off. But talking about the rotates, I do think the Fairy Pier is the best rotate option possible, as long as you don't have a team just waiting for you, which, as far as I've seen, I don't see many teams holding the Ferry Pier docks rotates, holding teams out from taking those spots. So you can get the vehicles on those boats. You can have a safe travel across the way, and then you can get inside a zone with the vehicles you managed to bring across the river safely.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting. Dave, top 3 teams go to upper bracket to play the invited teams. It kind of, mate. Yeah. Obviously, there's a few bits and pieces. European. Oh, they are. Wrong to put it in there. So upper bracket, obviously top 3, obviously invited teams, but you also see Mia qualified top team, and then obviously the other tournaments though legally, and obviously Monster Party season, obviously they'll be getting themselves a spot as well. So it will make up from a few different varieties, but you are looking for that top 3 really. You want to get yourself in towards that upper bracket.
100%. You definitely want to get into that upper bracket, because I like the way that I'm not gonna lie, the best of 8 one day, that definitely gives me a bit of anxiety, especially if I'm thinking about the player's point of view. I'm like, dang, you got one day, one chance to try to make yourself into the next area. It's so anxiety driven. It makes you just so nervous. But I do like the way that they split it off. As here, let me put a pin in that, as we have the first bridge camp. Woo, gonna rotate around. No, it's gonna be Nixie that crashes into a tree, and he's gonna have to try to get away, and he will.
How did he get away?
Rotate out from, I don't know how Woo was able to just manage to get out unscathed from that little points of damage, and now they're going to be able to rotate into zone 4 free. Oh my gosh, that is
Fairy Tale, what is going on? You were up the picks there, lads, early doors.
Those were, oh my gosh, that should have been free kills. Maybe put one person closer up on the bridge to get that initiating damage, and leave the other 3, maybe 2, back in the anchor position to play for the final picks off. But man, that should have been some free kills for them, as they just drove straight. Woo, massive cojones on them for just absolutely just full sending. Yeah, full send across the bridge, knowing very well that a team would be holding that bridge. But as I was saying, when I put a pin in the format, I like the PEC format, because if you get sent to that upper bracket, you make it to that upper bracket, you have that second chance in the losers bracket to make it to the grand finals. Yeah. Whereas in NA, it's you go best of 16, then you got 8 invited, and then the 8 people that make it. But now, because one of the invited teams disbanded for PAS, it is 9 that make it and 7 invited. And then from there, it's just the best of 8 that go into the grand finals. You don't get a second chance. So I really like that about PEC.
So it looks like it's going towards that west hand side of Millie, and it's going to donut itself up. I actually do like this style of ending. I mentioned PAS. The NA stuff, guys. We casted day number 1 yesterday, and we are literally going to stop the stream here and then put the delay timer on, and then we are going to kick things back up though for a round of 6 though for NA day number 2. Again, it is the top 9 that will be going through. Top 9 that will be going through for that one. So it is really tight at the moment on that leaderboard. But yeah, we'll be casting it straight off this one. This is a PUBG marathon today, people. I can't believe High is sucking his way into it. So Diffic goes down. Fuzzface though on the push themselves. As they do crashing towards that compound. Diffic though. Oh no, he's going to also go down. Nixie's down as well. Oh, gets caught as well. Fuzzface, final player. See what he can do. He does get a knock though on one. He's going to make the push to the compound. Pre-fire though. Does go through the door. Get the second no knock though, as he's controlling out these teams. Aggressive stance though. WLA need to stack and go. They've got to exchange on this one though. It is actually not going to be WLA. It's a third party that put down Fuzzface. No!
Oh, poor Woo. They took a hard crash onto WLA. They just absolutely got, the fight was just in WLA's favor, as they found the very early 3 knocks. Now Fuzzface able to find a flush and a knock, so not in complete vain. A little bit of a trade, putting WLA down to 3, but that third party from Against All Odds definitely that has to hurt when you are when your team Woo, as they are sitting in about 6th or 7th place right now. So they need as many points as they can to secure themselves at least a spot into the losers bracket, and dying this early on at 16th place is not what they need.
Well, look, they're 6th place with 48 points. Okay, Happiness is right behind them with 40, but then the drop from 7th down to 8th though is 11 points though. So Newgate though hosting up with 29 points. Obviously, if a team has a capabilities, we have seen it, and there are 2 games left to do. So yes, they might have dubbed out a little bit early thanks to a third party yet again. I feel like the Woo just can reset and come back on the last game and just go big.
I agree. I definitely think if anyone can do it, it's going to be them. They showed that they were extremely strong early games on Miramar. As they were just absolutely just, what a beautiful nade, as it'll collect the flush onto Motic, and it's going to do a bit of damage onto Temneat, as he's going to now have to try to rotate out of there, fear of more nades getting thrown at him.
Jeez, that was a good nade. I kind of looked at it as soon as he launched. I was like, yeah, that's good. That's looking good here. Against odds though, they are going to try and hold out that sort of midi police side, and then on the north side though, question mark have worked their way over. Newgate will try and close the gate though on question mark, but they got very difficult. They got a nice little ridge they can play, but after that, there's not much. I think question mark have got the more creative terrain that they can play around. They can go up and over. There's a nice little bowl they can sort of check back around, and I think notice as Newgate go, hey, do you know what? We can't take this fight here. We've got to go. We've got to play ourselves a little bit further into zone. Maybe take the next ridge in front.
That ridge would be very strong, because then QM has no option. I wouldn't say no options, but they have very slim options for how they can push their way into zone, as New will take position in front of them and deeper inside of zone to hold them out.
Fuzz is the best on the Woo team. Nope. No. Woo is a very stacked team all round. So I will say, yes, Fuzz is an amazing player. Ibi is an amazing player. Diffix is an amazing player. Nix is an amazing player. The combination of those 4 alone are just insane. They are a team to watch. I think they would have expected higher, if I'm honest with you, coming into this round of 16. I did. I thought they were going to top out. I'll hold my hands up. I'm a bit of a Woo fan, right? I like those little emojis that flash. I'm a sucker for that sort of stuff. But they're doing well. They've got caught in some of those rotations, but they are all stacked. It's about that gel. It's about that cohesion with that team now, and seeing what they can do.
I definitely think if any team like inside of this lobby can rally hard to manage to make a massive comeback, it would be Woo.
Let's talk comeback actually, because that's a good topic. Because there are a lot of teams that sit on the outside. Zoctinam, very strong contender. Early fights coming into this one. They're sitting in 10th place, 23 points. Win or die. 21 points. After all, 21 points though. Even before I go into our fairy tale that we was talking about before, there are 3 teams that need to make a comeback, and they've only got two games to do it in. The danger is they have the capabilities of doing it, but at the cost of potentially knocking out the Woo, Happiness, or Newgate. It's going to be a fight between those 6 teams.
That's absolutely going to be a massive fight between them. It's going to see which team can stifle the nerves, settle their nerves a bit, just to be able to, maybe make a rally to come back to maybe qualify up to the top portion of the leaderboard. Maybe not the top, but maybe closer towards actually qualifying for the next round. And then at that point, they can, relax, and they can be like, all right, we got to change how we play, because obviously that is not going to work within the top or lower brackets of these teams.
Pod, they take one of the bunkers though. Zen do take the other, and so does Fairy Tale take that most south side. Win or die. Push themselves though further infield, and then we have Vorpal Sordo holding out a nice little angle on the other side. Happiness down to 1. They're going to have to try and hold out. And again, they're one of those teams that have the unfortunate capabilities of might be losing their position. This is what we're talking about with that top 8. We are looking for, as I said, first to third. We're going for that upper bracket, get their second chance, so they don't quite make it through. And then 4th to 8th, we're going through straight towards that losers bracket. That's what we're talking about here. Some teams will be itching, grasping to take it away from some of the guys that are in there, and it is pretty close. So it's only 2 games. It's going to be tight, guys.
It's going to be extremely tight, and Polish Power making an absolute rally. They managed to jump up 6 positions off of their win, and I feel like if they can continue this momentum, they very well could knock Newgate, maybe even Happiness, out of their positions and take the lower bracket at least to guarantee themselves into the next. And what a hard shift, as it is going to favor towards the east, more so towards northeastern side of the zone. Oh man,
Polish Power do 180, and they go, we're going back.
And it's like, oh, we just got out of the zone. Oh, hold on, heal up, time to go back. We got to rotate back towards our side of the zone, because it just hard shifted straight towards the location we were. And I feel like if they can take a strong position on that eastern side, they could very well set themselves up for a nice high kill maybe even a nice podium finish win.
Yeah, don't forget Polish
for
Power.
this game.
You didn't get the win. Sorry, you was excited. You guessed Polish Power.
Oh,
win.
I did. Yes,
I
you're right.
got it
you're
right. Remember, chat.
Yeah, you
I
did.
called Exalt.
Yes,
Exalt got the
you
win.
did.
They were close to a chicken dinner. Maybe if we closed our eyes, it looked like a Polish Power win, but it wasn't. It was my Exalt team that got the dubs though. But our Polish Power team though, I'm backing them. They are looking good for a win, and they are like the NA scene. They're leaving it to Ryan's game style where they go play for free back-to-back chicken dinners, but they didn't get the first one. Let's see what they can do in these final 2 games though. Pod, on the other hand, they're taking a side swipe at Team Exalt. At least nothing else. They're going to be taking the ties out, stopping the rotation further in. Pod have the opportunity and timing, but they've got to wrap now very heavy to the west. You do not want to be going for a full send that way. Oh my days. So they've lost one. Quizzy shot down out of the air, going into the helicopter. Woo! Jeez Louise. What a shot, bro.
Wow, what a beautiful spray down, as all 3 of those members are going to go down to, oh my gosh, 2 of them almost half HP, one of them lower than half HP, one at half HP. Oh, the sprays are coming into play. Oh, one is going to get eliminated as he tries to go for the land. And as we're talking, Polish Power trying to go for the push down onto Exalt. They're going to lose 3, as it is now just Cappy, the last one up. And oh lordy, everyone is just landing on top of each other as... Oh my gosh, lots of damage coming out as Hibiko is going to find the knock onto Zay for AA. And the fight between Exalt and Pod is going to continue, as now Entropy is going to have a word to say about it and try to third-party the third-partiers, getting the flush onto a member of Pod.
It's going to be about that flush. It's going to be about that shift. This is horrible. The zone shift, though, forcing short destruction. Fairy Tail looking to get involved as well. Exalt, do you have one down? VIS, though, are in the bunker. Not a fan of these areas. Yeah, is a very dangerous game to play, because it's all going to come down to that sort of third-party action. Though Fairy Tail whipped the shots though, but Molodok says no. And those blue zone nades will come over the top. They're going to cause some huge damage. Actually force Uber out and around on the outside edge. Polish Power unfortunately go down in 14th place. That again is subject towards this zone shift. They're actually going to sit the rest. They do go back for the rest. I thought they gave up on their boy at one point then.
Fairy Tail going for a very high risk play there, crashing in the middle of 2-3 squads all fighting one another. And it was just Uba, just absolute knock after knock. He used his util properly. He decided to end, wow, zone hard shifting back to the west, gonna circle up around APC on military base. And as we say, that is going to be Nuji taking eyes onto EYG as they get the knock and the flush onto Jacob. But very high risk, high reward from Fairy Tail taking a crash onto Exalt, but Exalt able to hold down and hunker on top of them, and they are able to turn the fight against them, eliminating them.
They've got nothing to lose now, right? Fairy Tail haven't really come out today, so they need to get going. They're bottom of the pack at the moment with 7 kills, or 7 points, should I say. 5 kills and only 2 placement points. They've got a bit of a climb. 29 points is the goal. So what else can you do but try and pick up everything you can, and that is going to result in a bit of a crash. And I think we're going to see more and more of this the closer we get to game number 8.
Absolutely. Look, question mark now following suit with the E pickup. And as I say that, Nikki from UIG is going to get eliminated. Entropy last to be eliminated now at 13th place. QM able to find a nice little spot to call home. They got a heavy 2-2 split as 2 members push down into the inside of military base, and the others are holding a nice uphill position. Nice little anchor for them, waiting to see how these teams react to them crashing that spot.
Be a reaction play now. These teams be grasping on a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a play. Exalt, they are stores of 4, able to get the reses in themselves. VIS though now sitting in the bunker below. Exalt pick the next target, and that's the Choir here with Pod. Those Pod now trying to move their way back over. Fate trying to jump his way back, but Hakatori says no. He's going to make the push forward himself though. Wonder if he's got the nade. He's going to play peekaboo. The nades are coming in from the other side though, and Pod yet again back to a 2 though. A little bit of a spray for a confirm. Does get it, and they get away free, but look at this Monodot that comes up on the other side himself, but it is Art that gets rocks down. Hakatori down to a 1-shot here. Exalt playing hide and seek. It might favour them slightly, but Hakatori going to have to stick a med on here high. He's going to have to try and get the better of this Exalt team that's defending.
Wow, he just got extremely lucky. I don't know if you heard it, but his pan just got hit by a DMR shot as he was healing. That could have ended pods game for game number 7, and that would have left it all up onto game number 8 for them. But they're sitting pretty on the leaderboard, so I don't think they're too worried about getting knocked out of their position at the moment. But getting eliminated early on could take them out from being in the winners bracket to playing in the losers bracket. So they definitely don't want to get taken out from this 7th of 8 match early on.
I look at these zones and like there's a couple of teams that have been a little bit more quiet. Vorpal Sword been in the middle, really had too much action. It's all outside edge at the moment, but it looks like everyone is going their way. Everyone's pushing further afield at the moment. Interesting to see how people get in. I like that. You park the bike in the wrong place, you can't get in. And Kino is going to take a little bit of green energy. He will rotate quietly and safely around to the rest of his team.
It's funny, we have Kino rotating on green energy, and then we had Keenan last day for Funny Business rotating on the bike as well. So kind of ironic that both the members of the names are very close to each other. But definitely Vorpal Swords definitely have a very strong positioning here as they are holding APC center zone, and it looks like zone's just going to keep going their way as they're going to just be able to, like, once these fights start to simmer down and people start having to rotate and push in, they're just going to have their free pick of the lot for who they want to take shots at as they have to make their way closer and closer to them.
Big zone shift away. Again, we are pushing back towards Vorpal Sword, like the question mark we saw early. And the one's really calling back the zone. So we have to wait and see how they get on. Exalt, they're on 8 kills. They've been making hard work. There's a couple of solo rangers lurking to ensure they get the clutch on them. Sordo now takes some heavy shots as Arts knows that, hey guys, that's where we need to go. Another team which need those kills. That's Zen. It's win or die. These two fighting for the same style position.
In the middle of that, Happiness is going to get found out by Haruzan as they're going to go down. Now, a bit of a crash from WLA and Newgate as it is going to be... Oh boy, it's going to be Wabuki that's going to get the first knock. He's going to get put down, and then Yevi with a beautiful nade, he's going to get knocked, and Prot is also going to get put down in the middle of all this. Prot able to find a trade though onto Sosa, and Newgate just like that is going to get eliminated. WLA with a beautiful hold, able to keep their compound and eliminate yet another team trying to make their way up the leaderboard.
There's been a few questions about this in chat. Yeah, so check, yeah, it's a best of 8 today. There's only one day. Unlike PAS, there's 2 days, best of 6 or 12 in total. This is only one day. And obviously out the top 8 off over 8 games. And we are going to take 1st, 2nd and 3rd towards the upper bracket, and 4th to 8th will go through to the losers bracket, or the lower bracket, shall I say. Obviously upper bracket will play first, and then obviously the lower 8 from them, if they don't make it through, they can get put across towards that losers bracket, and they get that kind of a second attempt, a second chance to get through to that grand finals.
Oh, what a beautiful nade coming out from iZoom as he's going to take out 2 members of EX, but it's going to be the tide turned. The battle. Art is going to be able to hold out for his team as they turn the battle onto WLA, and they're going to get eliminated, keeping Art and Molo last 2 up for EX, who have picked up a handful of kills, 11th going into the final 6 teams. Absolutely massive play for them, taking position and taking out yet another team.
It's going to be a hard one. So chipping away this one. You got to look at this zone, right? It's like either Vorpal Sword or question mark. I think the question is this next zone shift. If we see Vorpal Sword contain and control, and question mark lose the zone, and I feel like I might have to sway that Vorpal Sword way. And yeah, I might say more of a Vorpal Sword question mark. I have to try and take that fight on all now. Is he holding a great angle though? He's waiting to see the bodies appear. They won't appear just yet. And he's going to have to try and do everything he can now. And all on the defense, but Dante plays peekaboo. And they go down, and question mark though, knocking them up quickly.
Oh, beautiful play by question mark. They had the information that one of the members of Against All Odds was sitting very close on top of them. They did a nice little 2-person push onto Marcus as they were able to find the knock in the thirst, and then immediately get a second knock onto Marbo, now making this a 3v2, but they will be able to stick the res off on him. He will get picked up, making this back to go to a 3v3. Oh, nice shots coming out from Silers onto a doozy. He's going to have to stop to heal up, but we don't know how good is the util and the med situation for question mark, as they did have 2 people pick up into this. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play this, as now they're also getting pushed by Exalt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a short disruption. Exalt are trying to chase as many kills they want. They want to secure their spot in that top 3, in that upper bracket. They are taking some hits now as Question Mark, though, looking to secure their spot as well. Only 1 kill for them so far. It is a bit of a fight. And with this style of ending, it's surely going, oh, Nayback. Maybe not. Maybe they're not going to get the win in the chicken dinner, though, laying down that kind of fire. Were they bored?
Like, guys, come on, listen, maybe it's a bait knock. Maybe he knocked himself on purpose so that way then they would someone would try to crash and push him. Maybe I'll get benefit of the doubt. Here's hoping. I mean, not 7 kills for them. Oh, he is absolutely alone. I'm going to take a guess and say that was not intentional. As now he is crawling back to his team, hopefully to get the res off, as Zen has managed to take away tower control from them.
Good use of smokes. Real quick response as well from them. So Vorpal Sword might be able to get this res. They might go for the pickup and put him back as that smoke is about to dissipate. Good use of blue zone nade as well. And 7 kills you noted, though, from this Vorpal Sword team. Yeah, they've been centralized zone, but it's not been quiet for them yet.
Has not been quiet for them, as they, 7 kills is not something to laugh at. That's a good handful of kills, especially if you have zone control. Like, you have control of the entire zone as FaZe is going to start coming towards you. And meanwhile, EX was fighting onto Question Mark. Question Mark going to get eliminated, but now it is going to be Vorpal Swords that takes and turns their attention. They're going to get the knock and the flush onto Art, leaving just Molo. The last one up for EX is now, against all odds, is also pushing up right behind him. He's going to have to be very careful as he is getting squished between both of these teams.
Yeah, they're going to use this smoke now to edge. Mal.do, final player from Exalt, big kills as well from them. They're going to push forward, though, all sending themselves all the way towards the end here. You're not going to be able to close that. That does get the knockdown and the confirmed, because he's the last player down. Now we go for our final 4. Win or die. Making their way up here, though. Vorpal Sword, though, got the numbers 4v3, v2, v2. An interesting split, and it's phase number 8. It's going down quite quick. Each one of these games has really gone all the way to the wire at the moment.
It has absolutely been very nail-biting games for all of these teams. As win or die, they need a massive win here. Zen, they need a massive win. Vorpal Swords, and against all odds, they would gladly take even more points to help raise them up in the leaderboard. Maybe try to make a final push for that top 3 position. But, it's definitely going to be a lot. A lot of is riding on the line for win or die, and Zen, as they are trying to just maybe find some nice foothold to push up the leaderboard some.
Someone just sent me a boat tape emoji. Love it. Here you go, bro. If you want slightly different, let me know. I love this boat tape emoji. I will get that uploaded.
That is hilarious.
I did not know that was a thing until now. I gotta listen. I did not know that was a thing. Anyway, we're gonna go for our top 4, pushing our way through against all odds. So it has been pretty against all odds so far this tournament. 5 kills. They'll try and tuck themselves as close as they are to the zone. I'm not a fan of these end zones because we know the dot's going to go in the building, or maybe is it in between the other side of the building? That little gap, that little divot, whatever it is.
I think it's going to go left side of the, and straight to the garage of APC.
Yeah, it's in the front side, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
That's why they guys.
I was going to guess.
This is horrible.
Yeah, this is very bad. They are stuck. Phase 9. That you are not making. Oh,
they made it.
Wow. Oh, but here comes the utility nades coming out from Win or Die. That might actually collect the last member. Oh, it's gonna fly just a little too far. Cook the next one just a little bit long, as Vaz was able to get the. Oh, he's not going to be able to get the res. He's going to pick up the much utility, but another blue zone nade on top of him as he's trying to crawl his way in, and he is going to go down to blue. Denying a point, but maybe not intentional denies. They were just trying to make their way inside a zone. Win or Die. Ooh, Vorpal Sword getting a nice knock onto Quizzy. Last one up for Win or Die. Leosh, as he's trying to see if he can't make something happen. Peaky angle. Cheeky.
Jeez.
Oh, cheeky for PWD to be holding the doors. If you're all against odds, or against all odds, you know that they are holding up inside of the rafters. There's no way that they're just going to be sitting down on the ground floor waiting for them to push up. So how do you take this fight? How do you try to take this push onto Vorpal Swords as they hold massive positioning on top of their total kill points inside of this lobby?
The thing is, they need to try and get some points. I don't think these guys are going to deny or purposely deny. They're just going to push in. They're going to die pretty quick. Here comes the big push, though. Marbo He's backed into a corner. We know he's a big contender. Let's see what he can do, though. He's trying to cook the flash, though. I think it's a bit too late on the flash, though. He goes and tries to get the one, but it's a winner. Chicken dinner. Vorpal Sword 12-kill game. But more importantly, that there is their second winner chicken dinner, though, on the evening, though. Vorpal Sword, though, will clutch up, though, game number 7.
Oh, with that 22 points, Exalt picking up 13 kills, most in the lobby. Vorpal Swords with massive damage, but it is also going to be Exalt with the most assists inside of this lobby. Exalt and Vorpal Swords, the last two teams up. Not a surprise that they managed to pick up the statistics leaders for this match, but with that win for Vorpal Swords, they have pushed themselves past question mark definitely dropped here because of their earlier elimination by Exalt. So it's going to be very difficult to see who will take the top 3 positions for the winners brackets, who will collect the positioning to take that spot away from each other, as it is extremely tight.
It's going to be tight. We'll take a very quick break, though. We'll throw out, it's our final game, though. It's the final game, round of 16, PEC Fall. It's going to be, I think at this point, when we come back and look at the leaderboard, there's going to be a section where we kind of know maybe our top 3 at that point, give or take. It's this next segment which I'm really interested. The teams like Win or Die, the Woo, who are trying to get themselves a little bit further up so they don't get controlled out, though. Zen, they want to try and take this one as well, so they've got so much to lose, and there are teams that have got so much to gain. I think it's going to be a spicy final game. Game number 8 is coming up after the break.
True, the man, I'm wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hacks from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gonna play yourself. You can try to save yourself.
Welcome back, everyone. And obviously, with no time to spare, we've already got the lobby being loaded. But I want to talk leaderboard after that one. Vorpal Sword. They opened the evening well. They're tinkering on the outside edge. They got knocked out of that top 3, but they came back swinging. They find themselves now in that top spot, 75, 72, 65 across the board. We live again. They could maybe take it. So could question mark. So could potentially the Woo. But we're going to have to wait and see. Let's throw it straight in. It's our final game. And it's going to be a wrangle. Match number 8 is coming up.
Roger.
Oh, it's game number 8 on a day that's mentally draining for these players. Not so mentally draining for us because we've got another 6 to go, baby. And let's talk actually what does it mean. So Vorpal Sword, actually, you've got to see that flash of that leaderboard. You didn't get time to digest it as much as we did. But Vorpal Sword, though, they have grinded themselves to top spot. GG's, well done. Exalt in second, Pod now hitting up in third. We live again a question mark. I think they're all in grasping distance to be able to steal it away from Pod. Depends on how good Pod come out today. Maybe they push Exalt on. Maybe, question mark, maybe we live again, have a complete worldie and we see a little bit of a change. High, the big focus for me, the big, I suppose, attention when we're gonna look at this game is actually that top 8 spot. Currently, Newgate are in there with 32 points. Win or die. They did get a +2 on that last game, so they find themselves only 2 points away. Zogtinam, they're in 10th spot. Polish Power unfortunately dropped down 2 spots, but they're on 26 points. It's not undoable. Against all odds, potentially could do it in 24 points as well, same as After All. So a bit of a stretch After All and against all odds. Then we see Polish Power on 26 points. Maybe chat will back Polish Power enough to get that one. Then we'll obviously Dinam, obviously with 29. Win or die, they have to have the game of their life. They have to live to the name. This is win or die for them.
Their team name is going to be a very true statement for them. It's either they win and they move on to the next round if they are able to secure themselves within the next position. As you said, they are only 2 points behind, so it's very doable. All of these teams just clawing at each other, trying to grab that number 8 position, and they're all sitting so close within each other. What you don't want to do is you don't want to let those tensions cause you to get eliminated early on. You got to have a nice, cool, level head. As personally, I'm really pulling for Polish Power. I really want them to make a nice, massive comeback and take that number 8th position, as they did do some massive damage, massive kills that one game, and I'm hoping to see another one from them so that they secure themselves a nice position. But all of these teams extremely close to one another, extremely close in points, could go anybody's way.
Yep, definitely could go anybody's way, and it is going to go down. Look, guys, chat. Come on, let's have a look. Do you think we're going to see the question mark? The Polish Power. Is they left it too late? Will we see people like Win or Die? Who are you going to put in and around? Will Newgate be able to hold it out? Will they close the gate? The horse won't run away from them on this final game, but it's going to be a difficult one to watch. As I said, I am intrigued though with teams like question mark. They could potentially shift our top 3 spot, but they have to have an aggressive game, and this team has the capability to do it.
Absolutely. Yes, they do. They could make a big game, big win to manage to take that loser bracket spot. And then the top bracket, they are not safe in this position. You know, all of these teams are sitting right on top of one another. Top of the bracket, you are not guaranteed your position inside of this match. So you need a good game. You need a good, strong, massive game to try to take it. But as we said, we watch, Keta is sitting right underneath Fairy Tail as they're going to start making their way across the bridge. They cut engine so they wouldn't alert them for the rotate, which is very good, as now they're just watching them rotate on out through, I think they're in the snake compounds. See where they decide to try to go.
Where they're going to go. That zone very much on that west-hand side. Now, for those that do jump in stream on the events and the scrims and stuff that I cast, you will know that Everest, I always say, is magnetized like the river of Tago. I feel like it's going to pull that zone back that way. Zen, again, this is one of the teams that want to get themselves in. This is one of the teams that need to have a good game. And I feel they've left it to the very, very last minute. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Zen and Win or Die if they clash heads. That's their competition. That's the team they want to go against. And like the team rotating in front of them, after all, so chasing after their spots now with 24 points. So it's going to be a close one. Apologies now. I might get a little bit excited. I'm only a little bit of kid. But because in the say after this, though, we're going to go for our final 6 over PAS. So it's going to be a good evening of PUBG, shall I say.
Very big evening of PUBG as after this we go into a very tight battle as well on the PAS side of things. Over onto the Northern America series, it's going to be very difficult to see how they all fight it out. Is pretty much right after this, take a small break, and then we come right back into the second day of the best of 16. Going to be very interesting. Just go from this high octane gameplay from EU to jump straight into the high octane gaming of NA, and it could literally go anyone's way as well. Oh, Kino. Going for a bit of a very close rotate into Pod. He's just barely able to get what the heck?
That's a spectator.
He looked like he just warped.
Yeah,
okay,
spectator slip. Yeah.
Warped through the door. Okay,
that's been a thing for a long time. That's been a thing for a long time. Don't stress.
Okay. I was gonna say, he's like, dang, he just Harry Pottered his way through that door. Just immediately got out the way. Massive damage onto Kino. He's able to get out of there though. Fortunate for him, they did not lose a member early on, which would have been absolutely massive for them.
Pod have had such a good day. Such a good day. I was really on the fence with Pod. I love the team. They always produce. I just thought that it might be stronger teams in the lobby that might have held them out. We found them in the top 5 pretty much most games, consistently and definitely in the top 4. And more importantly, they haven't got themselves a chicken dinner, but they currently sit in third. And points this evening, they've been in first spot as well. So I have to wait and see the Wu going aggressive here, seeing the emergency pickup though. Polish Power, they left it too late. Ibby and Nixie might be saying no to this one though, so they will go down, put 2 nicks in the second though. Big push though comes through the middle though, and the Wu lose to themselves a 2v2 on the end though, and they are going all the way down to the wire. This is not what our Polish Power team want. They got to ensure they get out of this one now alive here, hey.
Oh my gosh, and Defix is the last one up for, it's a 1v1, it's Nord versus Defix. Defix, the absolutely massive mechanical mastermind of the team. If anyone can make this clutch up, it would be him. It is a trade battle. It's all 3 members are down for both sides, as now Defix is going to try to push up onto Nord. A bit of damage comes out. That's a trade. Defix, and it's going to be Defix to clutch it up for Team The Woo, and they are going to eliminate Polish Power being eliminated this early on. That's not what they needed. And they are, that's
heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Oh,
because they went for it. They went for it there, high.
They did.
Look, kudos to them. Massive love for Polish Power in chat. They went all the way for it. Now, don't be shocked though for more teams potentially coming for it as well, because they also need some of these points. But oh my days, yeah, massive shout there. Burning. I was about to mention that they didn't flush each other. So massive kudos for that team. Both teams didn't flush.
That was good. That's plus respect. You know, that was absolutely beautiful. That they had the opportunity. Each team had the opportunity to start flushing people out, but they immediately just held off from the flushes because it's a massive respect thing, as you said. Very, very, very gentlemanlike. Even though they're both fighting for massive points to get themselves into the next, but it is going to be even trade so far for Wu onto VIS, as Kessa is going to get knocked and flushed out, as well as Fuzzface. Strato's going to find the knock onto Nixie, and it is now just the last member of Team The Woo, trying to see if he can't manage to hold it off once again for his team. At this point, you're probably thinking he is rotating on out. I would get out of that and try to maybe hold on for as long as possible.
Being Diffix, so 2 of them remain. Mate, the Woo, let's go. Diffix, I told you, people, mechanically, he is insane, people. Holding his head.
Oh my gosh.
But look, fantasy team, I'm praying he's going to be nice and cheap. Definitely on my radar for a pickup if they get there through. Diffix is insane. He's been insane for a while. Fuzzface, the final piece for this. The Woo is a team to be watching, a team which is going to be competing. And hopefully they can continue their way through. I don't think they're going to be able to get enough now to go through for that top spot. It's a bit too much of a stretch with a 2. Maybe, I think, question mark, be happy with the kill feed lighting up with the Woo up there. But hey, it's PC. It's the final game. It's game number 8. Like, anything could really happen.
Absolutely right. Anything could happen, and anyone could shift immediately coming into these next couple of power struggle could shift, as we just saw. It was Team The Woo that managed to win that fight over Polish Power, but Viz activating extremely fast for that third party. They came through and they managed to absolutely turn the tides of the battle. They did lose 1, but that is going to give The Woo 6 kills onto the day as they rotate on out and manage to keep 2 up, which is good numbers to try to take some form of a team fight if they get pushed by somebody.
Yeah, it is going to be a good team fight. Sword using that parachute. The most of its ability. Phase number 1 is about to be gone. We've got 5 seconds to go. Phase number 2, 15 teams, already losing 1. Unfortunately, that is Polish Power. The zone is going to retract back, and oh my days, he's going to retract all the way back, and actually further than what I was expecting, as it does hold on to so much of that north side as well. Maybe a couple of free rotates round to the north. I think the big question is, at what point would it retract? Does it retract down high to the south again? Does it withdraw back? It looks like these teams think no, and they're going for a full send now. Win or die, hold, keep.
How do I think? I think this is going to rotate. I think it's going to go hard east. That's what I think. It's going to rotate back to the hard east, and all these teams that are rotating towards the northwest and the southwest, they're going to be like, well, son, you know, what the heck? Now we got to go and double take because, you know, if you are the Woo, they just rotated away from the zone where hard shifted to. You know that they are a little upset as they are a 2-man, and they cannot afford to be wasting time on heavy rotates with all these other teams lurking about.
No, but this zone might help them a little bit because with the big split, we're going to see these teams play 50-50 chance, right? So he's not going to get all the teams holding out the bottom side. They're going to be playing a potential where they might be able to sneak themselves in. Talk about sneaking their way in. Like Exalt put themselves up on Everest. They're praying for it to retract back. Now it's question mark rotate down on the west-hand side of it.
Very strong positioning. Everest is a very strong place to try to hold and to take. Very difficult rotates down, though. If the zone hard shifts away from you and you have teams just holding at the bottom of Everest, just waiting for you to rotate down, could be a very difficult push or rotate for them. But very good positioning as they are now literally the top of the map, top of the world. They can just look down on everybody and just take free shots as long as they want.
It's going to be free shots if they want. We don't. I said they got a nice long rotate. We saw them glips across the outside edge, though. A couple of good areas, though. Rotel, though, get great shots, though. Bright side. Big hits, though. We have to get a knock on the team that, again, needs to go for desperate attempts to get as many points as they can. With those rotations, we have to wait and see what happens here. And they are playing on the other side, though. Get another knockdown as they're holding up this highway. This could be dangerous if the zone shifts again. They might be able to catch more teams, rotate their way. And the highway could be quite a dangerous position to hold.
It's very difficult and very dangerous position to hold indeed. But at this point, if you're Fairy Tail and, you know, you're sitting, unfortunately, where they are sitting on the leaderboard, you know, bottom, you are at this point, you know, you think, okay, well, our chances of making it are extremely slim. So I'm just going to go and, you know, have fun. I'm going to go troll some teams, you know, go ruin other people's chances. Just give them a taste of what we are going through. And that's exactly what they just did to Viz, is they are going to be eliminated in 15th place.
A little look, and I see this quite a lot where people use the e-pickups just to get high and then cut the shoot, and then they're just trying to gain information. But you only see only one person go up, not two. At least it is going to work out against all odds. They're going to hold this top side now. It's phase number 2. Wu have rotated around after losing 2 after that great battle we saw between them and Polish Power. And again, worth knowing, huge respects to both those teams. They did not flush. They got the knock. They didn't flush. They knew there was going to be a winner of that fight, and the winner might have the capabilities to get rezzed and go back into this fighting hard.
And, you know, they're playing it very smart. They aren't going for very risky, split plays, trying to hold different parts of the zone. They're playing tight on top of one another. And it feeds north. Your voice is blessed as you call where the zone is about to go. Woo. 2-man up. They are about to get collapsed on by against all odds. They're going to have to be very careful as they are just kind of looking for the information. And it's going to be Kino that spots out Defix as he goes to rotate on through. He's going to call out for his team. He's going to fall back. And now they're going to start putting shots down on them as Defix is going to go down to Sillers with that Dragunov headshot. Absolutely massive shots here. Now it's just Ibby, the last one up for Wu. Will he able to survive, to hang on and hold for life, or will he be eliminated here as he tries to make his way down? Massive points of damage coming in from Marcus, as now Kino pushing up very close. All he has to do is look a little left and he will spot him out. And he's going to get in the car. Ibby, he's going to get in the car and he is going to be able to rotate on out. No! Kino with the Dragunov headshot going to take out Wu in 14. But they were able to pick them up 6 kill points, so not a complete loss.
Jeez, still got some point. We can't even hang on to that one, though. Disappointing, though, for me. And I definitely think they could secure the top 8, but we'll have to wait and see how we go through from this one. They needed to stop the team clutching up, though, and I think that's the end of the after-all journey. The team which was in the driving position, the capabilities of being in the top 8, they didn't make it today. They unfortunately left it down. They came into this game in 12th place. I don't think they got enough points on the board to even go close to getting towards that 32.
Absolutely unfortunate for them, but Zen needs this game. They need the kills. They need to take this positioning and the placement on these other teams. They're able to pick up 4. That's a very good start for them, and I feel like if they're able to just continue the momentum forward on this map, they might be able to rally themselves up to a nice finishing leaderboard position.
So, quick catch up on the positions as we will have a little look here. So, to now we are with them though. They need to get themselves in, win or die, on the team in front of them. Obviously, Newgate. They're the ones that are trying to hold these teams out with happiness as well. So, those 2 points, I think that we've done enough. 49 points. Plus the obviously kills. That should be enough for them to give a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a breathing room, should we say. But New G, happiness, these 2 teams that now come into the amazing observer view. They are going to be the ones that actually they want to hold on to their position in towards a top 8. Win or die. But nah, they want to be able to get in this one. So keep an eye on that fight. Keep an eye on that kill feed.
It's going to be very... I don't know. It's going to be very difficult to say who's going to take this. It's just this leaderboard is extremely close. It's like everyone's stacked up on top of each other for kills and for placement. And it looks like Pod is going to go and ruin the days of happiness. But, it's going to be Temnet. He is going to immediately get the knock and the flush onto Rocks as they tried to push out from the blue into this team. And they immediately shut down one of the members of Pod and say, not today. You ain't taking us out this easy. We need to hold this position. We need to hold these points. And we are going to keep you out as they are going to find another knock onto Pin, leaving just 2 members up for Team Pod. Going to be a very difficult situation for them as they are battling blue and they are battling a full happiness team.
And with happiness, meant they didn't put the handbrake on the car. So even with the capabilities of getting a med on wrapping in towards this one, unfortunately, into forward rotation or a wide wrap again back towards that southeast. You wonder if they got the meds, the util. Happiness put first kill on the board. We go back to Zen. Zen leaving it all the way here. Scap, though, pushing away. Squeaky, though, will be here with the boys. He's running across the road. Fate, though, taking a major shots from behind. He has to lay down, but he gets the knock. Potentially, he does get the knock as well. Oh, my days. What a power play from him. Coming from the compound. I thought he was going to get knocked, but he does able to hold out, lay down in time, and able to cause the damage. Enough, though, Nate goes over the top, and we are now seeing Squeaky and Vascudo tighten up the field. They will now push over, take this ridge line, take the outer edge play, because we are now sitting on the edge of the blue.
Ooh, Exalt now taking the fight to Zen as they got some even trades going around. Art coming in to try to support his team. He is looking like he's going to take massive damage to Blue before he manages to get in. He's going to have to try to heal before trying to take this fight to keep them from pushing up on top of them. Uba getting the flush on the Vaxu as now they're going to try to push in. Fairy Tail looking to turn the fight onto Exalt as they tried to get a nice little third party going to pick up even more kills for them. And
We'll go out in
it's going to
12.
be a difficult fight. Man,
That's like the worst placement, isn't it? Out of like,
I think so. I think that is the worst placement for Pod. And I don't know if you noticed, but Vulpuswords got eliminated too in the middle of all this chaos.
it's a mad bubble sword down, but I think they've done enough, should we say, to get in. I think the $1 million question though is, can we get other teams in towards the field now, or is the tables going to stay the way they are? So wait and see though. So obviously it's going to start rotating its way in. It's going to cause some damage here, so be careful. Make sure you get that position as required though. And Fairy Tail has not had the best day. I think they know their fate has been sealed. It does mean they are going to go out and just try and play this one as best they can.
Trying to show face at the very last game. Nothing wrong with that. They're trying to show that, hey, even though we will not be able to qualify, we're not going down without a fight. We are here. We are here to ruin some other teams' games. We're here to show that we are a strong team. We can make this extremely painful as... Wow, all of the top teams are starting to get eliminated extremely fast. Question mark gone. Exalt gone. Vorpal Swords gone. It's a lot of these topper teams, and all of the lower teams are starting to show why they belong and making it to the next round.
There's a big question now with all these big teams going, right? The Wu have gone as well. Obviously, question mark gone. All the top swingers are gone. Then it opens opportunities now for teams like Happiness. Opens opportunities for teams like Newgate. But actually, they've got to try and defend now the push from the teams below. Maybe they look at these kill feed and go, "Hey, do you know what? I want to try and make a driving seat and get in this one here."
Only time will tell, as now we're just sitting here waiting to see as the match goes on. It is EYG versus Fairy Tail, and Zay with an absolutely beautiful push and flank around. He is going to eliminate Fairy Tail in 8th place, and now we have our final 7 teams already only in phase 5. I think this is the fastest I've seen. This is absolutely quick how fast teams are just getting eliminated. Teams are playing aggressive. They're playing extremely offensive, trying to take the fights to other teams to collect as many kill points as they can.
It is a typical game 6. Well, in this case, game 8. Not quite typical.
Oh, yeah, game 8.
It's an aggressive play, but I think a lot of people are leaving it to the very last game to try and get these points. And with all the other teams going down and out, maybe it's actually being said at least that the strength for the teams that are up at the top, they held on, they farmed enough points, and this is the real opportunity now. Some of these lower teams to kind of secure their spot or have the capability. There are teams here that can potentially get it in. The more I see teams fall, I'm kind of thinking the tables might be secure.
It's going to be very difficult as we watch as Temneat is taking a nice little 3x spray, hitting some massive points of damage onto New G as they're just trying to make their way into zone, maybe try to pick up a couple of kills or points of their own. Effect is going to spot out the last member of Against All Odds. They have managed to pick up 5, so if he can just hold on for as long as possible and just manage to pick up a couple more kill points, would be very good for Against All Odds. I don't think, are they one of the teams that's just waiting to trying to get inside of this next one, or
I think they're too far away.
They're sitting at 12. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they very well might be. Who knows? He might be able to pull a rabbit out of his hat as he finds the first knock onto Effect. Nice little mini headshot to knock one of the members down. Blue Zone nade coming out. 3 members all sitting very close to one another. One very good nade, PC Util, could eliminate them, giving them even more kill points to possibly make it up. And there goes
down.
Zen.
That might be the end of the journey. 6th place, they got some placement points, they got some kills, so we have to tally up those last points, really. Here comes the lasters Against All Odds. Don't know, 5 kills. I'm trying to do the maths in my head. They go down and out. Top 4 teams, WLA, they got a 4 stack. Happiness with a 3, Nuji with a 3, and Win or Die with a 3. But look at this though, Win or Die, they want to try and get themselves in. Nuji and Happiness on the defense, trying to get in.
If I'm win or die, I'm gonna have turned my attention on over to Newgate, as they are sitting just barely above the leaderboard positioning, right above them with at the beginning of this game with 2 points more over them. But it looks like it's going to be WLA harassing win or die, as they are trying to take positioning inside of the zone. Beautiful nade knock onto Quizzy, as now they're going to be pushing up towards the northern side of the zone. Pretty much win or die. Backs are cornered as they are stuck between Happiness and WLA with the blue zone right behind them.
It's worth noting as well, WLA get themselves a chicken dinner, or if they farm a lot of kills, they could maybe knock out that third position. They have the capabilities. Pod are out, so they're not getting any more points now. So potential WLA can maybe stop the push here from win or die. It is a 4-on-2, and they are wrapping their way around. Great spray from Hobo at distance though. 3 times Org sits down there, extends down for the Leosh though. Final play for them though. Win or die is going to be up for heads, edging his way around that sort of smoke though. But the pre-fire coming through might be enough just to keep himself alive. But these nades are coming through. Leosh though might be the end of it, and I think Win or Die 4th place. I don't think that's enough. As much as I do love saying that their team, I don't think they've done enough.
It's gonna be very tight, very difficult to say. There's not much else I can say about the leaderboard. It's just like all of these teams that are just battling it out, trying to see if they can make something happen, push themselves further up the board to try to take out a different team. As now it's gonna be Happiness that's gonna turn their attention on over to New G, leaving WLA alone for just a little bit. As now all the teams are stacked up. All this much space inside of a zone 6. They have so much real estate to move around, but they're all just on top of each other, fighting for the kills, trying to steal what they can from one another, and it is going to be WLA that gets eliminated by New G. And now we have our final 2 teams. New G with 3 members up at 5 kills, and we got Happiness with 3 up as well.
I'm just trying to, I don't even think that my brain is discombobulated. I wonder if WLA have done enough to take 3rd spot, you know. Pod went out quite early. Was it 12? And they had like
Pod went out 12.
What, a kill? Yeah. Maybe 2 kills?
I think, yeah, they finished off with maybe 2, maybe 3. I think 3 is the max I think they had before they went out.
Look, New G and Happiness are going to be happy they're sitting here firm, because it means that no one has the capabilities of taking their spot. I think that this might be enough to secure their spots towards a top 8. Hopefully it doesn't go all the way in. I'm hoping for a pan ending. Look, you gotta love a dream with a pan ending, but
that'd be amazing to watch.
I don't think they know exactly who's in front of them, right? Because you have a pan ending with a team chasing you, and you lose that pan. Woof! Not a good look.
Not a good look at all. But it looks like Newgate managing to pick up 5. They might very well take that position away from Happiness. They might just swap spots a little bit as they manage to pick up the points. But, I mean, they managed to pick up, 6, 7 kills before they got eliminated. They didn't pick up any placement points. So Happiness and Newgate might just shoot up as high as possible up this leaderboard, depending on which one picks up the win with the kills.
Yeah, I don't think they can go as high as that top 3. But I think they are securing their spot now with these 2 remaining in that top 8. But we will see. Leaderboard has updated for me, so I am able to confirm the leaderboard straight after this game, as it's been sent through. Thank you very much for production, guys. So I do have the stats and facts. And that does mean I can't tell you who wins, because I already know. But I think when it comes down to a leaderboard point of view, there are some other questions to be had. Who is in the top 3? Who's made it? Did we see Pod drop out? Has Pod secured it? Did they do enough? Or did they throw at the last game? Did Win or Die do enough? Were they able to maybe secure their spot in towards that sort of top 8? And if nothing else, massive shout again for that Polish power and fight. As Happiness though working their way down the hill. It's now a 3v2. And I'll be surprised if we go all the way to the end, if I'm honest with you. But I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, it's kind of weird seeing how fast and how action-packed the last couple of fights were going, and then as soon as we ended on our last 2 teams, it just seems like the momentum just came to a straight stop as they realized it was a 3v3 last team up. They managed to make it a 3v2. Even points of damage coming out. I don't think it's going to go all the way. I think Happiness is just going to keep putting pressure on Newgate and keep collapsing on top of them slowly but surely as the zone continues to close around them all.
Zone is working its way down. Phase number 7 is going to go. It is a 3v2. Newgate sort of trapped. It's not a great bunker to be in because you can see through the windows. And there we go. There's a prime example as to what you can see. And then the final new gate themselves. They are now going to try and hold off. Happiness, though, on the push. Strong team. Really quite consistent getting. They've not really got with the chicken dinners, either one of these teams, but they've always, give or take, been there. They've definitely had more kills, I'd say, than placement, but they have been consistent nonetheless. Let's see what they can do, though. New G is a 3-on-1. It's going to be a heavy push, and it's a winner-winner chicken dinner. Happiness, though, will take 6 kills, 16-point game, and that there is a nice winner-winner chicken dinner. Good game. Actually, really, really good game. I really enjoyed the best of 8 format. I don't want to leave you guys on a cliff edge. I don't need to wait for the leaderboard. Production have already sent me the stuff anyway. So look, with no further ado, let's just get into who qualified, who got in there, what's the surprise, what's the GGs. That's enough for me. Let's get like leaderboard coming up. So obviously I can't confirm our top 3 though. Exalt do top the pack though, 77 points for them. Vorpal Sword are in second, and we live again. GG's. A +1 spot for them. They did take it at the end. They did get the kills required, and they now find themselves in a position where they actually get towards the upper bracket. Following that from the upper bracket, though, Pod, though, do qualify after an outstanding game. A team to watch, though, going into the lower bracket. Question mark in that lower bracket as well. Happiness, who just picked up that last game. They will close out with 56. The Woo do make it, but they do drop down a position. We'll say that 55 points for them. And Newgate, though, will round us up, though. 8th position for them, 43 points. Those guys are going to be utterly loving it. What did you make of that? EU, welcome, hi. That is insane.
That was absolutely insane. Very eventful, different, and nice. It's a nice change of pace watching the different play styles between NA and EU as we went into this best of 8. One day, my lord, if my shots, my nerves are shot if I'm one of the players just trying to grind for one day, 8 straight games, very little breaks in between. But the teams that made it on top, GG's to them. Very well played by all of them. Very good positioning, good third parties, good fights. Some pretty funny moments. I did enjoy watching all of it. It was a big blast to be able to host this event from across the water.
Well, obviously we have another event to go. Mr. Beast, yes, he is Mr. Budget, Mr. Beast. Give him a follow though. Hi, thank you very much. And we are going to take just short of an hour break, if I'm honest with you. And we are going to be back now for the final for our PAS. Round of 16 as well, open qualifiers. It is day number 2 because the LA can't do a best of 8. They're not as hardcore as us right here. No, I'm joking. It was a good day number 1. It's going to be an even closer day number 2. The table is pretty tight over there. So we're going to take about an hour's break here. There's a couple of things I need to do. I need to upload this video over to YouTube. I need to upload all the shorts. If you can, give us a follow on YouTube, !YT in chat. Go give us some love on YouTube. It's free. Go show some love and support. I'm trying to get the as much content for PUBG to grow out there as best as possible. Thank you for everyone that has jumped in. Thank you for everyone that has liked, subscribed, supported, and more importantly, thank you for everyone that is going to take a quick break, get yourself some dinner, get yourself a drink, refill, because we have another 6 outstanding games coming. Massive shout to the teams, a massive shout though for your competitive nature. And I'll see. Well, I won't see you guys myself in the next round, as I'll be watching with all of you guys and girls in chat. Obviously, I'll leave it over to the professional talent. But again, thank you very much for stopping by. For now, see you guys in about an hour. Peace.